401 The North has no time to catch slaves. The overall situation in the North is very good, but there is no time to catch slaves because their main opponents are the Huns and Hu people. These opponents are very wise. The Huns fled to Mobi. They never dared to go through Mobi to south to disturb the Kin people. However, the Kin people could not cross the desert because of the road barrier. Go north to chase. The Kin army also had tools such as compasses, but only the Celestial Army and the Navy had them, and the army had only high-ranking generals. It is still somewhat difficult to spread to the frontline troops. The other Hu people fled further and entered the area of today's Darksingan Mountains, where they entered the dense virgin forest. The Kin army was a regular army, and was very disgusted with this kind of guerrilla warfare. Therefore, they just patrolled the grassland back and forth, and as soon as they found that the Huron came out, they would immediately kill the captured ones. It is very cruel to drag to death, get money. Obviously there is no cruel killing of opponents to stimulate the thrill. The Huns and Hu people are obviously born warriors, and it is more difficult to catch them. And Kin Jun obviously had no time to catch prisoners of war. They are protecting a large number of civilians in the 6 nations. Or they may be natives, but now they are all quasi-Kin people, because they have divided the grassland almost into pieces. The area of grassland per person is much larger than those cultivated. The grassland cannot be used to grow wheat, can only be used for grazing. Grazing requires a lot of area. For this reason, the state was established later in the north than in the west. They finally accepted this method of grazing after a heated debate. Many people do not know how to graze. They only eat meat and drink nei. However, the people of the Central Plains have a strong learning ability. Many of them learned to ride horses, squeeze nei, graze and so on by providing logistics services in the Kin army. Some even tamed some loyal Huns and Hu people. It is different from the cruel treatment in the West and Guangzhong. The North tends to be relaxed, even friendly, because they are learning how to graze and how to survive. In terms of land division, immigrants have great differences. According to the bill given by the state of Kin, the smallest unit is 100 mu. But 100 mu can feed how many cattle and sheep, which is not enough. And the pasture area is different. After intense practical discussion, they raised the smallest unit of land to 500 mu, and the largest unit is unlimited. The price of 500 acres is the same as the price of 100 acres of land. It's all very much. In this way, the land division is finally completed. The grassland is different from the land. There are cattle and sheep on it. Cows and sheep have legs, and you can't control it at all. Just when immigrants were worried, people discovered something cheaper. Barbed wire. This kind of military defense equipment has begun to enter civilian use in large quantities, and the quantity is very large. People are very resistant to put wooden stakes and wire fences on their pastures, because it's related to my ranch. Unlike the West, in the North, the assembly temporarily replaced the role of the state Zhengfu, and they demanded that immigrants must make a public road. So people began to turn the turf upside down and sprinkle lime powder to prevent the grass from growing, then tamped and sprinkled with small stones. This is the prototype of the road. In order to prevent the road from being covered by heavy snow in winter, they planted trees on both sides of the road. In this way, with more and more immigrants, the road extends north like a blood vessel in the human body, and it is surrounded by pastures of varying sizes. As for defense, it is temporarily handed over to the security company, but the interest of the security company is not great, because there are no ethnic minorities. There will be no prisoners of war, and no slave income. Therefore, after the security company entered, it quickly withdrew. They turned to work with the military to find new sources of wealth. When the security company exits, it can only rely on the immigrants to form militias to defend their homeland. The withdrawal of the security company does not mean that the trading company will withdraw. On the contrary, the people in the trading company see business opportunities. A large number of horses, cattle and sheep, be the object of their acquisition. The mainland needs these very much. The cattle and sheep here are the same price as the slaves. They participate spontaneously and help immigrants with training for free, as long as they sell their cattle and sheep to themselves. Moreover, they also participated in hunting activities from time to time and caught slaves together. The relationship between the two parties is very harmonious. In the north, after a long period of brewing, the two states were finally divided. In the beginning, there was only one parliament in the north, but more and more people participated. There were as many as 500 people in the assembly at once, which means that the state has a population of 500,000. This is already the sum of the two states. Regarding the establishment of the state Zhengfu, both parties hope to choose the location of the state Zhengfu in their own location, either west or east. The debate between the two sides was very intense. There were even gang fights at the venue. In the end, Meng Tan had to participate in preventing the behavior from happening. The two sides finally calmed down and discussed again. In the end, Meng Tan was annoyed by listening and had to propose a plan to establish two states. Both parties agree. So a huge state assembly was divided into two at once. Both parliaments quickly elected their governors. The governor was like a race, and at the same time handed the request to King Qin. At this point, King Qin was relieved of the problem, because they were named after the killers. 3 Mengzu appeared in this instant. At this moment, King Qin was stumped. If other names are used, for example, use the names of Wang Jian and Shang Wen. The two parties don't know if they will accept it. In the end, Shang Wen put forward his own opinions, and they were called Mengzu at all, adding something before the name to distinguish them. So the name was born. East Mongolia, Simon. 2 more states were born in Qin. The people of Qin state cheered, but the farmer was sad. The busy Jianzi in the north has no time to deal with slaves. Slaves are very scarce commodities for them. Helpless, they can only temporarily ease the oppression of the slaves, because the supplement is very unsatisfactory. With the establishment of various states, Qin's agricultural production began to go on track. The west is growing wheat and the north provides a large amount of meat. This quickly solved Qin's food sources and sufficient food, so that Qin can be confident and bold, do many things they want to do. For example, for education, Qin state has set up a special education fund, and at the same time a large amount of private donations have entered. Education costs have been basically resolved. These fees are mainly used to provide free public education opportunities. Many people have participated in education. Driven by Shang Wen's series of supporting policies, many people in Qin state have participated. The public school established by Zhengfu is just one of them. And there are also many non-governmental organizations. Especially for higher education, Zhengfu only established one, and most of the colleges and universities were established by enterprises themselves. 402 South Korea's high trade tax. Qin's educational undertaking is developing rapidly under the loose policy. This is also necessary for factory production requirements. For example, Qin state gave birth to a large number of technical colleges all at once, such as finance, textiles, printing and dyeing, machinery, clocks and watches, and the newly developed chemistry. These are all born of industries closely related to Qin's current production, although the division of labor is still not very detailed. But it has a certain scale initially, and behind these colleges, this is supported by some large enterprises. For example, there are several specialized academies in a military factory called Xianyang Mechanical College. This is an academy that specializes in various types of machinery. Other arsenals specialized colleges have the characteristics of each arsenal. For example, the Xianyang Institute of Technology established by Wang Jian and Wei Liao tends to have more chemical components. The Polytechnic Institute founded by Liu prefers machinery. In addition, a large number of textile colleges have also been established. Not only do they teach some textile courses here, they also continue to research and explore new textiles, and the emergence of blending technology makes them more and more inclined to blend different raw materials. Moreover, The special thing is that this is Xianyang, and it is also the first college in Qin that specializes in enrolling female students. Seeing that many factories and shops are setting up their own colleges and universities to train their own talents, how could Yin be willing to fall behind? She just doesn't do anything. It is earth-shattering when she does it. She established the largest comprehensive university in Qin in one breath, and it is by far the most comprehensive university in the world. Qingo University. It covers an area of up to 10,000 mu. There are various disciplines in the university, such as medicine, astronomy, geography, chemistry, machinery, navigation, journalism, finance and so on. Almost all the levels that can be reached by the current science and technology of Qin are here. Not only that, she also built the first library in Qin. All the books are collected on a large scale in the classics of various families. In order to facilitate the borrowing and reading, Yin has pioneered the sorting, typesetting and printing of all the collected books. The number of printed books is very large. This is almost something that Qingo cannot do right now, so she can do it all by herself. Not only that, this library was also the first in the Qin state to be made of iron-reinforced concrete, although it had only 2 floors. But this is already a miracle. The appearance of Qin State University suddenly compared Qi State's Jixia Academy. Not only is it big, but it's very comprehensive. The facilities are very complete. The model of the university is completely designed in accordance with Shangwen's modern appearance. Not only accommodation for students, but also a large sports field. This is unmatched by Jixia Academy. This university was established at the foot of the Qinling Mountains. There is also the only place where such a big school can be put down, in order to facilitate the students to enter the city. The school actually got through the train. With such convenient facilities, Qin State's education has entered a new stage. This means that Qin is not simply absorbing talents from the 6 eastern countries. Instead, take the initiative to educate and cultivate the talents they need. From passive to active. This incident attracted the attention of King Qin. On the day of the establishment of the university, King Qin led hundreds of officials and the royal family came to celebrate, and King Qin personally tailored it for Yinu. This is the first time King Qin's move made the newspapers rush to report on the matter, and the newspaper praised King Qin's actions in a large space. They said in the newspaper, "This day will be the most historic day in the Qin state, because Qin will have its own talents. These talents are different from Qin's Jixia Academy. Qin State University has more significance for the development of the Qin state. He represents now the future Qin state." Although the university was established, but the royal family members did not enter the study. But it is still a separate establishment of a private school. After all, this is the royal family's own business. Let the royal children enter the university to study. It takes time. Shangwen did not participate in the ceremony of Qingo University, but to solve a very difficult thing. That is news from South Korea. Qin merchants were levied a lot of trade taxes on the borders of South Korea, and the tax is extremely unreasonable. From South Korea to the border of South Korea has even set up more than 1,000 checkpoints, large and small. The taxes levied range from a gold coin to $1. If there is no money to pay, the goods will be seized. Not only the Qin merchants, but also merchants from the 6 countries. Qin's trade with the 6 countries was blocked by more than 1,000 checkpoints in South Korea. Not only that, it is also very unfavorable to the development of Qin's trade. The Qin state originally implemented low taxes on merchants in order to encourage a large number of merchants to flow into Qin state to do business. But now, this kind of encouragement is well implemented. When it will come into play, everything that Qin state did was made a wedding dress for South Korea. All the taxes that Qin did not levy have fallen into South Korea's pockets. When Shangwen received the news, his lungs exploded. He quickly asked people to find Han Xiu and Jiang Liang. He wants to ask, what does this mean in Korea? If South Korea does not fulfill its obligations, then Qin will fulfill it himself. Anyway, Qin has now ended the main battle. Although the Marine Corps is in training, they are composed of strong combat veterans, and they are more than enough to deal with and destroy South Korea. Your Royal Highness, Mr. Jiang. I want to ask, what's the matter? Shang Wen showed the situation sent by the Korean embassy and the documents on the businessman's response to the problem. Shang Wen said to the other party in a very angry tone. Han Xiu clearly saw that Shang Wen was very angry about this matter. She should have estimated this too, because, after testing the domestic situation in Korea, Han Xiu showed up for the second memorial. This is to form a good relationship with Qin and actively develop trade with Qin. Among them, Han Xiu tried his best to explain that South Korea can get from it a lot of taxes. This tax lies in the amount, not in the amount of one-time levy. She repeatedly emphasized this problem. But Han Wangen is obviously a greedy guy. He only saw taxes and did not see the others. He readily accepted the trade between the two countries and was willing to fix it with Qin. But on the issue of taxation, he even took a more extreme approach. He has set up a large number of checkpoints in his own territory. Not only that, but there are many types of taxes levied. And there are so many, 60 to 70% of the money earned by the merchants is searched by them. This is scraping the ground. Drink Qin's blood. The state of Qin is devoted to trade, but South Korea is getting something for nothing. After Han Xiu saw such information, she felt she had to do something. Otherwise, Qin Guohui would be angry about this. 403 Help me. Han Xiu decided to do nothing but to be the biggest one. She believes that the current situation of Han Wangen will not be of any use to South Korea, so it is for the present. Only completely retired Han Wangen. He relied on Qin's power to come to power. This is the best way, because Han Xiu doesn't have time for such a long time. Your Royal Highness, there is a secret agreement between us. Now Qin has fulfilled its obligations, and you seem to have not fulfilled your obligations yet. Obviously you are not sincere enough. Then we will cancel the secret agreement. Qin state the aspect will do it by itself. Shang Wen is a threat. Master Prime Minister, listen to me. Our obligations will be fulfilled. But you don't seem to have fully fulfilled your obligations. Han Xiu tried to reduce Shang Wen's anger and then calmed him down. In this way, the two sides have the opportunity to conduct further consultations. This is Han Xiu's last chance, because the two sides are on the verge of collapse because of the high trade tax imposed by South Korea. Not yet. What else? The army. We are helping you train. This takes time and it has been implemented. We will get the loan for you. What else is there? Do we still need to wait? My term of office is only 4 years. Is it true? Do you want to delay execution until 4 years later? Shang Wenxing asked severely. No, number. The Prime Minister misunderstood. I mean, the Prime Minister, you have not fulfilled your obligations. In other words, I have not yet ascended the throne. Han Xiu said directly. As soon as this sentence was finished, Zhang Liang was startled. This idea is too bold. What? I don't understand what you mean. What do you want to express? Shang Wen asked in a series. Help me. I need you to help me ascend to the throne. Han Xiu emphasized word by word. Shang Wen looked at the young princess in a daze. She couldn't believe it. The other party is so bold. Shang Wen even thought of whether he was doing the right thing, because helping such a decisive person to ascend to the throne would help the state of Qin. Please be clear or be more detailed. Shang Wen waved his hand and said, I mean, Qin helped me ascend to the throne of South Korea, and I will make measures that will improve the current situation of the two countries, and even in the future, which will be very beneficial to Qin. Han Xiu said. Can you be more specific? Shang Wen said. Yes, I want to use the forces in my hand to launch a mutiny, control South Korea. Therefore, I need your help very much. Han Xiu said calmly. Shang Wen lifted Erlang's legs and touched his chin in thought. Han Xiu's idea is obviously to use Qin's power to help him rise to power. Moreover, after taking office, it can also satisfy all the provisions reached in the Qin State Secret Agreement. This is very beneficial to Qin. However, this short period of time cannot be satisfied. Qin State, What needs to be solved is the immediate problem. And launching a mutiny obviously takes a long time to prepare. Qin has no time. Shang Wen didn't have time either. Time has become very important. Shang Wen shook his head, and Han Xiu looked a little surprised. Under her understanding, Shang Wen should agree. How could he shake his head? It takes time to launch a mutiny, and time is very precious to our state of Qin. Moreover, with each passing day, Qin's losses are increasing, and Qin needs to quickly solve all the problems currently occurring. Shang Wen said. Han Xiu let out a sigh of relief. Obviously both sides calmed down and returned to the negotiating table. This means that Han Xiu still has a chance. Okay, I admit it. But this is the best way to solve the problem. This is the best way I have come up with at the moment. Moreover, as long as Qin state fulfills this obligation, we in South Korea will immediately fulfill all the obligations in the clause. Han Xiu can only send out one signal now, that is, you must agree to my request. She was right. The possibility of Qin state sending troops is very low. This is because Qin's forces are scattered far away. Although they have ended the war, they obviously cannot complete the war to destroy Korea in a short period of time. In fact, this was Shang Wen's final trump card, and Qin really couldn't send troops, because the state of Qin was unable to keep up with the speed of the expansion of the Qin army. The latest battle report showed that the farthest place of Qin stayed outside the gate of Xinjiang, and Li Xin is even crazier. They chased wildly all the way, and even hit the position of southern Siberia. This position has completely separated the Xiongnu from the western regions. It is no longer possible for the Xiongnu to move westward. Qin Jun was already in the front position. But another problem is that the Qin army is too scattered. When Wang Jian marked his position on the sand table, he was shocked in a cold sweat. The marching speed is too fast. Must stop. So he ordered to stop advancing, and all the troops stopped. This thorny military issue was left to Wang Jian to solve. Qin Jun has laid a huge territory. He needs to digest. But how to solve the immediate problem? Shang Wen asked rhetorically. This is your business. You can condemn it in the newspaper, or send envoys to reprimand King Han. I have no objection. Han Xiu is actually cleverly giving Shang Wen a trick. That is through diplomacy first. This time, Han Xiu was given time to prepare. At that time, the preparations are complete. Diplomatic solution to the problem cannot be negotiated, because Han Wangen is too greedy. It's even whimsical. If you are too greedy, you are destined to not go too far on the political stage. Well, I will solve this matter. I hope that you can complete it as soon as possible. Shang Wen said. This must be. By the way, is the Prime Minister free tomorrow? Han Xiu asked very gracefully. It depends on the situation. What's the matter? Shang Wen asked. Our Korean new army officer and non-commissioned officer graduation ceremony. I solemnly invite you to participate, Han Xiu said with a smile. This smile is very charming. It is the kind of strong woman that is unique, confident, and controlling the smile of the other person. Okay, I will go to participate, but I still hope you will start as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will solve it ourselves, Shang Wen said. We will. Happy cooperation. Han Xiu proactively reached out and shook hands with Shang Wen. Shang Wen also shook hands with Han Xiu naturally. In political struggles, especially diplomatic struggles, women's diplomatic methods are sometimes more decisive than men's, because they will walk according to their own feelings. This feeling makes them very sensitive to perceive something. If they followed suit, they did things that were difficult for men to do. Han Xiu is obviously such a person. 404 Lima Street. What Shang Wen had to do afterwards was to write a letter to Han Wangen. The style of the letter still adopts the style adopted by Shang Wen modern. Even the tone is to express dissatisfaction. Shang Wen exhausted his harsh vocabulary. Jing told Han Wangen not to do too much, and it is required to immediately revoke all related cards except for the retention of a few checkpoints, and the tax must be at a relatively low level. If you don't do it, you will be at your own risk. In fact, Shang Wen has decided to choose Han Xiu, foster an obedient Zhengfu spokesperson. It's much easier than transforming an obedient spokesperson. Moreover, Qin state is already doing this. For this matter, Shang Wen believes that the news media should be notified. The state of Qin needs to build momentum in public opinion first. The state of Qin has mastered all the tongues of the 6 kingdoms of Guangdong. All the people of the 6 nations must look at Qin's movements. This is a big advantage. Consider this day. Shang Wen believes that a news spokesperson should be set up. This will represent Zhengfu. Come and announce their views to the outside world in a timely manner. People can also know everything about Zhengfu in time. The Qin newspaper at this time was still immersed in the new invention of the phonograph. Especially Qin people saw it with their own eyes. The reporter interviewed a number of witnesses at the time and wrote news reports in the first person. Newspapers began to spread throughout Qin. With the emergence of this new thing, in particular, Financial Express exclusively interviewed Shang Wen's invention process. And some of the invention ideas mentioned by Shang Wen let readers feel that invention is everywhere, but they have not observed it. As a result, the state of Qin once again set off a wave of invention. This wave is proactive and qualitative. It is people who start to take the initiative and deliberately explore the surrounding things, instead of being somewhat passive like the last time. The kind that has to be done in order to obtain a certain profit. On the second day, Flying News published an incident involving Lima scientist rectifying military discipline. This diverts people's attention from the phonograph. Subsequently, a large number of newspapers rushed to report. People were shocked by the brutality of Zhao Jun, and they actually cooked cannibalism. This person Qin shuddered. People began to curse Zhou's cruelty. In contrast to the cruel facts of Zhao Jun's crimes, Lima's image appears unusually tall. People praised Lima's actions, especially the number of people executed this time is very large. There are nearly 10,000 people in total. 10,000 people were executed personally in one day. This is a very big handwriting. This also shows Lima's rectification of military discipline, the determination to improve the image of Zhao Jun. But what people see is Lima's honor and sense of responsibility as a general and coach. This is very consistent with what the Qin army currently emphasizes. As a result, Li Mu was recognized by the Qin army, especially those who had served as a soldier. They believe that Li Mu deserves praise from the Qin army. The people of Qin state gave Li Mu thumbs up one after another. The newly established press spokesperson will set an example on the first day and conduct public opinion guidance and comment on this matter in news reports. Whereas the spokesperson did not know what to do, Shang Wen temporarily replaced the news spokesperson. The reporter was notified early in the morning to go to Shang Wen's office for news reports. Almost all newspaper reporters in Xianyang were present. Its scale is no less than the scale of the current spokesperson's interview. If you have a camera with a flash, it is estimated to be the same as modern. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Shang Wen greeted him on the initiative. Among the reporters, Kingo also appeared. Female Xing, especially those female reporters' exclusive observation points. The writing style is particularly sharp, pointed out the key to some problems. This is what people want to see. They need a spokesperson to speak their opinions. This is Qin's News. Zhu. Hello, Mr. Prime Minister. Journalists who have received modern journalism training are more culturally acceptable than ordinary people. For this kind of title, Shang Wen still prefers. The sir sounds much better than the adults. I read both yesterday's evening paper and today's morning paper. The content is very good. I like it very much. Shang Wen first expressed his opinion. For this reason, I set up a special press spokesperson today. He will represent Zhengfu and make some news judgments and answers on some things. You can find him in the future. Of course, you can also directly interview me. Shang Wen said, pulled the spokesperson and introduced him. Well, today I will make a temporary guest appearance on the press spokesperson. Shang Wen gave a news answer after the introduction. For Lima scientist to rectify military discipline. I personally appreciate it very much. I admire General Lima's sense of honor and responsibility as a soldier. I admire it very much. I believe that the people of Qin also have the same admiration for General Li Mu. Shang went and paused. For heroes, Kin needs very much to fight heroes and produce heroes. Everyone has the potential to become a hero. Heroes are inspired by God and inspire the potential heroic abilities of the people of Kin. Heroes have no country. Heroes say that they have the potential to become heroes. A kind of Jing God deserves our respect and admiration. The reporters began to pick up pencils and quickly record what Shang Wen said. At this time, it is obviously inappropriate to use a brush. Zheng Fu has the obligation to show the heroes to the people, promote the kind of Jing God in the hero, even if it is an enemy. As long as he has this kind of Jing God, it is worth learning. For this reason, I decided to name a main street in the new city Limu, Main Street, Shang Wen said. The reporters shook their heads. They obviously didn't believe it. But they quickly wrote in their notebooks, Kin's words of tolerance, openness, absorption, and so on. Later, Shang Wen also talked about South Korea's high trade taxes. In this regard, he severely criticized. He also requested that King Han should take remedial measures as soon as possible in this matter, and demanded to repay the over-collected taxes, and finally asked him not to do such stupid things. This is Kin's stern report. The latter is an issue of particular concern to everyone, because selling goods can make high profits, especially Kin's products, from screws to weapons, from weapons to women's clothing and so on. Kin's products are being sold to the 6 countries in large quantities, and this time, South Korea's move will erect high barriers and cut off Kin's financial path. This is to let the public outrage. After the press conference, Shang Wen got in the car and rushed to the military academy. And Han Xiu can't wait. Today is the graduation ceremony of South Korean new army officers and non-commissioned officers. This means that the backbone of the new South Korean army has been established. Then just connect to complete. This kind of army is even 80%. For Han Xiu, this matter was a big deal. 405 Scarlet. Shang Wen hurried to the military academy to attend the graduation ceremony of the new Korean army. When Shang Wen arrived late, Han Xiu was already waiting for anxious death. The ceremony was almost about to begin. Han Xiu was very dissatisfied with Shang Wen's lateness. Although I didn't say it, I still complained in my heart. I'm sorry. There are some things that need to be dealt with and have been delayed, Shang Wen said apologetically. The Prime Minister is really busy. All right, the ceremony is about to begin. Hurry up and sit down, Han Xiu complained. With that, Shang Wen shrugged, and had to follow him to take a seat. Han Xiu seemed very attentive to the army he had formed. When this group of troops like beggars and beggars was handed over to Qin Jun, Han Xiu still has a little hope. The reason why there is hope is because of the tremendous changes made by Qin Jun. She also hopes that this army, which is not an army, can be different in Qin Jun's hands. To this end, she also went to Shang Wen to apply for 2 special passes in order to check the changes in her army every day. Zhang Liang also occasionally entered the barracks to check. In fact, this army, which was not considered an army at the beginning, has undergone major changes in the hands of Qin Jun. First of all, they don't have to go hungry every day, and the standard of food provided by the army is very high. They have meat every day, and they are delicious. It's completely self-service. Their clothes are also different from others. Not only the face is bright, but also very neat and bright. You can take a hot bath every day. In terms of teaching, in general training, there are 3 instructors who teach them how to complete various formations and exercise every day. Their physique is also changing. In terms of weapon training, the repeated teachings adopted by Qin Jun. Generally, every 8 people arranged for a gunner sergeant to personally teach until the church. From the initial principle to how to shoot and maintain the guns, Qin Jun repeatedly taught. Although it sounds a bit complicated, the overall weaponry is simple. Coupled with the repeated explanations by the instructors, their progress is very fast. Han Xiu is also very attentive. After the 5th day, she accepted Shang Wen's suggestion. Personally pay their own new army. This makes these new army officers and students who have just adapted to life in the barracks very surprised. It is not bad to be able to eat enough to serve as a soldier in the past. Now, The world has changed. The soldiers not only eat well, but also eat well. Not only that, this is worn and used. Needless to say, he even returned the money. This stunned the officers and students of the new South Korean army. And Han Shu also gave them prompt advice. Tell them, as long as you are a good soldier, make sure you go out and become officers. Lead the army. Not only that, your military pay is absolutely indispensable. The new army started the discussion in private. They think this is true, because they asked which kin army instructors. The instructor also said privately, this is the task arranged above to help South Korea build a new army. And it was built according to Kim Jun's pattern. The kin army also pays military salaries. The living and food are the conditions that all the kin army's troops have reached. In this way, the new army, through exchanges and comparisons, let them find a sense of collective honor and sense of belonging. The officers and non-commissioned officers were originally ordinary and honest rural people, and serving as soldiers was also a duty. But generally the active combat is not high. But after they entered the military academy, they felt that this was the best way to change their destiny. Moreover, I have eaten such meat and wear such good clothes. Nothing can be said of not doing nothing for others. It is under this kind of thinking, they practiced actively and desperately, learning all the courses taught to them by the instructor. Within a month, Kim Jun reduced the amount of study Kim Jun officers had for 3 months. Even the Kim Jun instructor admired the new South Korean army. Today, military officers and non-commissioned students hold graduation ceremonies. How could Han Shu be unhappy about that? Under the performance of Military Academy March, there were 100 military officers and 200 non-commissioned students in South Korea, walked neatly on the court, under the banner of the red say as the background and the black say Korean character. The 3 teams came on stage. Shang Wen has long been accustomed to such military parades, but he has a red shirt and white pants, black leather boots. Looking at it from a distance, it was like a British Red Soldier. The Red Soldier is synonymous with the British Army. They wore red military jackets and gave the British Empire the title of Invincible Empire. Red became their proud face. Red Soldier. Shang Wen said subconsciously, Red Soldiers? Does it mean my army? Han Shu heard Shang Wen's words. Oh, yes, Shang Wen replied after slowing down. Well, yes. My army is called Red Soldiers. Han Shu said. Right. Does your army have its own military music? Shang Wen asked. Well, if you don't have it, why don't the Prime Minister help us make one? This kind of music is very nice, and it can also inspire the fighting spirit of the army. Han Shu said. Composing. I don't know how, but I have a ready-made one. The name is Grenadier March. As long as the flute and the snare drum are 2 instruments, it is very convenient to learn. Moreover, it is a very combat atmosphere. Shang Wen said. That's great. Thank you, Prime Minister. Our new army needs a different song very much. Now that we have it, I believe that with the help of the army, we will cooperate more happily. Han Shu said. That is, Shang Wen said. After the cue is over, Han Shu's speech. The content is in the vernacular, and the soldiers would probably not understand those words. Han Shu told them, as long as they are soldiers and obey orders, their status will be promoted. Not only that, she also talked a lot about the future. She wants to follow Kim's example and let more people live better. This is a bit explicit though, but this shows Han Shu also knows that he uses violence to complete his country's prosperous reforms. Moreover, Han Shu's ambitions are very big. Shang Wen felt a little bit jealous about this, but thought that his goal had basically been achieved. No matter, the final result proves that if Korea reforms on a large scale, they will only get closer and closer to Kin, not far away from Kin. For example, now, their army's sense of identity with the Kin army is far greater than that of their own older-style army. They learned about the various changes made by Kin from the side, that is to say, in their hearts, they have already identified with Kin, to a certain extent. Kin State is attracting South Korea to move closer to Kin State. If South Korea takes the initiative to make reforms, its target must be the Kin State. Once the difference between the two shrinks, South Korea's sense of identity with Kin State has become stronger. 406 female soldier! The next ceremony is to award ranks. The Han Xinjun will completely imitate the style of the Qin army to grant different ranks, because the size of the army is now very small. According to Xinjun's own statistics, the number is about 5,000, so their highest rank is colonel. Then came the ranks of officers at all levels, the ranks of non-commissioned officers. Finally, it ended with applause and orchestral music. Originally, this ceremony was very short, and Kim Jun was extremely simple for such a ceremony. Gather all the military academies in the military academy, and then briefly say a few words and begin to award the ranks. Finally ended. Han Xinjun has a little more than this. Then these officers and non-commissioned officers will leave the military academy and rush to the blue sky camp of the Qin army. There, they will unite with their own army. Running in, it is up to them to prop up the sky. Shang Wen still has some things to be busy. He hurriedly bid farewell to Han Xiu. Han Xiu has something to himself. Now there are officers and non-commissioned officers. If it is fast enough, it must be a month later that your own army will be established. Then hold an exercise, or actual combat. Han Xinjun can come in handy. Shang Wen just returned to his office in a hurry. I saw Wei Liao waiting for him. Shang Wen didn't know if Wei Liao had anything to come to him. Mr. Qin came just right. I was about to find you for something. Wei Liao said hurriedly. Did not even say hello. Shang Wen is very strange. I don't know what else Wei Liao has for him to look for in a hurry. That's the way it is. We have established a training base in the north of our country, that is, by the Liao River in East Mengzhou, according to the original plan. The officers, non-commissioned officers, and part of the army from the state of Yan have come to undergo our training. Training fees and the cost of weapons are also very appropriate. Wei Liao first explained. It's okay. Isn't it that the cost is not enough? Shang Wen asked. No, number. It's not. It's that something big happened in the training base. Yan Go actually got 300 female soldiers. Wei Liao said anxiously. Female soldier. This is normal. Shang Wen is not surprised at all. Now there are female soldiers everywhere. From the sky to the bottom of the sea. Female soldiers are everywhere. Normal? Not normal at all. Yan Go doesn't know why it sent female soldiers. Our officers in charge of training don't even know how to teach. Men are easy to say and can't beat. Scolding. But female soldiers fight and beat. No, you can't scold or scold. And the training simply won't open. Shang Wen suddenly became interested. Why does State Yan think of sending female soldiers? Shang Wen asked. It's not a newspaper yet. Yan Go said that they have to respond to the call of the princess. Moreover, many women in Yan have joined the army. They have to pay for their sisters. Wei Liao said. In fact, Yan Go has another unknown reason. That is the source of troops. Yan State is now missing a large area of territory, especially near the densely populated Yandu. And they now retreat to Liaoxi and Liaodong. Although the land is large, it is a land of bitter cold after all. The population is very sparse. In addition, the retreat was very hurried, and the Zhaojun blockade was extremely severe. Li Mu intended to use the method of blockade and trap Yan Go alive. Therefore, there are very few people in Yan State who can fight at present. At this time, it happened to appear that Zhaojun was cooking and eating women's meat. Add a special report from the newspaper. The women of Yan country hate the people of Zhao country very much, especially those men of Zhao country. They actually eat women's meat. They are angry and anxious. Subsequently, Yinu publicly supported in the newspapers, especially the provision of weapons. Yan Guo's woman went crazy all of a sudden. They ran to the government and asked for the formation of a female army. Drive to the front to fight Zhaojun to the death. This suddenly became a tale of Yan Go. The female Xing suddenly grew tall in the country of Yan. King Yan, at this time, was also worried about the army. Although the weapons were insufficient, with the support of the state of Qin, it could be improved. But this person is gone. How to organize the army? I heard the woman from Yan country ask for the formation of a female army. King Yan actually laughed. Since someone asked for it, then set it up. Yan Wang readily agreed. He also pretended to let his harem concubine come out and say a few words in front of the female reporter. Under such impetus, the status of Yan Guo's woman has risen a lot. The women joined the army one after another. It is different from the men's army. The female army is all female, there is not a man. And when King Yan established a cooperative relationship between the two countries, it is necessary to train officers. The female army naturally asked to participate, but Qin Jun has no female officers. During training, the female Xing harbored hatred of the male Xing. But she didn't cooperate. They also joined forces to make things difficult for Qin Jun's training. It made Qin Jun's officer so angry. If you weren't a woman, Lao Tzu would have killed you. This was the cruel words of the Qin Jun officer. This question was reflected by Dao Weiliao level by level, because Weiliao was in charge of this matter. Meng Tan didn't dare to make his own opinions because he recruited soldiers. This is a matter of the country, and it is still a female soldier. It seems that we are on the issue of female soldiers. We are lagging behind the country of Yan, Shang Wen said after listening. Our Qin army has never formed a team of female soldiers. However, the state of Yan is ahead of us. The current weapons require less and less physical strength. Female soldiers will naturally appear. We also have to form ourselves female soldiers, Shang Wen said. How to do it? Weiliao said plainly. This, I think of a person, Shang Wen said. Princess Long? Weiliao also thought of it all of a sudden. Yes, she herself has a female army composed of maids. It's just a very small scale. If we tell her about this situation, I think she will agree, Shang Wen said. But, there are female soldiers. How to arrange? There is no place for female soldiers in the barracks, Weiliao said. Let them do some secretarial work temporarily. In the military camp, they can also be involved. Oh, by the way, one thing comes to mind. That is, the sniper. We had a report in the Helen Mountain battle. When it comes to snipers, I believe that female snipers are more suitable for this position than male snipers, Shang Wen said. Okay. I'll go and make arrangements, Weiliao said, standing up. Weiliao just stood up. Wang Jian hurriedly pushed in from outside. Does General Wang have something to do? Shang Wen asked. Yes, it's a lot. It's very troublesome to deal with, Wang Jian said as he took out a stack of documents. This is? Shang Wen asked. That's all. I didn't expect it. Once the battle is over, there will be more things than no battle, Wang Jian said. In prison. 407 State acquisition of land. First of all, the Kilian Mountains and the Hexi corridor you mentioned. The problem here is the biggest. Wang Jian first took out a simple map and pointed it out. What's the problem? Shang Wen and Weiliao sat down and asked together. The Hexi corridor is very narrow. The mountains on both sides are easily guarded by the enemy. We have already occupied one side of the Hexi corridor, but the other side, we still have no occupation. Our army is on the west. If the Qiang people on the Kilian Mountains suddenly send troops, occupy the Hexi corridor, our army was choked on the neck. Reinforcement, supplies. Nothing can be supplied, Wang Jian said. This is indeed a big problem. General Wang, I heard that security companies and trading companies are making trouble there. There should be no problem, right? Weiliao asked. It is because of the fierce disturbances that I said there is a problem here. Our people, especially those security companies, are very interested in arresting people. They attacked the Qiang people on the high ground in droves. And those Qiang people were killed. They all ran away. Our people came back after being arrested. Then the Qiang came back. We arrested again and repeated this way. This place has never been ours, Wang Jian said. Shang Wen looked at the map carefully. In his memory, it seems to have passed the Kilian Mountains. There are high plateaus. The air on the plateau is relatively thin, lack of oxygen, and the living environment is harsh. It is difficult for immigrants to choose such a place. It can be said that birds do not shit when they go to this place. But then again, Wang Jian pointed out a serious problem. In history, The most critical point for several powerful dynasties to control the western regions was to be able to control the Hexi corridor. But with their decline, the surrounding nomadic tribes only needed to fill the long and narrow Hexi corridor, and the entire western regions became an isolated island. Moreover, the special terrain of the Hexi corridor is not conducive to defense. But this long and narrow Hexi corridor is very important to the Qin army, especially the Qin state. Wang Jian suddenly discovered this major issue while considering the issue of withdrawing troops. The special terrain of the Hexi corridor is not conducive to defense, but conducive to the offensive of the Qiang people. Wang Jian is not the kind of person who waits for others to attack. Qin Jun has always taken the initiative to attack others instead of waiting for others to beat himself. The three of them suddenly realized the severity of the problem. The long and narrow Hexi corridor is Qin's throat leading to the control of the western regions. Although there is no problem now, it does not mean that there is no problem. The Qiang people became a potential opponent of Qin. This is the advantage of setting up a general staff. Soldiers often view neighbors from the enemy's perspective. They don't care if you are friendly or not. Only by controlling the throat and hitting you severely can they be completely relieved. General Wang is right. Those security guards, the trading company has done too much. Shang Wen said. Since only slaves were worth money, they rushed to catch slaves frantically. As for the land, the Qin army had not digested such a large piece of land. These lands have become a burden instead. Since then, they have repeatedly attacked the Qiang tribe on the edge of the Qilian mountains or in a deeper position. In order to catch slaves, he has no interest in land. But on the other hand, what we did was wrong. We only considered the importance of slaves and ignored the huge land. The population is just the plants above, and as long as they have seeds and land, they will continue to multiply. If we want to be safe, we must occupy the land on which they live. Shang Wen said. Send troops? Wai Liao asked directly. Shang Wen shook his head. No, we don't have to send troops. I think we have a better way. Shang Wen said. What way? Wang Jian and Wai Liao asked. Buy land, sell land. Shang Wen said. Buy land, sell land. Wang Jian and Wai Liao said unexpectedly. Yes, we spend money to buy these land from security and trading companies. In their view, land is redundant, but for us, land is necessary. Land is also a kind of wealth. Shang Wen said. After acquiring these lands, we will sell them again, sell those immigration states. In this way, we can not only make a price difference, but also obtain a huge amount of land. In this way, we don't need to send troops on a large scale, and we can continue to acquire land with energy. Our army just needs to keep advancing and garrison it. Shang Wen said. Meow, meow, meow. Wai Liao said excitedly. In fact, what Shang Wen is thinking about is an upgraded version of Shang Wen's original land policy. The state of Qin sent his army to lay down a large piece of land. Ownership is the state. Immigrants spend money to buy land. In fact, the state privatizes state-owned land. This way, the country can increase the population and control a large piece of land. The Qin army is driving away the original residents and establishing their own residential spot on the new land. This is very cost-effective. Compared with several dynasties, they did a very poor job on the issue of land control, and they did not allow the people to play. And Zhengfu has no ability to digest these lands in time. As a result, these lands have become other people's wedding dresses. Drive away a resident and left by himself. The vacant land soon attracted another resident to enter. In this way, there will be endless wars with neighbors. Not to mention the fact that you can't get development. You still have to face the threat of being swallowed by the other party. This is very uneconomical. And now Shang Wen learns from the land policy of the United States and easily resolves this problem. The price paid by Shang Wen can be said to be a non-profit business. Qin state is developing very fast. He needs a huge amount of money to support, especially the increasing trade. The demand for money is very large. But gold is very limited. Banknotes can be printed infinitely. No one knows how many more banknotes you have printed. Shang Wen can buy it from the security trading company as long as he orders the printing of more banknotes. The price must be low. In fact, It is also very cheap. An acre of land is only 10 minutes. Land can be expensive there. After acquiring these lands, then resell it. What is sold is only land that can be cultivated and grazing. A lot of other land is left to Zhengfu. Such a deal is a bargain. The state of Qin won such a large land without moving a single soldier. This will be the most cost-effective business in the world. Shang Wen made a fortune for Qin. Wei Liao reacted quickly. He quickly realized that the biggest beneficiary was Qin himself. Such a sale, it's really a bargain. Wang Jian still doesn't understand. Wei Liao explained to Wang Jian. Wang Jian gave a thumbs up all at once. Shang Wen's idea is comparable to Qin Jun's 200,000 yuan. Shang Wen smiled slightly. I just did one thing that was good for all parties. 408 blockade, land policy upgrade. The strategic disadvantage of the narrow and long Hexi corridor of Qin state has been solved. At the same time, it will also greatly stimulate the people of the Qin state to participate in the process of opening up the territory. But so, the defensive surface of our army will expand very wide. It is difficult to defend, and the scale of the construction of the defensive project is extremely large. Fear? Wang Jian said again. The sheer size of the country will inevitably bring difficulties to the defense of the country. Defensive force will inevitably build huge fortifications. With fortifications, huge manpower is needed. If the picture of the current Qin state board is drawn out, Shang Wen will discover how much its huge defensive network needs to be built. And Qin state is too powerful, strong enemies everywhere. I don't know how many unknown tribes formed resentment with Qin. There are countless potential enemies. I think we can use barbed wire and landmines, Shang Wen said. Barbed wire and mines. Wang Jian said. Yes, that's the same. The barbed wire forms a new barrier. Landmines are buried in the barrier. This way we solve the problem of nomadic tribes' intrusion, although they are not capable now. But we have to take precautions. There is a mine in the middle of the barbed wire. It is to deter them. If they want to pass, they must cut off the barbed wire, but in this way, they must step on the mine. When they find the mine, they know this thing is not moving. Shang Wen said lightly. In Shang Wen's view, this is enough. They can't cross this line. If they want to cross, they have to land mines, and they will be bombed to death if they want to cross it. Death becomes the best report. An unprovoked death of one person often causes all people to fear. This is what the landmine wants. Fear. They will shrink back. We can defend against the enemy, but also isolate ourselves. Wang Jian pointed out the problem. Moreover, what if the enemy does not hesitate to use all his power to concentrate on breakthroughs? I think we need to build a developed road and rail network around the defensive circle, Shang Wen said. Roads are patrolled by cavalry. There are trains on the railways. The trains can pull many people and many equipment at a time. They can run back and forth. The important thing is that they can carry a lot of heavy equipment. Moreover, we must not emphasize its defense. This defense is only in a very narrow sense. We only guarantee the safety of our residents. Our security and trading companies will continue to cross this line. They will continue to harass the other party. As long as the harassment is not stopped, the other party will inability to attack us. This line is a reassurance for us. The most important thing is offense. I believe that offense is the best defense, Shang Wen said. Wang Jian nodded. This requires the Qin army to take defensive measures in the station area, and the security trading company participates in the harassment. Under constant sound disturbances, nomads seldom have the ability to carry out anti-sound disturbances. However, the actual situation of this measure depends on the actual implementation of the feedback. The war changes rapidly. There are all kinds of situations. There is no absolute thing. Wang Jian has a lot of problems. After discussing the defense issue, Wang Jian even pointed out that he asked for a reward for the defeated Qin army as soon as possible. This is to boost morale, and it is also the best way to motivate the Qin army to fight. Although the title system was abolished in the army, The accompanying system of rank promotion has made more people more brave and good at fighting. The treatment of non-commissioned officers and military officers is different. But just relying on military rank promotion cannot meet the morale-boosting needs. I have ordered people to cast military medals. There are gold, silver, bronze, etc. There are a lot of corresponding rewards behind these military medals, such as land, bonuses and so on. Shang Wen said. Wang Jian, Wai Liao and others nodded. Furthermore, these medals can be worn, which also shows his outstanding record. These medals must be awarded in front of the entire army by their highest officer, so that the sense of honor of the soldiers rises sharply, Shang Wen said. In addition to these, it is promotion. This needs to examine the potential of this person. If this person, we have to send them to the mid-level military academy. Let them learn. Then enter the staff, and then go to the front line. For example, various military districts. I think this is because these problems can be solved, Shang Wen said. Wang Jian nodded and took out his notebook to record one by one. Subsequently, the three continued to discuss a series of military issues. One of the most difficult to deal with is the Navy issue. The Naval Military Academy must be relocated. Correspondingly, a lot of military facilities must also be relocated. Not only that, the Navy must build a shipyard, and some related enterprises must also be relocated. This is almost a huge project. Those new style warships that have just been launched and built cannot be transported and can only be reached by waterway. But this involves a lot of additional matters. Wang Jian and Wai Liao understand that at present, Qin's diplomatic relations with all neighboring countries are extremely tense. For example, today, Qin and South Korea suddenly suffered from trade tax issues. Let the relationship between the two parties that have just eased suddenly become tense. Shang Wen suddenly had no idea to develop the South, especially Basu. Now Qin is digesting a large piece of land. How to develop in Basu? Shang Wen felt that he had to think about it. Because the Navy is a highly skilled military service, his foundation is supported by those large military enterprises. Building a naval port alone will not allow the Navy to be built. However, for development, road relocation becomes a huge problem. What stood in front of Qin to the south was a mountain. People can barely pass, but how do machinery and equipment pass? This is really a headache. This issue can only be put on hold for now. The military conference is here temporarily. Wang Jian still has a lot of things to deal with, such as adjusting defenses, while Wai Liao is busy cutting expenses. But Shang Wen has to make overall plans. There are too few cabinet members who can speak up. One's wisdom is really limited. Regardless of this, Shang Wen picked up her coat and went out to find Yinu, because she had a private female armed force. Changing them is the best way to expand the female soldiers of the Qin army. At this moment, in the distant country of Chu, Surabaya, the young Xiaohe and the young Liu Bang are discussing an important matter. That is immigration. Xiaohe relied on his talents to serve as a clerk in Qin's embassy in Shaochuan, where he accepted many new affairs of Qin. For example, the newspapers showed him that there are still many wonders in this world. It was these wonders that aroused his great interest. He decided to visit Xianyang by himself. If possible, immigrate directly. 409 break. Master Xiao. Sit down. Bring wine again. What kind of wine is this? Smell it. Liu asked Xiaohe to sit down. Luan took the bowl and called that thank you. By the way, the young Liu ordered. I don't dare to be an adult. Xiaohe sat down and said, why don't you dare to be? Although you are not an official of the state of Chu, you are also an official of the state of Qin anyway. Whether it is an official of the state, it is an adult who can be an official, Liu said. Xiaohe smiled bitterly. His current position is at best a clerk. However, since the last time I handed in some of my thoughts and the copy I copied, Qin state seemed very polite. Ambassador Chu personally intervened, and it shows that this is what the Prime Minister of Qin meant, and asked if he would like to go to Qin state. The ambassador said everything about Prime Minister Qin. This is already obvious. Just to take Xiaohe away. Xiaohe thought about this for a long time. I took advantage of this vacation to discuss it. but he already had a decision in his mind. That is to visit Qin State. Can't come back again, Master Xiao. What is this? Liu Ji asked after seeing a baggage after pouring the wine. There is a newspaper inside. Xiao he patted and said. Newspaper, this thing is good. Do you tell stories? Liu Ji said. Yes. But there is a big thing to tell you. Xiao he said. Big event? What big event? Liu Ji asked loudly. Do you know about Qin's immigration? Xiao he asked. I know. Didn't it happen in the newspaper? Liu Ji said. Big brother, big brother. Oh, Lord Xiao is also here. A few young people came in. Oh, there's still wine. I'll take a sip. A young but beard-looking young man picked up a bowl of wine and drank it. Ah yuck, this wine is too strong, the boy said. Ha 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 ha. Everyone around laughed. Liu Ji quickly took a sip. Everyone also took a drink, without exception. They were choked by alcohol. I said, Master Xiao, what kind of wine is this? Why is it so powerful? Liu Ji asked. Xiao he said with a smile. This is Qin's wine. Not only clear, but also very powerful. This is a good wine. This is a good wine given to me by Ambassador Qin. Xiao he said. I'm telling you, this is a good wine, so you have to drink it slowly. As he said, he took another sip. Good wine. Good wine. Liu Ji said a few words after drinking, talking that everyone also took a sip like Liu Ji. Okay, since everyone is here, it's just time to discuss something. Xiao he decided to talk about his plan. What's the matter, Mr. Xiao? A young man asked. Sit all. Xiao he waved his hand, and everyone sat down. Immigration, Xiao he said directly. Immigration? Everyone heard what Xiao he said. They looked at each other in surprise. You know about the Qin State from the newspapers. What do you think? Xiao he asked. This. Everyone looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Luan, you speak first. Liu Ji said. This, I listen to Big Brother. Luan said. Thank you, you say. Liu Ji said again. I listen to Big Brother too. The cheeky boy said. Don't say it, I also listen to Big Brother. Zibo said actively. This, I don't know what Mr. Xiao thinks about that. Liu Ji asked. To be honest, I want to go and see it. You have seen it in the newspapers. The changes in Qin are too great. The recent newspaper said. What are the lives of people who have immigrated to Qin? Eat meat and drink wine. Meat is beef. Eat whatever you want. Wine is good wine. Drink whatever you want. It's this kind of wine. Everyone's saliva is almost flowing down. They had long heard everything about Qin from the newspaper Xiao he brought. It's just that they can't believe it yet. This is not the most important thing. Qin is now in the process of employing people. The standard for employing people is that as long as you have the talent, Qin has decided to reuse you. Unlike our country of Chu, it depends on the relationship between employing people. Xiao he said a little unfair. In fact, the biggest reason why Xiao he went to the Qin embassy for an errand was that the Chu government did not use him. Even if it is used, it is a small official. When the Qin state embassy was established, when recruiting personnel publicly, it was clearly proposed to pay wages. The staff, including those who do not work, are given. Just at this point, Xiao Hekai entered the Qin embassy. From the moment Qin embassy contacted, he accepted a lot of new things. For example, the title of Qin state gradually gained newspapers. He learned about some of Qin's policies from the newspaper. Although there are also in the copy, most of them are diplomatic rhetoric with Chu state. There are not many documents in Qin state. It was this copywriting work that gave him a window to understand Qin state. In the process of constant understanding, Xiao he was gradually moved. He has seen the current situation very clearly. It is a delusion for a person like him without any background to establish a foothold in Chu state. For the rest of his life, he is a small official. Liu Ji, you should also think about your future. You neither work in the land, nor do you have any skills how to live a life. Qin, now there are places where people are employed. The security, trading company, you know. Is it? Xiao Di asked. I know. It's those cowboys. Fan Qiu said excitedly. He loves listening to cowboy stories. Those people are poor people from the 6 nations, and they have nothing to do. But after Qin joined the security company, everything has changed. They rode horses and held continuous firing guns. They specifically looked for those nomads. The cattle and sheep of the ethnic group not only robbed themselves, but those prisoners of war sold the money for a large sum of money. Many people made a fortune like this. No matter how bad you drive a horse and cart, transport things, it will not take long to make a fortune. The taxation of kin state is very low. Xiao, he said, is there really these things? Everyone asked. Yes, many. Xiao, he continued to persuade. Xiao, he continued. Liu Ju was moved. He wants to go out for a while. He dreams of what the newspaper says. If you have money and you have women, you don't need to plant hundreds of acres of land yourself. But what is Liu Bang's own identity at present? Count the blind flow on the street. Nothing can be achieved. Wang, I decided to go to Kingo to take a break. Liu Ju said abruptly, watching others get rich. We can't be idle. Master Xiao is right. We should go and make a break. The big deal is let's come back. But we made a break. That's different. Liu Ju said. Big brother is right. I will go too. Fan Kui was the first to respond. I will go too. I will go too. Luan, Zibo and others responded one after another. 410 Financial crisis. There are many reasons for immigration. However, Qin's attitude towards development is one of the important reasons why many people choose to emigrate. The development of immigration policy determines the flow of immigrants. Young people choose to immigrate because there are more opportunities there. Young people need opportunities. People who choose to emigrate like Xiao He are not a few in the 6 countries. Under the agitation of the newspapers, they began to advance towards Qin. However, the 6 countries were indifferent to this. Perhaps this is just the beginning. At the beginning of the immigration, Zhao, the conversation between Shang Wen and Yin forced Shang Wen to consider another important thing. That is fiscal revenue. The topic of the two men began with female soldiers. For female soldiers, Yin agrees with both hands. It has now appeared. Female reporters, female managers, female shop managers, female factory managers. But there are no women in the military field. When Shang Wen proposed to form female soldiers, Yin naturally agreed with both hands. Then, after our female soldiers enter, are they the same as your male soldiers, holding guns, riding horses, and running after the Yi? Yin asked excitedly. Oh, no, not necessarily. Shang Wen refused. Not necessarily? Ying Yu cried. Yes. There are still many positions suitable for your women. For example, the medical team, communication and combat matters. You can participate, but there are not many opportunities. Shang Wen said. We female soldiers have to participate in the battle. If you don't participate in the battle, what kind of female soldiers are you called? Yin said dissatisfied. Good. You can talk to General Wang about this matter. I can't control this matter. I am a civilian. My business is in the political field. Shang Wen said. There are too many things you can't manage. You can't even come to a ribbon cutting ceremony. Yin still had trouble with Shang Wen's failure to come. Shang Wen shrugged. By the way, you said you are a civil servant. I see you. It won't be long before you have to lose your job. Yin said threateningly. Unemployed? Shang Wen said. Yeah? Didn't you ask us to transfer the money for you? I saw. What are you? You spend more money than you get in. The little money you pay for the bond is estimated to last another month. At most 1 month, there will be no more. At that time, your Zhengfu will not have a penny. I see how you work. It is estimated that the clerks you hire can't be paid. Ying Yu sneered. Shang Wen took a deep breath. Why? Don't talk anymore. You are an idiot. You are well elated by the Prime Minister. You can't spend enough money, but when you come up, the money spent is just like running water. It's smashing. Nothing right now. The money is up. I see how you spend it. Yin said. Shang Wen now suddenly entered an unprecedented problem. That is, financial problems. Shang Wen's current tax revenue is at the lowest point in Qin's history. Taxes are not levied in many places. Even the expropriation is very low. However, at the same time, Qin's expenditure items are very large. War expenses, public expenditures, and part of the education expenses are all paid for. This is what it should be. But the proportion of war expenses is too large. It's so big that other expenses can't be continued. Shang Wen has no choice. The only way to solve the problem of Zhengfu expenditure is to issue more banknotes through the gaps in the issuance of banknotes. But this is not a long-term solution, and the issuance of banknotes must have a degree. Otherwise, once out of control, that Shang Wen may be in danger. Why, there's no way, Yin said happily, looking at Shang Wen's deflated appearance. Yes, I will issue more banknotes. Anyway, only a few people know how much money will be issued. Gin's currency is in great demand now. I think it doesn't matter if I issue a little more, Shang Wen said. It doesn't matter. Then I have a big relationship with opening a bank. I was busy, and all I made was waste paper. Yin said, either I have to levy taxes, but levy taxes, which is currently impossible to do. Many projects are tax exempt, and it is currently the only source. The foreign trade tax has been swallowed by South Korea. If this problem cannot be solved well, other countries have adopted the same approach. Then I have to step down before the expiry date, Shang Wen said. Hey, I have a way. Yin Jian said his way with a smile. What way? Shang Wen asked. I lend you money, Yin said with a smile. You must have some ulterior secret, don't you? Shang Wen said. Hey. Yin gave a hard push. Push Shang Wen directly to the place. You. Why are you doing this? Shang Wen sat down on the ground all of a sudden. What is unspeakable? Ying Yu said. Moreover, I'll still propose a solution for you. It would be nice for you. There is no sincerity at all. Yin said. Okay, you lend me the money. What shall I take to pay you back? You won't be looking at me pitifully lending me, Shang Wen said. Who thinks you are pitiful? It depends on you, but also on your stupidity. And on your stay. I have a purpose, Yin said, holding her chin. Purpose? What is the purpose? I know you have no good intentions, Shang Wen said. Say it again. I will tear your mouth. Yin threatened. Good, you say, Shang Wen said. It's very simple. You mortgage me the right to issue banknotes. I will lend you the money, Yin said directly. You really see me as a fool? Idiot. Wouldn't I do such a stupid thing? Shang Wen said. You are stupid. Just stay, Yin said. You, Humphrey. Shang Wen was very angry. Don't be convinced. Think about it. At this time, what's the value of your broken Zhengfu? There is no tariff. And even if it is collected, what do you take back to me? In addition to the power to issue banknotes, everything else no more. Ying Yu said. The power to issue banknotes is in your father's hands, Shang Wen said. Don't fool me. The power is in your hands. Even if it is in my father's hands, it is transferred from my father's hands to me. It's just a change of hands, Ying Yu said. I want to ask a question. How much money have you accumulated now? Shang Wen asked. Why are you asking this? Yin turned around and said. Why, according to my estimate, your money has reached more than 10 million gold. You can almost sell Kingo. Shang Wen said. Wrong. You underestimated my Yinu. I made more than 15 million gold. Now there are my bank branches all over Qin State. I use my bank everywhere. I make money very easily, you said proudly. But you are not satisfied yet, Shang Wen said. Hee, you are right, Yin said. 411 To. Shang Wen looked at Yinu and felt that Yinu was a little too courageous. The power to issue banknotes must be included in her. This idea is too bold. His approach is actually approaching the Fed. Through private monopoly, we can thoroughly control the lifeline of the country's wealth. I don't care what you think. I don't agree. I will solve the financial problem. I will think of a way, Shang Wen said, stood up and left. You idiot, I'm helping you. Ying Yu cried. Your courage is too great, Shang Wen said. Shang Wen feels that if you don't rely on financial means to raise funds, this Zhengfu of my own is really likely to be disbanded. But in such a short time, get a lot of money. Shang Wen really doesn't know how to solve this problem. The expenditure of Zhengfu is too large, and it is close to the lowest line of current expenditure. No fiscal revenue can only close the door. But taxation has been delayed. Shang Wen had no choice but to start levying a small amount of taxes to alleviate his financial pressure. The first thing he thought of was stamp duty. A lower stamp duty is levied on stock transactions and futures transactions. This can be regarded as revenge against Yinu. But how to levy taxes in the future must be properly considered. So after Shang Wen went back, he began to look up relevant information. According to an appropriate ratio, select the correct symbolic tax. Taxation is a matter of considering many factors. The object of the collection, how much, and the size of the time. It must be well considered. This is a complex and huge project. It is usually done by Congress and Parliament. They have to go through repeated and intense debates and discuss one by one amendments before they can pass. Now, Qin has no legislature. Yes, there are only places. There is no such institution in Zongyang. Zheng Fu temporarily holds the legislative power in his hands. Correspondingly, the power to levy taxes is also in the hands of Zheng Fu. Shang Wen's burden is heavy. He needs to balance the interests of all parties. Just when Shang Wen was considering how to levy taxes, King Han personally met with Qin ambassador Yao Jie. Yao Jie only served as a messenger. Nothing was said. Nothing was done. Because Qin's expenditure for him is very limited. Don't give a lot of money like before, or the threat of heavy forces and the threat of the environment. An ambassador like him only has his own tongue. This makes diplomatic work difficult. The diplomatic work of the Warring States period is actually equivalent to diplomacy plus espionage. And Shang Wen now distinguishes the two. Diplomacy is diplomacy. Moreover, the fees paid were not enough to bribe the officials of the 6 countries. Therefore, diplomacy is difficult to develop. This is why Shang Wen encountered so many diplomatic problems all of a sudden after he came to power. Even the diplomatic embassies of 2 countries were also withdrawn. It is because Shang Wen believes in strength to speak, instead of using yin tactics to disrupt the opponent. It can be said that Shang Wen has taken a positive breakthrough for the disintegration of the enemy's interior. Obviously, Shang Wen is still inexperienced. Faced with such diplomacy, even Jiang Yi, who has a strong tongue, probably couldn't do it. Because the support given by Zheng Fu is really too little. Yao Jie also didn't bother to speak. He wanted to see how the new Prime Minister Qin dealt with this issue. In his opinion, the 6 nations were almost offended by Shang Wen. Do things like this, obviously a bit difficult. Han Wangan read the letter in a complicated mood. The content of the letter is straightforward. Just tell Han Wangan not to take such drastic measures, and ask them to do what they want. Han Wangan's psychological activities are complicated. He is afraid, but greedy. I was afraid because he was afraid of Qin Guo's sending troops. Qin State is now propagating to engage in exercises. He was afraid that Qin State would kill himself abruptly. But greedy. He is greedy and makes him bold. He believed that it was impossible for Qin to send troops, because all of Qin's main forces have been transferred to the west. Qin State couldn't draw out troops to destroy himself, although he didn't dare to hit Qin's idea. But if Qin Go hit his idea, Han Wangan is still not forgiving. It is under the influence of such a more contradictory mentality. Let Han Wang be undecided. He was reluctant to pay the high taxes of Qin State commerce, but I was afraid that Qin would come to fight. He glanced at Ambassador Qin Go. Yao Jie is very cold. He didn't bother to look at Han Wangan's expression. Han Wangan was at a loss. But it is inconvenient to ask. The long period of indifference in the hall made Yao Jie feel very uncomfortable. It doesn't matter what Han Wangan thinks. He just stood up and left, looking at the ambassador of Qin State going away. Han Wangan is a little unclear. If Qin Guoda used extremely harsh words to reprimand Han Wangan, it might be possible to push Korea in another direction. That is to join forces with Zhand Qi to resist Qin. However, Yao Jie said nothing. This made Han Wangan feel more suspicious. Could it be that the state of Qin is just acting out? Thought of this, Han Wangan can see the situation clearly, decided to take a more passive approach. That is drag and watch. Look at Qin's reaction. As for the matter of contacting Zhao Qi and the 2 countries, He did not order to do it. Instead, he waited for Qin's response. This is very dangerous. In addition, South Korea is in a crack. If faced with two powerful opponents, the balance of power between the two sides can still keep oneself in a certain position. But now, Han Wangen has done nothing. The power to check and balance the state of Qin did not appear either. This gave Qingo an opportunity, and Zhao state, Qi state, finally settled down a bit. Zhao Go immediately withdrew part of his troops for defense, adopt a high-pressure posture against the domestic women's movement, suppress all of them, and arrest all women who make troubles. All of a sudden, the woman's actions became more honest. The domestic situation is no longer in a very unstable state. But Zhao Wang's high-pressure posture caused women's dissatisfaction. They resented King Zhao even more. And Qi state. The domestic discussion was still fierce about how to deal with Qin. One side believes that it should unite with several other countries to take the initiative to attack, and the other side believes that it should be held accountable for the subsequent victory and dismissed, take its place. The latter is obviously going to be hit by a later victory, under the collapse of the victory. And when Qin has no follow-up actions, Qi country has stabilized unexpectedly, began to consider wooing several other countries to jointly deal with Qin. Qin's situation turned bad again. Now Qin has dealt with the 6 nations and only wins over 1 Yan. The state of Yan temporarily fell to the state of Qin because of the failure of Zhao and Qi to destroy the swallows. How long can Qin maintain? It depends on how much benefit Yan can obtain from Qin, and how powerful is Qin's deterrent ability to deter the opponent. The situation is a bit muddy. 412 Taxation Committee. Shang Wen believes in Yinya's conversation very much. This is because, although the recent expenditures are not very large, they can't get in or out. Financial expenditure is still difficult to sustain. It is not yet possible to issue bonds, because from the perspective of the effect of recovering bonds, 3/5 of the bonds have not been recovered. As a result, Zheng Fu cannot use the means of issuing bonds to obtain funds for the time being. Taxation has become the only option, and Shang Wen has ordered stamp duty to be collected. The target is specifically aimed at Qin's extremely active securities trading market. The daily trading volume there is as high as 2 million gold. There are already 32 stocks, and 5 futures varieties, corn and wheat, flour, iron ingots, beef. To tax fairness, Shang Wen decided to set up a taxation committee. Let those who are taxed and those who will be taxed in the future participate in negotiations. These objects are mainly Qin people. Foreign trade taxes. Temporarily out of the scope of discussion, Shang Wen spread the news through newspapers, and require all industries to select representatives as much as possible to participate, because this is related to their own interests. As soon as the news came out, there were heated discussions in all walks of life. Taxes were never discussed before. Just accept it. Is there any room for negotiation? Now Zheng Fu is taxed. Discuss first, come again after discussing it. This is a big new thing. The people are most concerned about what taxes are collected and how much. And the most concerned about this matter is still the merchant group, especially those of Qin who have just made a fortune. They are especially concerned, because before, the state of Qin did not levy special taxes on them. For example, when you use the expressway, you will no longer charge after paying a certain fee. This charge includes highway usage fees and national taxes. The rate charged is unusually low. The state does not collect taxes on what they earn from business transactions with the land. There is no tax, which means that the pockets of the people are bulging up quickly. And the biggest gainer in this middle is undoubtedly the businessman, especially those companies with the largest amount of funds. The military industry companies have the biggest gain because they have never paid taxes. From raw materials to products, they have not paid a penny. Even now the civilian market prospects are very good. A large number of security companies and trading companies purchase continuous firing guns and shotguns. This widens the gun market, which is troublesome to manufacture. because people who go to the north and the west have one hand. Even children know about guns. The image in their minds is wearing a big felt hat with two revolvers pinned to them. During these tax exemptions, Yinya's banking industry is the biggest beneficiary, which is why she can accumulate so much money like getting rich overnight. Even people from the 6 countries who come to Kin to do business collect very few taxes. Even they don't bother to evade taxes, because the tax is very small. Moreover, after receiving it once, I will not receive it again. In order to avoid double tax collection, they also issue tax vouchers. As long as the proof is presented, the officials of the state of Kin will not charge you taxes. The biggest benefit of tax exemption and under-taxation is the zhengfu, because Shangwin is sacrificing Zhengfor's fiscal revenue in exchange for Kin's development potential. For this potential and capital, Zhengfu has made great sacrifices. Even in some areas, the function of Zhengfu has been greatly weakened. Even the money for the children to go to school is the most private contribution. Shangwen's new Zhengfu is about to face a new problem. That is next month. Next month, Zhengfu can't spend a penny to run it. At a press conference called, Shangwen told the news without concealing it. The reporters' views are varied. The news in the newspaper was divided into several opinions. Financial Express sharply used a more modern term to blame Shangwen. The article "The Prime Minister is Crying Poor" sharply pointed out that Shangwen's move was pretending to be pitiful. In exchange for the sympathy of the people, the purpose is to levy high taxes. The readability of this article is not very strong. Most importantly, he attacked Shangwen's tax collection purpose under Yinya's instruction. This is Kin's bold attack na Zhengfu. The public is new to this article, because they think this is a pair of little lovers who are awkward. In fact, Yinya retaliated against Shangwen for taxing securities transactions. Moreover, only one was selected, and the others were not taxed. Shangwen's attitude is to respond with a wry smile, because this is the case. The attitude of the people is more realistic, and they are used to collecting taxes. He also believes that Shangwen's tax collection is more reasonable and reasonable. There is a country that does not collect taxes. Moreover, people collect taxes for their own sake. Taxes should be collected, but finally emphasized. Don't charge too much. It's best to collect it all at once, just like collecting tolls. Closed low. The attitude of the merchant group is also the same, but the difference is that among them, they have proposed different taxation objects. For example, some of them, traders in the traditional sense, believe that they mainly rely on technology patents. They have invested a lot of scientific research before, and this needs to be treated differently. The newspaper gave special reports on their affairs. In order to prevent the newspaper information from being ignored, they specially united to set up a new newspaper called Craftsman to remind Shangwen to give full consideration when levying taxes. Of course, taxation is not for everyone. For example, some immigrants, or those with lower incomes in the city, think that they should not be considered when taxing. They cannot afford it. But the attention of the newspaper news is on the price tycoons who pay the most taxes. For example, Yinu. Newspapers and people speculated that Yinu is currently the richest person in Kin. The amount may reach 10 million gold. What is even more exaggerated is that some people even speculate that it may reach as much as 30 million gold. As soon as this number came out, the people exclaimed. Almost all the attention of the newspaper was drawn to her. The people's pursuit of wealth is still quite crazy. Yinu is also very frank, and even publicly admitted that she has 15 million gold assets. And this number may increase in a short time. Princess Wen Yang's name became crazy and appeared in a lot of newspapers. China Women's News is an introduction to the special column Yinu. For a time, Kin State was rioted by Yinu. The folks began to speculate that the wealthiest people in Kin were those. Some people say it is King Kin, and some say it is Yinu. These are currently the first and second candidates who are not statutory. The ranking behind is rather messy, but it is all folk speculation, unable to verify. When the newspapers were trying their best to dig out Yinu, They began to pay attention to this rich list. They decided to use the power of the newspaper to start reporting on this matter. 413 Exercise is not a patent. Just when the outside world was attracted by taxation to who was the richest person in Qin, and there was a lot of trouble for this, King Qin remained silent because the newspaper reports were really messy. And King Qin himself was confused by the newspapers. Confused when he saw Yinu publicly admit up to 1,500 gold assets. King Qin himself was frightened. He mumbled to this little girl, when did he make so much money? And Yinu suddenly became the most powerful propaganda target among the royal family members. They began to scramble to question Yinu. Sister, do you really have so much money? A prince asked. Then my sister is the richest person in the world. Sister, you are really amazing, a prince said admiringly. Sister, I will grow up to be like you, a little princess called out loudly. Yin could only smile wryly. Celebrities have the suffering of celebrities. Outside, the reporter kept asking. She didn't dare to take to the street if she did it, because they had just left the house. A large group of reporters swarmed in, and finally an angry Yini drew her gun and fired her gun. The reporters are dispersing. But that's it. There are others who are not afraid of death, especially those female reporters. I am their boss. Yinya's newspaper has more than half of professional women, but they are too dedicated. Followed her all the time. Yinu, who has made it, dare not be too swagger every day. The newspaper reports are very powerful. And paying taxes is paying money. Paying depends on who has the money. This enlightened the newspaper. People have almost rummaged through the wealth of the celebrities in Qin. From Wang Jian to Wei Liao, even the income of those officers has not been spared. Zhao Gao's assets were announced and there was a huge sigh. Zhao Gao has an income of more than 1 million gold. People can't believe it. As soon as the newspaper reported, Zhao Gao hurriedly explained that reporters would not refuse anyone. He told of his self-made history over and over again. The reporters are very interesting. It turned out to be reported positively. Wrote the history of Zhao Gao's family in detail. All of a sudden, the people worked harder. Even the eunuchs in the palace tried hard to make money. Is there anything else you don't work on? Qin's celebrities continued to dig. And Lisa's property was also shaken out. It turned out to be as high as 300,000 gold. This number is much lower than Zhao Gao. But people are more concerned about how former Prime Minister's income is so small every year. How could he have so much money? The shady is being excavated. Li Si closed the door. Compared with this former Prime Minister, Shang Wen, the current Prime Minister, looked very poor. Because in public office, Shang Wen's income is so little. Plus the shares given by Yinu. What Shang Wen didn't know was that Yinu had completely neglected banking and other industries. But on the bright side, only the Wenyang Arms Factory shares. Shang Wen himself didn't know anything about it. There are also some technical patents of its own. Shang Wen's just broke through 100,000 gold. And people also dug up that Shang Wen had donated a lot of money to the education fund before. In contrast, the Prime Minister is still very poor. Everyone knows that he was born in technology. Shang Wen also frankly said, just when the Qin State newspaper speculated that it was reporting the property of Qin State, Zhao Gao was unwilling to be lonely. After Lima's actions were reported in the newspapers, King Zhao was very dissatisfied with Li Mu, thinking that this was discrediting Zhao Jun, discrediting himself, and discrediting Zhao Gao. Wang Zhao was angrily accused Li Mu in the court. This is an open conflict between the monarch and his ministers. The ministers could only say a few words for Li Mu bitterly. But unfortunately, Wang Zhao at the beginning was so angry that he removed the 12 ministers in one go. Zhao Wang's dissatisfaction with Li Mu was because the newspaper reported that Zhao Wang's brutal suppression of the feminist movement was because the female Xing detained in prison was insulted to varying degrees. I don't know how this news was stabbed by the China Women's Daily. The daughter of Zhao country hated King Zhao. In contrast, Li Mu dared to admit his mistakes. That kind of military honor and sense of responsibility won the beauty of Zhao Guanfu. Some young unmarried women said that their husbands-in-laws should look for someone who is just like this. Li Mu was relieved and worried when he saw the newspaper report. It is gratifying that Zhao Jun has finally saved a bit of face. The worry is that he heard that King Zhao scolded himself in front of the minister. This is a discord among the officials. Li Mu suspected that this was another divorce scheme used by the state of Qin in order to get rid of Qin's divorce. Also in order to eliminate Zhao Wang's misunderstanding of himself, Li Mu thought of holding large-scale military exercises. This move can be said to serve multiple purposes. For one thing, the forces of Qin can be suppressed. Reduce your pressure in this area. Secondly, one's own army can also test its tactics through exercises. After all, after a bloodbath, Zhao Jun has added a large number of recruits. Many veterans were killed for crimes. Third, divert Zhao Wang's attention. Let him pay more attention to the military aspect, in order to ease the relationship between the officials. Thought of this, Li Mu immediately went to the table, explained his point of view. When Wang Zhao saw Li Mu's memorial, he was a little dismissive. But then I thought about it. Li Mu's idea is still good. In the past, Qin took the initiative to provoke. Now Zhao Ge has also taken the initiative to provoke. Let's see who is the best. Wang Zhou's head is not stupid. He even thought of the use of newspapers. His instructions were written in the newspaper. Li Mu's original plan for the exercise was quiet. That is, it is only known within the Qin army. The two sides competed against each other without disclosing it. However, King Zhao made the matter public. Relying on military exercises will no longer be the Qin army's main means of combating deterrence. Military exercises are not exclusive to the Qin army. All Qin reporters from Zhao State and Handan were called. Wang Zhao actually announced the news personally. The ministers did not know beforehand. When the news came out, the minister's face was pale when he was frightened. The Qin reporter couldn't believe it. The Qin exercise is still in preparation. Zhao Ge unexpectedly took the lead in holding large-scale military exercises in late May, from the Taihang Mountains to the clouds in the north, and from the clouds to the newly occupied land of Yan Kingdom. Zhao Ge actually exercised tit-for-tat against the Qin army. This news is really amazing. Seeing the expressions of Qin reporters, Zhao Wang felt he was great. It's so great. The ministers thought that Qin was angered. The subjugation of the state of Zhao is not far away. Li Mu is still far away in Dada's barracks. He didn't know anything about it, and if he knew it, he would definitely regret it. The news was spread to Qin quickly. There are galloping horses all over the pipe. The reporters used all available means of transportation to spread the news to the state of Qin. Fast. 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 414 pay taxes. Just when Qin's reporter Fama passed the news back to Qin, Qin's taxation committee barely finished the election. This committee unexpectedly elected a strong 900 people. This number has far exceeded Shang Wen's imagination. He originally planned, the most, that is, 500 people. I didn't expect it. There are more odds than I thought. In order to be able to effectively control the meeting to proceed smoothly, Shang Wen had to let them re-elect, and the number could not only be around 300. As a result, more than 1,900 people re-elected, from 1,900 people to 301 people all at once. This process is extremely intense. Shang Wen didn't even bother to look, because Shang Wen's financial situation is still deteriorating. Because the Navy needs a large sum of money to relocate, especially after a lot of continuous logistics guarantee, Shang Wen was unable to pay. This sum is the full sum of the last point of Shang Wen finance, 200,000 gold. While the Navy needs 300,000 gold. Shang Wen couldn't come up with this sum of money. The Navy can only figure out its own solution. You know, the Navy has to climb a large mountain to reach the Yangtze River. This relocation cost is really too big. The naval forces just need to drive over. However, some factory equipment cannot be surpassed. The road conditions there are very difficult to follow. Although Shang Wen had never been there, he knew that it was a difficult thing after hearing about the difficulty of the road in Xiu, the plank road, and such road conditions. What I thought was transported by the river, but the gap fell into disrepair. It's hard to pass the blocked ones. The river transport plan was completely rejected. There is always a way, and the Navy actually came up with a way. Attract a large number of technicians, and a small amount of light equipment to move to the Yangtze River together with the Navy. This plan requires a lot of policy support. The South, especially the land of Bassu, has not been fully developed. Moreover, there was little influence from the reforms of the Qin state. This is a very good reason. The Navy's plan is like this: sell those undeveloped land to those who need land. Just like Qin Guizhai established a new state. Selling state-owned land to private individuals will not only sell the land, but also a large number of mountains and forestry resources on the mountains. The salt in Bassu is also one of the resources. This attracts a large number of people to enter. But the Navy is a service that needs strong industrial support. What about the industry? Shangwin suddenly thought of this. But there is currently no way. Shangwin can only follow the methods of those newly established states. Large-scale sale of undeveloped land in Bassu. Thought of this. Shangwin is also busy drafting a forestry resource that is required to be destroyed by the Environmental Protection Act. Developers must replant them in a timely manner, otherwise they will be disqualified from purchasing and will be fined severely. The starting point for the multiple of the fine is 100 times. As for the development situation, Shangwen can't manage that much now, because the election of the taxation committee members has basically ended. The next step is to meet, but the location of the meeting is a hassle. Shangwen couldn't fit so many people here. In desperation, Shangwen could only temporarily search for a meeting place. Shangwen thought of Qin State University. It might be best there. It's very big there, and it can put a lot of people down at once. So Shangwen immediately communicated with Yinu. Yinu agreed, but asked to pay the rental fee, 20 gold a day. Zheng Fu gives at most 1 gold, and the rest of Shangwin can only pay for it himself. So the meeting started. The delegates took the train at their own expense, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, because there is only one track. If 2 trains run at the same time, I am afraid that something will happen. There is no telephone or telegram at this time. The train also stopped from time to time for maintenance, adding coal and water. Those who did not take the train rode in a carriage or walked early in the morning, because there are still civilians. The meeting place was in the lobby on the first floor of Qin's first library. The seats are all improvised, with different heights, and some even moved the sofa and bed. The meeting environment is really rudimentary. In this way, the meeting began. Shangwin welcomes someone who can represent all walks of life to attend the meeting. Then the purpose of taxation is explained. Then, let the delegates speak. It's the delegates' turn to speak. The meeting place suddenly became chaotic, because all classes have. The lower-income civilians suggested high taxes on the rich. As soon as this proposal was put forward, it was immediately publicly opposed by Yinu. She is the most qualified representative of the rich. Yinu's subjection is very good. The wealthy people mainly rely on the flow of funds to make profits. High taxes will not allow the rich to obtain sufficient capital, and no one will buy a large piece of land and invest a lot of money to build factories. This reason impressed the factory owners. They criticized the civilian class for not knowing how to operate and for not understanding the hard work of the factory owners. And I have treated the workers very well. This has eaten up most of the profits. The rich can't accept it. This time, the 2 major classes began a fierce quarrel. Both sides blamed each other. Some low-level civilians even sweared vulgar words, and the fierce quarrel between the 2 sides escalated, and the quarrel broke out all of a sudden. Shangwin stopped in time, but it was invalid. Seeing that the 2 sides are about to fight, a gunshot sounded. Both sides stopped. Yinu felt that the venue was too messy. He even fired a gun to show Jing. Shangwin had a terrible headache. Can only temporarily order a temporary rest. Then he went to find Yinu and gave the gun down. Bring weapons on the venue. This is definitely not a question of discussion. Zheng Fu is really poor to death. Only cold water is provided throughout the venue. Hot tea is not available. This makes many people complain. Shang Wen smiled bitterly. Zheng Fu expenses up to 1 gold. And it has been included in the high cost of renting the venue. In order to avoid another heated debate, Shang Wen formulated detailed rules this time. In addition, different places to sit are arranged uniformly according to different classes. Moreover, let the same class elect a general representative. Accept the bills and documents submitted by each representative. Then Shang Wen ordered people to sort it out. Have a discussion one by one. The process is as follows. The representative puts forward a proposal. Then Shang Wen proposed to discuss the amendment based on the proposal. Then came explanatory speeches from all levels. 5 minutes. The only big clock in the university was moved in. No representative can speak during this period. The last is to ask questions. Talk about the topic casually, but it must be relevant. Irrelevant topics will be discarded. The final proposal voted. If more than half oppose, then continue the above process until the final pass. That's all. The Qin States conference system was initially established. 415 borrowing money. Just when the tax collection meeting was on the 3rd day, the newspaper published a shocking news. Zhao Jun held a large-scale military exercise. Zhao Wang claimed that the number of troops participating in the exercise will exceed 400,000. Wang Zhao obviously didn't know what the exercise meant, because in the public statement, he did not use diplomatic rhetoric. This argument is not directed at any country, and Qin didn't use it at first. As soon as the news spread, immediately caused a sensation throughout Xianyang. The people of Qin State believed that this was a provocation by the state of Zhao. They want to be beaten. Now that Qin State has sharp weapons, no one is afraid. Moreover, Qin State had extremely large cavalry, huge artillery. There are also airships in the sky. Qin has not been afraid of anyone yet. People discuss this topic publicly. I think the people of Zhao owe it to clean up. Our Qin State is so powerful, and we dare to hold exercises. It's just looking for death. Yes, I see. We should deal with Zhao people as we deal with those few nomadic tribes. After a person heard it, he immediately expressed his opinion. Yes, I think it should be. Should. Obviously, the mentality of the people is very excited. Qin people are very martial, and as long as someone dares to challenge the limits of Qin people, they must be tit-for-tat at. Since you dare to drill, Qin is not a vegetarian either. People started holding newspapers and spontaneously went to Shang Wen's office. Shang Wen is required to hold large-scale military exercises tit-for-tat. Shang Wen is not there. He was called to Xianyang Palace early in the morning. Also called together were Wang Jian, Wei Liao, Yang Duan, Wang Ben and other major generals. This time a military meeting hosted by King Qin himself. The requirement of the meeting is to also hold large-scale military exercises. Moreover, there are more military services. Except for the accident in the western battlefield, the Heavenly Army participated in all, including cadets in military academies. The time is also set in late May. The two armies are tit-for-tat and tense. The public is obviously much more fierce than the top. The news spokesperson did not know what to do, and was unable to express his position in accordance with the attitude of Zheng Fu. Reporters. A large number of people gathered in Shang Wen's office. People chanted slogans. Even the slogans for the war were shouted out. However, Shang Wen had no intention of participating in the military meeting in his heart. He was breaking his fingers, calculating how much he had left. But no matter what, I can't figure out where. I don't know where there is such a large sum of money. 400,000 army. According to Wang Jian's original plan, the regular army would be at most 120,000, and the rest were all temporary militia reserve personnel. They will form a huge infantry team to participate in the war. If necessary, Zheng Fu will use special materials to equip them with cannons. These are temporary, and the temporary must be paid to the army. This is a sum of money. At the same time, huge logistics supplies. This is another sum of money. Don't forget the others. Add up the two sums of money. Shang Wen's Zhengfu went bankrupt. No money, empty and out of money. Shang Wen didn't have any money spent. King Qin is asking about related matters, while Shang Wen is scolding King Zhou's parents in his heart. Originally, the exercise didn't cost much, but let Zhao Go be so mixed up. It's all messed up. Shang Wen's Zhengfu expenses dropped suddenly. Shang Wen also plans to start after the tax collection is completed, because Shang Wen did not state the period when the exercise started. It was all messed up all at once. Shang Wen's mind is all about how to raise a large sum of money. I don't know how the meeting ended. Anyway, Shang Wen didn't know anything. All he knew was to find a way to raise money. This money is going to be made. If the two sides wipe out their guns, and war breaks out, my God, who knows how far the war will be. The people are not afraid of war, but Qin state prefers to fight. The bigger the fight, the better. Why? As soon as the cannon rang, gold was 10,000 tals. Many people made a fortune just because of the Xi War. War money became an important means for the Qin people to get rich. Affected by the news, as soon as the Xianyang stock market opened, it collectively rose sharply, especially military stocks. The time in the morning suddenly soared by 30%. This is crazy. Even those Lao Qin people who have always believed that stock trading is an improper profession are also involved. The topic of war has once again become a hot topic of discussion. Many people began to spontaneously report to the Qin state Yemen, asked to join the army. The appearance of Qin state preparing for war made the people of Zhao state who do business in Qin state feel very scared. The people of Qin like war. Compared with the public, Shang Wen is sad. He needs a large sum of money. This number may be 2 million gold. And it is possible that once the war starts, this amount of money will increase dramatically. Shang Wen has no money. Stop. Go to the exchange. Shang Wen decided to go to Yinu and borrow money. Become the only way. Oh, rare guest. You also know that you come to me. Yingyu was sneered when she saw Shang Wen. The reason why Yinu wanted to take over the power of issuing banknotes last time. It's because he found out his bank often fails to complete a lot of business because of a shortage of paper money. For example, in the 3 newly established states, the demand for money is very large. People need to buy cattle, sheep, and barbed wire, buy guns, buy all kinds of daily necessities. In short, what they need most is money. They took loans of the land they had just bought. Many people are taking loans, but there are so many banknotes in the bank. To this end, the measures taken by the banks can be described as varied. In Mongolia, some bank managers even refused to cash out bonds. Not only that, they also reborrowed a large amount of cashed bonds and reflowered them into the market. In Eastern Mongolia and Simon, banks directly issued small checks, and money orders were used only as money. Anyway, those people thought that this thing was no different from paper money, and it went into circulation. Shang Wen didn't even know these circumstances. Yina thought this was a disaster, so she was very anxious to seize the right to issue banknotes. Shang Wen was afraid that the Fed's private control of the entire Qin state's lifeline did not agree. Moreover, the bank controls the issuance of banknotes. Who can control that? So Shang Wen is on this issue. Still stick to my opinion. I'm here to borrow money. 2 million. Shang Wen said directly. There is not so much money, 10 to 20,000. Yin sent Shang Wen like a beggar. You have. Shang Wen said. I didn't. Yin directly refused. Well, we can negotiate on the issue of currency issuance rights. Shang Wen said. Talk. What are you talking about? Now Zhao Go provokes Qin Go. In your Zhengfu account, there is no money at all. What else to talk about? Just let me forget. Besides, mine is not yours yet. Yours is paid back. It's not mine. Yin said angrily. 416 No compromise. Want to hear my opinion? Shang Wen asked. Yin looked at Shang Wen and nodded. What I want to say is that if I were you, I wouldn't be so anxious to take over the right to issue banknotes. Instead, I would borrow money first. When the taxes of Zhengfu cannot be repaid, these rights are naturally yours. If you want to get a right, you have to pay. In this matter, you are a little anxious about what you have done, Shang Wen said slowly. In a hurry? Ying Yu asked. Yes, when Zheng Fu has not formed an absolute dependence on the bank, you forcibly take over the right to issue bank notes at this time. Undoubtedly, you will be hit by Zheng Fu. If I do that, the entire Qin country will become a disaster. At that time, it will be a situation where both lose and lose. I don't want to see it. So, I decided to talk to you again, Shang Wen said. What is your way? Yin said in a calm tone. Lending money to Zheng Fu. Zheng Fu is now facing serious financial problems. After borrowing money, there will be a serious fiscal deficit problem. If this problem needs to be solved, it will inevitably be made in terms of currency, taxes, and fiscal expenditures. A series of reforms. You will benefit a lot from this, Shang Wen said. Be specific. Yin asked. Can't be specific. In short, Zheng Fu is very short of money. I hope that we can maintain a happy cooperative relationship. Otherwise, it will not be good for anyone, Shang Wen said. I hope you can take a step back. First realize the value of the bank. Let's talk about the rest, Shang Wen said. Yin still did not speak. She was considering what Shang Wen said, and Shang Wen's consideration was unreasonable. Only when banks realize their own value can they get what they want. Only produce dependence will make certain concessions. Moreover, this idiot has not deceived himself. Just believe his words for the time being. Okay. How much to borrow? Yin asked. 2 million, Shang Wen said. 2 million? Yin exclaimed. I can't get so much money at once. Moreover, money is being used everywhere now. I even sent out those old bonds. Yin said. If this is the case, then I will borrow 1 million. In addition, Zheng Fu needs to reissue a currency of 1.5 million to 2 million gold. I hope to implement it through you. Shang Wen Kong Yin. An important message came out of his mouth. That is deflation. Because of Qin's sudden expansion of 3 superlarge states, the currency is still in a state of deflation. The issuance of bank notes has not yet reached the original limit. Shang Wen decided to change his strategy to fill the market's currency volume with the issuance of 1.5 million gold new currency. In addition, 1 million was borrowed from Yinu. Such preliminary calculations. The financial situation immediately brought in 2.5 million yuan. This is extremely beneficial for holding huge military exercises. Yinu didn't know that she had missed the most critical information. Because of this time, monetary science has not yet seen such awareness. And Shang Wen already knows the value of such information. Yin made a compromise. She needs Zheng Fu to rely on the bank to further obtain the right to issue bank notes. And Shang Wen temporarily helped him because of the huge currency demand during the rapid expansion of the Qin state. However, this problem is still unresolved. The fiscal balance of Zheng Fu. But it gave Shang Wen a longer time to deal with it. Shang Wen, who received a huge loan, immediately returned to his office. But he has not yet arrived at his office. Be surrounded by a huge crowd. People need an explanation. One answer. This explanation, the answer, is Qin's attitude. Shang Wen naturally knew how the people reacted after learning the news. After Shang Wen got off the car, he climbed directly onto the roof. He needs to stand tall. Come to announce Qin's attitude. You must have heard about Zhao Ge holding an exercise. Shang Wen asked. I know. The people replied. Zhao Ge is provoking. Zhao Wang is doing something irresponsible to his country. They are challenging the dignity of Qin. Qin will fight back to the end without compromise. Shang Wen just now finished. The people cheered. This means that Qin will take countermeasures to resist. Shang Wen waved. The people slowly quieted down. Here, I want to make one point. Qin's previous military exercises were not directed at that country. It was a routine military exercise for us. But now, we are threatened by force from our neighboring country. We have to take counterattack accordingly. Measures. I believe that our Qin state is absolutely capable of responding to the challenges from Zhao state. We have 1,000 cannons and millions of rifles of all kinds. We also have hundreds of 6-barreled Vulcans. We Qin state never fears who to pass. Shang Wen said loudly. waving his arm. Hearing these precious weapons, the people's confidence greatly increased. Because weapons have always been Qin's biggest killer. The sharpness of the weapon none of the 6 countries can compare. For the exercise, we will adopt an open attitude, and the news media can enter into full coverage. We want to let the 6 countries of Guangdong take a good look. Even if they unite, Qin is not afraid of them, Shang Wen said. Long live Qin, long live. The people shouted loudly. Shang Wen's declaration catered to the people. The enthusiasm of the people is high. Cheers. Cheers to your heart's content. Qin is not like the other 6 countries. Every time there is a war, the people's enthusiasm for participating in the war is very high. Because war is the best way to change your own destiny. The people of Qin are not lacking in courage. Only war is lacking. Now the war is on the verge. Qin's dignity was challenged. People naturally join the war and participate in the war. Affected by Shang Wen declaration, military stocks have risen again, because military orders will surge. To boost morale, the army sent out several military bands. They marched in the streets and alleys. People followed and cheered. The airship received the order and flew to Xianyang City again, where they threw a lot of ribbons. He cheered the war and was even more excited than their holidays. Shang Wen's burden is not easy. First of all, in order to hold this exercise, he has to pay 200,000 gold in startup capital, then participate in the taxation committee's meeting agenda. Finally, we have to go to the general staff to participate in specific military meetings. The state of Qin wants to deploy troops and generals. The Western army cannot move. Only the Eastern garrison can move. The number is too far away from 400,000. To this end, the state of Qin will recruit militiamen to participate, for ease of management. For the first time, Qin state numbered men of the right age. Qin's more developed civil administration system provided support for it. 417 Allied exercise. Shang Wen put forward a bold idea at the military meeting. He hopes that 2 new troops will participate, one bright, one dark. It is the Yan army that is clear, and the North has completed the transformation and training of the Yan army. They need to test the results. Then Qin state provided the opportunity for this exercise. And South Korea's new army, although the speed of synthesis is slow, the quality of the army can be improved through exercises. Moreover, Shang Wen had a secret meeting with Wang Jian, the chief of staff. He hopes to complete the redeployment of the new South Korean army through exercises, because there is a time bomb on the side of Qin. South Korea with unknown attitude. The state of Qin needs to control it and use hostile forces to complete its control of South Korea. It is undoubtedly the best way. The exercise has frequent military mobilizations. Such frequent military movements just cover the redeployment of the new South Korean army. This is an excellent opportunity. Wang Jian agreed. The specific method will be drawn up by Wang Jian himself. The next thing Shang Wen has to do is to summon the ambassadors of the 2 countries for specific talks. Shang Wen handed over the meeting with Ambassador Yan Go to Meng Yi. The 2 are more familiar, and Shang Wen will have a secret meeting, discuss how to complete the deployment to South Korea. How does the state of Qin plan to deal with the current situation? The venue of the meeting was Qin School. The officers of the new South Korean army are still being trained here. These officers will quickly fill the new South Korean army after short-term training. Tit for tat. We also hold military exercises, Shang Wen said. Aren't you afraid of the 2 armies going to war? Han Xiu asked. Don't be afraid. Not only are we participating, but your new Korean army must also participate, Shang Wen said. We also want to participate? Han Xiu asked. Yes, you have to participate too, that's why I talked to you, Shang Wen said. The current number of your army is close to 10,000. And you have a relatively complete range of arms, artillery, cavalry, and infantry. However, the cooperation has not yet been known. We plan to deploy you secretly to the Qin-Han border. There, complete your deployment. But the premise is that you need to change your clothes. as long as they are ordinary clothes. We will recruit a large number of militias. You can mix in the middle, just don't play the banner, Shang Wen said. This is natural, Han Xiu said. In this case, we will conduct an auxiliary Xing exercise in the border area to arouse South Korea's awareness. In this way, the South Korean side will build up its forces, Shang Wen said. Does the Prime Minister want us to make a breakthrough from the front? Han Xiu said. No, Princess, please let me finish talking, Shang Wen said. This time, it is just an exercise. We have no plan to start a war with Zhaogo, and our situation does not allow for a war with Zhaogo. This time the focus is on you, South Korea and Yango. We will use this exercise to test pressure and train your army. Then, we will find a reason to end the exercise. Then we will withdraw our troops. In this way, one tight and one loose. The jinxing will drop a lot. This is an opportunity. Understand? Your Royal Highness, Shang Wen asked. Han Xiu smiled. This is indeed a clever trick. Moreover, Gao couldn't say. Han Xiu met the Prime Minister of Qin again. He also plays tricks. In fact, Shang Wen is not playing tricks. It's just taking advantage of the trend. The exercise is just to put pressure on it, and it must be controlled well. Otherwise it will be no fun if the gun is used for fire. The domestic situation is stable. What Shang Wen needs is a peaceful environment as well as a relatively peaceful diplomatic environment. But now the six kingdoms are looking at Qin, full of hostility towards Qin. Shang Wen must first deter the other party, and then take relatively soothing measures to alleviate the two parties. This is opening up channels for trade. For specific measures, Shang Wen will arrange specific people to discuss with the officers sent by the South Korean new army. The senior leaders of both parties just need to say hello to each other. On the other hand, Yan country, Yango accepted it completely, but there was no rebuttal at all. At first the agreement was signed. King Yan immediately mobilized a large number of troops across the Liao River to participate in military training at the Qin Battalion. At the beginning, the local Qin army did not receive relevant orders. Yan Jun's actions made Qin Jun nervous all of a sudden, and immediately pointed the muzzle at the Yan army who didn't have any weapons. This frightened Yan Jun. The order they received was to get some training from Qin Jun. Weapons will be provided over there. All their weapons were handed over to those who stayed behind because of the extreme shortage of weapons in the country of Yan. In order to obtain weapons, it must be done. The Yan army dared not move, and the Qin army did not disarm. In this way, the two sides confronted each other. Finally, Meng Tan received the news. Came quickly. Yango sent someone to contact. In the end, the two parties knew what agreement the high-level officials had signed, but Meng Tan still didn't know. Therefore, Yango sent a copy to confirm the matter, and the exchange took 6-7 days. And those Yan Jun's dry food who came to participate in the training had already eaten up. They originally planned to eat the meat at random when they arrived at Qin Jun. Whoever thought it was, this was the result. After intense contact, finally, Qin Jun provided some food, and Yango paid Qin Jun a sum of money. The next day, the order finally arrived, and Qin Jun let the group of beggars in. The training method is the same as that of the new South Korean army. The difference is that the Qin army is a frontline combat unit, which is extremely strict. They regard training as a pleasure. A soldier of the entire Swallow army thinking of the law. It is precisely this rigorous rectification method. The training of Yan Jun is the same as Qin Jun. It wasn't until Yan State sent female soldiers that this rectification method was somewhat restrained. Yango tried its best to mine gold mines and paid some related expenses. In terms of weapons, Qin State opened up his arsenal to equip the Yan army in large quantities. The artillery was quickly formed, and also equipped with 5 doors and 6 pipes Vulcan. This is a high-level idea, and no one knows why such a weapon will be provided. The infantry ranks are more tidy, because the country of Yan relies on gold mines and frantically purchases arms in the country of Qin, from clothing to weapons. Even logistics supplies rely on the Qin army. Weapons, ammunition, and food supplies. as long as the country of Yan provides a large amount of gold. When there is no gold for a while, give ginseng, leather, wood, medicinal materials and other valuable things. Yan's military orders boosted Qin's economy. Half of the orders in the arsenal came from Yan state, and the folk garment factories were frantically snatching garment orders. The carts and horses quickly transported the equipment purchased by the state of Qin and the quilts. The state of Yan relied heavily on the state of Qin. It is precisely this dependence that Yan Jun quickly formed 3 mixed divisions with hundreds of thousands of personnel. Military strength rose sharply. 418 May tax case. Because Qin state provides a lot of convenient services for Yan state. As a result, the combat power of this 100,000 army is aligning with the Qin army. The reason why Yan was able to have an army of 100,000 while the new South Korean army only had nearly 10,000 was because Yan could directly provide a large number of troops. And Qi state, Zhao state can't interfere. The new South Korean army is secret because of its quality. So the gap in the number of people is very obvious. Shang Wen was not very concerned about the exercise. What he wants to care about is taxes. This problem must be resolved. If not resolved, then Zhengfu will go bankrupt. It's ridiculous, but it does exist. The taxation committee temporarily functions as a parliament. It is only in terms of taxation rights, and has no effect in other aspects. This is already an improvement, because the state of Qin is establishing a parliamentary institution with Zongyangxing qualities. This is the first step Qin has taken. But this organization is obviously a little messy, because the meeting has been held for 3 consecutive days. Not even a single bill was passed. The reason for not passing is simple. The object of taxation. The populace advocates taxation of the rich and exemption from the populace class. This is a bold proposal, but this proposal is a bit extreme and very vague. How to divide the civilian class? If strictly counted, merchants are also counted in this class. Merchants advocate taxation for everyone. However, there is a difference. That is, in certain policies, special tax reductions and tax exemptions are required. There is a certain truth to both sides. But neither is a good proposal for Zhengfu taxation. Shang Wen didn't say a word during the 3-day meeting. Instead, take a notebook to record the bright ideas. During the questioning session, the 2 sides spoke extremely intensely. Attacking each other is irresponsible. After the deliberation of the conference delegates, several people were invited out for the heated debate. Ask the questions after both sides have calmed down. But this also allowed the meeting to set up a small organization to maintain order. Speaker of the meeting. The meeting was temporarily adjourned. Shang Wen took out his own notebook and made a brief summary. A preliminary taxation plan was proposed for all citizens of Qin state over the age of 18. From the beginning of this plan, the objects of taxation were delimited, and there were objects. The taxation unit can be adjusted, and progress has been made. Shang Wen proposed a 1% tax rate. But this is a preliminary plan after all. Many things are not perfect. But this plan is obviously fairer. The proposal is put forward. Everyone started to discuss. Few objections were raised. Therefore, no one opposed it. There was no objection to the plan. But it did not pass. The parties began to propose amendments to the parties. All parties put forward their opinions. This means that the possibility of passing this plan is very large. The articles discussed and revised are very detailed. First of all, citizens over the age of 18 have an upper limit. 55 years old becomes the number of years that this cap clause ends. At that time, the medical conditions had not been improved on a large scale. At 55 years old, it is estimated that many people have died before. Many people have no meaning to this, and paying taxes in Qin is normal. 1% tax rate. Although the rich have some objections, but considering that the amount of taxation is already very low, there was no objection. Both the civilian class and the wealthy class pay the same tax rate. This is fair on the surface, but the size of this base determines the difference in tax payment. But compared to the cumulative tax rate of any tenth, this is obviously fair. No one objected to this. After all, This is the biggest concession made by Zhengfu. With the tax rate, the next step is to see how to do it in detail. There is one of them. It is the personal tax report, which is the declaration of personal annual income. This cow is very difficult to make, because there is still a large part of the civilian class whose income is unstable. Consider this factor. Shang Wen proposed that the tax should be levied on the basis of 1% of the previous year's income. This proposal, there is no objection. Very fair. The calculation method started from October last year and now counts as 1 year, because it is taxed in May. This plan was initially named the May tax. The May tax is aimed at the citizens of Kin nationwide. This is Kin's domestic tax. In foreign taxes, especially trade taxes, the same was adopted. 1% tax. In other words, from the moment Kin entered, the expropriation began. The method of collection is based on the number of times. That is, once you enter Kin, you will be levied at 1% of the value of the goods. But the cargo has great flexibility, so it still returns to income collection. When entering the state of Kin, you must file a personal financial declaration. This unified calculation. This proposal is more agreeable. In order to supervise the fair collection of taxes, the Taxation Committee decided to establish a tax supervision organization to supervise the collection of taxes on Zhengfu. Shang Wen agreed. The name of this organization is the Tax Supervision Committee. 30 members. In various places, non-governmental organizations should be established accordingly. If the tax collection is unfair, you can directly object to it. Accepted by the Tax Supervision Committee. Submit an investigation to Zhengfu. On the contrary, Zhengfu should also organize a Zhengfu agency, the tax department. Previously, this organization was mentioned in the article, but it has not been implemented. This tax department accepts financial declarations from Kin state taxpayers. Tax. Check a series of specific works. And this plan stipulates that except for the taxation department to collect taxes, other Zhengfu departments have no power to collect taxes. Tax payment is done through the bank. Banks provide corresponding conveniences. Yini did not object. The plan also discussed other proposals, but they have nothing to do with the program. So this plan stopped discussing. At this time, it was midnight. After many people stopped discussing, they realized that it was already so late. There is no way. Many discussions stopped, and the school cafeteria did not prepare food for the delegates. But you must pay by yourself. Represents helplessness. The passage of the tax bill in May is the first tax collection since Shang Wen came to power. Moreover, this tax case is agreed by everyone, although there are still many imperfections. But he means a lot. In the past, Qin levied taxes according to his own will. But this time, Zhengfu's will is not severely weakened. The tax bill is passed through negotiation and discussion at all levels according to their own will. This was not available before. It cannot be done either. Shang Wen used this attitude of making huge concessions in exchange for fairness in taxation. Also began to incorporate national taxation into the institutional track. In other words, Shang Wen wants to make taxation controllable. Shang Wen has only one purpose: to prevent Zhengfu from levying taxes at will. And the hidden dangers of various riots caused by taxation are brought into a controllable range. The May tax bill is of great significance. 419 Shopping. The tax bill in May was finally passed. This news was quickly reported by reporters. Shang Wen was also very happy, because in the future, the tax collection by the Qin state will maintain a good cycle, and there will no longer be a phenomenon of levying taxes that damage economic entities. At the very least, it has the power to contain it. The morning paper the next day. The May tax case became the headline of the news media. People scrambled to learn about the situation through newspapers, and discuss its reasonableness. Shang Wen wanted to understand the situation for the first time. After coming back from Kingo University, I wanted to take a look on the street. Shang Wen went by train. If you want to come back from Kin State University, you have to walk away, because the morning train is from another one. The end point is Kingo University, and there is one train every day. Shang Wen helpless. Those who have a car have already left. You can only walk without a car. At this time, The carriage has not yet come out, and this place is extremely remote. There is also no carriage. The passable road is under construction. Shang Wen can only walk. While walking, Shang Wen decided to build Qin's public transportation. This is really inconvenient. Moreover, a taxi in the Qin state will be established. The road network needs to be repaired all over the country, otherwise it would not harm a prime minister of the great Qin state to walk in Xianyang. Shang Wen felt terrified when he thought about it. Such a long way. Shang Wen never walked. Who knows how far it is? Not even a street sign, don't mention the kilometers above. At this time a carriage approached. Shang Wen stopped quickly. Call. The driver saw that it was the Prime Minister of the Great Qin State who stopped the car. Stop immediately, get out of the car and salute. Why stop? Yin opened the car door and shouted. When Shang Wen was standing there, he asked, "Are you here?" "Why can't I be here?" Shang Wen replied. "Oh, I see. You came by train," Yin said with a smile. "Yes, of course it came by train," Shang Wen said. "Go back without a car?" Yin said with a smile. Shang Wen nodded. Forget it. Forget it. You are pitiful. Get in the car. This princess will send a piece of kindness to you." Yin said. "You, Humphrey." Shang Wen wanted to leave. Too far. Forget it. Get in the car. Shang Wen got in the car. Yin ridiculed Shang Wen. Not much. Say you stay. Just stay. You don't want to think about it. This train is only one a day. You still take the train. It's a laugh. You sneered. Shang Wen was speechless. You said you know the train. Why do you still make such a mistake? Alas, still stay. Yin kept saying, enough. Besides, I get off. Shang Wen said angrily. Yin saw Shang Wen angry. My heart suddenly became a lot happier, because she finally reported her sulking anger. The carriage went up a section of the repaired road, and the speed rose up suddenly. It took more than half an hour to return to Xianyang. The carriage just entered the city. Shang Wen got out of the car immediately. Hey, what are you doing in the city? Yin asked curiously. Shopping. Shang Wen replied simply. Shopping? Wait. Take me. Yin quickly got out of the car and followed. What are you doing with me? Shang Wen asked. What are you doing with you? I took you so long. You have to thank you too. Yin said. Reward? Shang Wen asked. Yeah? Please invite me to dinner. Yin suggested. Okay. Let's go. Yin was right. I haven't eaten it yet. Shang Wen thought to himself. Shang Wen casually found a stall and sat down. 2. Big people. The stall owner saw that it was the Prime Minister of the Great Qin Kingdom who was sitting over and was at a loss for what to do. And the princess? Yin said dissatisfied. Princess? The stall owner yelled in embarrassment. Okay, don't care. Just treat us as ordinary guests. Do you have anything to eat here? Shang Wen asked. Good. Good. The stall owner said several good words in succession. Shang Wen shook his head. Then you can just order something to eat. Shang Wen didn't know what to eat. People's lives in Xianyang have improved greatly, especially in terms of diet. There are many things that Shang Wen can't call his name. Okay, let's prepare for the younger one. As he said, the stall owner hurriedly went away. Strangely, Yin did not complain. It is estimated that I usually eat too many delicacies of mountains and seas, and occasionally eating the food of this street vendor is also a pleasure. Attitudes towards small vendors. Shang Wen believes that this is an active market, and it is also something that the people can't live without, especially in a modern city. A city without these small merchants and vendors, this city is like a dead city. To this end, Shang Wen issued a special decree. Vendors only need to apply for the business license in the Yemen uniformly. You can set up stalls anywhere except the main road. It is free to apply for certificates, but must pay 10% of taxes and fees. Thus, it greatly stimulated many people to set up booths. Many people, especially some women, are willing to apply for certificates, set up booths, and never stop from morning to night. Moreover, some fixed places have become personal private business places by default. The phenomenon of the underworld charging protection fees. Qin state has not yet. The state of Qin prohibits private fights. tourists, and it's still a felony. Shang Wen also specifically instructed the local Zhengfu to send additional manpower to inspect. This also protects the interests of these vendors. It is unjust to drive them away, and it is detrimental to the image of Zhengfu. Homeopathic grooming. It can not only increase taxes for the country, but also activate the market. This is the function of Zhengfu. The stall owner quickly brought up the prepared food. Obviously the stall owner is very enthusiastic, because he also brought up some things he didn't manage. As everyone knows, the stall owner who operated by the side saw the two public figures of Qin State put down their identities to come here for dinner, and many people enthusiastically brought their special snacks. The stall owner also introduced very enthusiastically tofu brain, tofu soup, fried dough sticks, meatballs, meatloaf. The stall owner can't finish talking about it enthusiastically. Yin doesn't care what the stall owner introduces. Eat with chopsticks. Shang Wen asked these things in detail. Tofu is said to have been invented by King Huainan during the Western Han Dynasty. But how come this time? Shang Wen asked, and the folks began to explore food on their own, especially after the pasta appeared. Many people made a lot of things along with the pasta. The stone mill grinds the beans into soy juice, and no one knows who will undoubtedly sprinkle the salt. Become brine tofu. The food tofu appeared inadvertently and then began to spread on a large scale. The fritters originated from the first vegetable oil, flax oil. In Qin, the state of Qin successively occupied large tracts of new land. Perhaps it was the reason why the expeditionary soldiers entered the city to eat meat. They were already very disgusted with grease. It seems that eating too much meat is not a good thing. As a result, the chefs in the barracks began to explore some delicacies on their own. The local flax became the best thing they would undoubtedly find. They just wanted to grind it into powder and use it as a certain seasoning to experiment. Did not expect. Unexpectedly, he obtained a vegetable oil. 420. You have no money. With the emergence of flax oil, there are foods such as fried dough sticks and oil cakes. Not only that, Shang Wen also found some current seasoning sounds on some barbecues, such as pepper and other things. With flax oil, the taste of barbecue is somewhat delicious. Shang Wen talked while eating. I also know that this flax was originally a newly established state in the north, especially in the Hetao area. Large-scale planting has begun. Some plantations grow wheat, some plantations grow flax. Shang Wen nodded. This flax can be said to be a healthy food, but now because of the emergence of soybeans and corn, the amount of oil squeezed is smaller than the previous two, so it has gradually withdrawn from the scope of people's use, but its health value is still deeply loved by people. The producing areas of flax are mainly concentrated in the areas of Inner Mongolia, Shaanxi and Gansu today, and these places have now become the land of the new state of the Qin state. Okay, I'm finished. After speaking, Yin wiped Shang Wen's clothes with her oily hands. You, Shang Wen glared at Yin. What are you? Isn't it just a piece of clothing? You can just send it to the laundry room later. There is one over there. Have you seen it? Yin clapped his hands impatiently. Laundry room? Shang Wen asked. Yes, it's over there. Yin, you said. Shang Wen turned around and took a look. It turned out to be a laundry room. The store is not very big, but there are a lot of people going in and out. This is, Shang Wen asked the stall owner. This is run by Koreans. Many of them come to work in Qin. People nowadays don't bother to wash their clothes. So, this laundry shop opened. The stall owner explained. Shang Wen looked at it. It really is. Shang Wen didn't know how to describe it. I haven't taken to the streets for a long time. Unexpectedly, how to fight the Qin reform. People are so lazy that they don't wash their clothes anymore. It was only through the conversation with the stall owner that Shang Wen knew. The people of Qin have begun to have the habit of modern urban life. For example, people's clothes are getting more and more glamorous. There are many kinds of colors. It's not like the clothes before. Good looking is the least important, but durability is the most important. And now, As the people's economic level in Xianyang improves, their daily income ranges from 5 to 10.5. Income in 1 year is very objective. The price of a piece of clothing, especially a blended coat, is only 2.5. The price is very cheap. People's clothes are no longer one piece. But there are a lot of clothes. The looks and styles of the clothes are much more than before. If you have too much clothes, you can't just wash it casually. In particular, some faces are going to be dropped. Since then, some people have begun to address these and start to build new stores. Laundry. After research, they found that adding salt when washing clothes can effectively control the clothes falling off. It is for this reason that many people send their clothes. It's only worth washing a piece of clothing. It's cheaper than newspapers. Of course people will. Because this industry requires a lot of manpower, those women from Korea have become the main employees. Although they are only 2.5 a day. But it has far exceeded their standard of living in Korea. Not only that, Shangwen also found out there are some children and teenagers running on the streets of Kingo. Most of them are newsboys. Shangwin wondered whether these children didn't go to school. Shangwin asked Dong Wenxi, but he didn't finish a bowl of rice. This troubles Yin very much. You are really annoying. Eat quickly, I told you. These newspaper boys are Koreans, and all Kin children go to school. Therefore, these Koreans sell newspapers. Yin explained impatiently. Shangwen nodded. Eat quickly. Slow to death. Yingyu cursed. Shangwen bowed his head to eat. However, Shangwen feels that these relocated Koreans can issue green cards. Because the few blankets nearby were also opened by Koreans, they learned a few snacks from the Kin people, and they worked hard and saved some money to open such a stall. They earn about 10.5 to in a day, and they are very happy to be able to make this money. But they also have some distress. They also hope that their children can go to school to receive education. They would rather pay more tuition by themselves. Because Kin's school only accepts people from Kin. They are Koreans and are not included in this list. These are the Korean stall owners who boldly told Shangwen. Shangwen also said that this was his fault. At the beginning, I didn't notice these. I'll deal with this matter immediately after I go back. These Koreans were very happy after hearing this. In fact, many of them left their homeland under Han Shu's order. But unexpectedly, after they came to Kin, they didn't want to leave. They want to immigrate, but they don't have the money to go so far. So they had to make a living in Kin temporarily. Moreover, they are still Korean and have to pay certain taxes to Hanshu. The tax rate of an e-tenth is compared with that of Kin state. They still hope to immigrate and become a native of Kin. Shangwin had eaten this meal for more than half an hour, and Yin was very annoyed to watch Shangwin as he ate and understood the people's sentiments. Eat and office work. Yin cursed impatiently. Okay, pay the money soon. Let's go. Yin urged as soon as she saw Shangwen put down the bowls and chopsticks. Okay, let me take out the money. Shangwen began to fumble all over. Adults, often can't be used. How dare we ask you to pay for so many things? Adults can't use it. The stall owner immediately stepped forward to discourage it. Other stall owners also approached and begged Shangwen not to pay. It should be. If this is the case, wouldn't it mean that people in the government are allowed to eat for nothing, and this case cannot be opened? Shangwen was shocked after finishing speaking. The money on his body was eaten at Kingo University yesterday, and was used up when he stayed in the room. There is no money on him. Shangwen pulled over Yinu and asked in a low voice, "Do you have any money? Let me borrow some." Shangwen asked, "What? You don't have any money?" Yinu said loudly. "You keep your voice down," Shangwen said anxiously. Yinu fumbled angrily. "Neither do I. The money is in my bag. I got off the car in a hurry. I landed on the car." Yinu raised his hand and said, "Ha ha." Shangwen was dumbfounded. Neither of them took the money. "Forget it. I owed it," Shangwen said. Uncle Shangwen said, "The adults must not make use of it. The adults have helped us to solve our problems and we have been grateful." The stall owner said excitedly, "Uncle, I don't have any money with me. I'll write you an IOU first." As Shangwen said, He took out his notebook and wrote the IOU. The stall owner shed tears in excitement. Shang Wen wanted to ask how much it was, but he probably wouldn't say it. Reluctantly, Shang Wen could only temporarily write the amount of 20.5 tals. It can only be more, not less. Shang Wen signed his name and handed it to the stall owner, who insisted on not accepting it. Shang Wen had to press under the bowl, then bid farewell. 421 kin concession. Because Shang Wen didn't bring any money, Yinu did not look for Shang Wen again. Go out without money. It's really interesting. Later Shang Wen personally paid for the meal, and asked for the IOU. The matter was published in the newspapers soon. The people praised the matter. The matter is small. However, he was able to break the attitude of Shang Wen in dealing with public-private relations. Zheng Fu must not abuse the power in hand. Newspaper reports have caused many Zheng Fu officials to automatically lean towards Shang Wen. Officials of the state of Qin must pay for things in the future. This also sets a new example. But the role of relying on role models is still limited. Also need some rules and regulations to restrain. After Shang Wen returned, he began to draft relevant bills and solve the living problems of the people in the 6 countries in Qin, especially education. The Kanto Common People's Temporary Residence in the State of Qin Act was promulgated. For the first time, this bill issued green cards to civilians in these 6 countries. As long as they legally pay taxes in Qin, they enjoy all rights except the right to vote. At the same time, their children also enjoyed the right to receive education in Qin. To this end, Shang Wen will allocate another sum of about 100,000 gold to build related facilities. Compared with the huge military expenditure, even a fraction of the cost of education is not enough. Shang Wen shook his head. This is really a headache. Military expenditure has always been the largest item of all expenditures. Moreover, its proportion is far more than 70%. We must find a way to cut military spending. This is what Shang Wen must improve on. Financial issues. Promulgated together with the bill is the Qin State Officials Powers and Powers Act. This bill clearly stipulates the authority between various departments. This authority is very general, except for the clear boundaries between the judicial and administrative departments. All departments have a certain degree of overlap, especially the judiciary. There is a certain overlap from place to Zongyang. Moreover, in the general regulations at the beginning of the bill, it is clearly stipulated that the first unit to accept the application must be responsible to the end. The overlap of authority is to ensure that the Zhengfu department does not shirk its responsibilities. After receiving complaints from the public, it must be resolved with all efforts and be responsible to the end. Otherwise it is dereliction of duty. For negligence, Zhengfu will execute related legal procedures. The legal system is to ensure that the reform of the Qin state can proceed in a stable and orderly manner. This is an important institutional guarantee for the internal stability of the Qin state. The internal construction of Qin state is underway. Qin's first concession was established in Yan. Yan Go tried his best to please Qin. The concession mentioned by Qin state in the agreement. Yan Go also tried his best to do it. 2 concessions were established at a time. One is on the south bank of the Liao River. That is the side of Yan Go. The other is in the temporary capital of Yan state, Liuxi. To show sincerity, the Yan state generously allocated 100 miles of land to the Qin state in the 2 concessions. The copy of the concession was officially issued 1 month after Qin helped establish its training army. When Shang Wen received this copy, it is already 10 days later. However, Shang Wen's reply requires a time process. First, he must select a local governor, but there is no one around him to send. As a result, Shang Wen wrote a short copy. Give the 2 concessions Great Ziyu permissions. It is the same as the establishment of a state Zhengfu. Ziyu enters and exits the election. Zhengfu is only responsible for sending troops to garrison. In dealing with this issue, Shang Wen suggested that the National Lieutenant's mansion should send 2 Marines to station, because there are more troops. I'm afraid it will cause dissatisfaction from Yan's side. After all, It was to establish Qin's own concession in another country. If it is not handled properly on this issue, I am afraid it will cause dissatisfaction between the two countries. At the same time, Shang Wen also requested the garrison must observe strict military discipline, because this is the same race after all. The significance of the concession is to affect the country, make it produce a centripetal force against the Qin state. Instead of centrifugal force, Shang Wen repeatedly emphasized this issue. This problem is resolved. The copy is sent out immediately. The governor's name is blank, just waiting for local elections. In fact, the concession has actually been established. On the south bank of the Liao River, Qin's businessmen, and those who have just established the state of Qin's Xinmin has already begun to enter this concession of Qin state. This is the only way from Qin state to Yan state to the west of Lining and the east of Lining. A large number of business opportunities have also arisen, especially Qin's various commodities. They are all urgently needed by Yango. A large number of prisoners of war from the war began to build a road network. They extended the road at the foot of the Yin mountain in the state of Qin to the Liao concession. When the road stretches, a large number of carriages followed immediately. They carried all kinds of supplies in their car. They brought weapons and ammunition and glass mirrors from Xianyang, clothing and so on. Some machinery and equipment have also begun to be shipped here, because some businessmen want to set up factories here. A large part of these materials were provided to the Yan team. The rest of them have to set up business locations here. The first to set up a commercial point here is security. Trading company, especially trading companies. They spotted the huge amount of timber in Yan country, and ginseng, leather and other things. These things are important raw materials for Qin's production. They set up a commercial point here and began to acquire on site, then store to a certain time. Take it away as a whole. Most of these trading companies deal with large amounts of money. Gold is extremely inconvenient to carry. Moreover, Qin state has enacted laws not to allow the circulation of metal currency. So when they paid, the paper money of Qin state is used. Because Qin is a powerful country, the merchants of Yan state can only accept it. But they were very happy to accept this paper money soon, because it is very convenient to carry. And this area has gradually become a concession of Qin state, because some illegal people often attacked Qin's businessmen. For this reason, the Qin army sent some cavalry to patrol here. Moreover, this place, the people themselves nominate a public figure as the representative of the region. This has initially formed the Zhengfu organization in the concession. It just lacks Qin's official documents. This actually established concession is already playing its role. The civilians of Yan country began to live in the periphery of the concession. The reason is that they have a good job in the Qin concession, and it makes a lot of money, such as sell newspapers. They can earn 2.5 of Qin in a day. These two Qin countries are half of them can buy food for more than half a month. This is very cost-effective, and it can not only sell food, can also do some small businesses. Many of them first worked for Qin people in the concession. Just work and learn craftsmanship. When it's almost time to learn, just come out to do business. Crafts learned in the concession. Very good job. For example, selling newspapers. The concession is 5 cents. But if you want to wholesale a large copy of the newspaper and buy it everywhere, earn more than this. Because the amount of information in the newspaper is huge. Plus the problem of transportation. Even out-of-date newspapers, still very useful, to a certain extent. The concessions have already begun to affect the country of Yan. 422 conflict. The approval of the concession is being issued. But the highway in Qin state seemed a bit crowded, because there are carriages everywhere on the road. These carriages send everything, plus military exercises. This makes the very spacious highway appear much narrower. The military policemen with white armbands ran back and forth to clear the traffic. The road is barely clear. This is not only the case in the north, the same is true for the newly built expressway that connects to Luoyang. Cavalry and artillery are everywhere on the road. Infantry. The carriage loaded with supplies followed close behind. The military police shuttled back and forth among them to clear up. The cause of serious blockage is when the highway was designed and built. No temporary rest sites were considered, or there are rest sites, but it can't accommodate so many vehicles and people at once. So many vehicles had to park on the road. The road was blocked at once. The military police rode a horse to quickly solve the problem, destroy certain barbed wire, temporarily let the engineers expand the rest sites. At the same time, it was reported to the staff to request it to coordinate the transportation procedures, same as the last exercise. Do not know why this problem did not occur during Kin's War. This problem always occurs during exercises. This caused a lot of headaches for some officers, so they went down on horseback to arrange and rectify the team themselves. To ease the pressure, for the first time, Kin used trains to transport troops. But the transportation capacity of trains is very limited. Kin's trains used the first-generation locomotives, and the carriage is still carriage style, rather than the box-like style later on. The carriage style emphasizes comfort, not his carrying capacity. And the number of trains sent is very limited. 2 trains in the morning and 2 trains in the afternoon. Stop at night, and the transportation distance is very limited. The laying of the railroad tracks was over-completed for the slaves. From Xianyang to Hangzhou Pass, they took 2 months to complete. This is already a miracle. But for those officers, this is not enough. They complained very much about the guy who designed the train. If you know it, you must give it a hard hit with the butt. Only 1 company is shipped at a time. It also transported 2 to Hangzhou Pass in 1 day. Although it is fast, it is nothing to transport 2 in a row. Who will direct it? The low transport capacity of trains is a big complaint. This also contributed to the upgrading of the train. But it will take time. For water cannot save near thirst. The military officers could only watch, and the soldiers with their bags happily took the train tickets and got on the train to Hangzhou Pass. The military expenses also get the money for train tickets. A train ticket costs 1.5. No wonder that Princess Wen Yang of Dakin became Dakin's richest man. In the army of mobilization, there are also some militiamen involved. Their clothes are very plain, but he was holding an old standard weapon. Wenyang musket. Not 8 of them drove to Luoyang in a carriage, due to backward equipment. The clothes are also very ordinary. The orthodox officers of the Qin state dismissed them, because many of them have come back from the front line. They also wear silver medals on their chests. This is granted by the state of Qin to those who have special performances in combat. Compared with the previous title system, soldiers prefer this small round card made of different metals. There is not only a totem of Qin state on the front, Blackbird. There is also his name on the back. Period of honoring military exploits. There is a lot of establishment behind these medals. They have land ranging from 100 acres to 500 acres in the newly occupied areas. There is also a big reward. Convert it. This previous title award is much larger. This is also the capital for the officers to gather together to talk and laugh. In contrast, those militiamen are a lot dull. These militias are actually the new South Korean army. They came in a carriage from the Blue Sky camp of the state of Qin. On the face of it, they are the militia of the Qin state. In fact, they are secretly mobilizing. In order to keep secrets, the reunification of the new South Korean army did not let it speak. Moreover, there are military police control. No one in Qin was willing to care for these militiamen. After all, there is a difference between the regular army and the militia. Service competition has allowed the army to develop a subconscious mind that is not competition. They are also unwilling to deal with the militia. Compare that. Zhao Jun's assembly is a bit troublesome. Li Mu had a very headache when he received the order to hold the 400,000 army exercise. He was very surprised. Zhao Jun went from Taihang Mountain to the newly occupied area of Yan State. Although there are 400,000 troops, but most of them are old, weak, sick and disabled. Mobilize them. Li Mu really couldn't figure out this problem anymore. Zhao Jun can count as the main force at most only 200,000. If you can barely calculate it, you can still use 100,000 troops. But there is still a certain gap from the 400,000 army. More importantly, King Zhao didn't know that the tendon was wrong. Even Kingo reporter was asked to report on Zhao Jun's exercise. This is just a joke. Lima's original plan was all messed up by Zhao Wang. In order to make up the number, Li Mu had to list the actual situation to Wang Zhao. Wang Zhao listened, very dissatisfied with Li Mu. From the beginning of the attack on Yan State, to the present attack on Yan State, he failed to retreat and beheaded 20,000 Zhao Jun without his own consent. The other 10,000 people are the sum total of other troops beheaded. Wang Zhao had already harbored a grudge against Li Mu, coupled with the trouble of a shortage of 100,000 troops. Wang Zhao really wanted to kill Li Mu. At this time, Gokai became a good person. He took the initiative to persuade Wang Zhao to calm down his anger. He is willing to take a trip to Qi country. Bring 100,000 troops to Qi. Why didn't Zhao Wang understand what Gokai meant? Cite immediately. Qin has great power. Zhao country confronts one country. It's hard to resist. But pull Qi country. Thus, even if the state of Qin hits him, he has to weigh it. Qin and Zhao each held a large exercise of 400,000 troops and was passed on to Qi through newspapers. There was a lot of discussion in Qi state. The ideas given by the ministers are also very scattered. Some are on the sidelines. There are also people who think that now that Qin state is involved in Yan state affairs, he should unite with Zhao state. Qin state is now expanding greatly. Must suppress the momentum of Qin state. Others take the initiative to unite with several other countries. Even the country of Yan is in it. Jointly hold a six-nation exercise. This is very unsuitable for the current situation. The arrival of Gokai gave Qi a temporary stabilization. They want to look at Zhao Guo's attitude. However, Gokai didn't show his face, but directly discussed secretly with the two people after winning. The content is unknown. Anyway, in the end, Qi was unwilling to lag behind. It even sent 100,000 troops to participate in military exercises. The news spread to Qin quickly. All of a sudden, the pressure of Qin's military exercises is not small. Because Zhao Qi and Qi have already expressed a joint attitude, the tendency of the six countries to unite again. Some people have seen some signs. 423 cannon rumble. Grenade ready. A Qin army artillery sergeant shouted. All the artillery of the Qin army began to get busy. Load the shells. Prepare. The sergeant called out loudly, raising one of his arms. The loaded artillery leaves. 2 firing artillery remained. Let it go. The sergeant commanded when he saw the artillery officer. Immediately waved his arm. Boom, boom, bang, bang. Door after door. The cannon began to roar frantically. The thick smoke of black gunpowder immediately blocked the artillery position. Cannonballs roared past. It exploded in a large pile of grass in the distance. This is really spectacular. Fanuki looked at the effect of the bomb explosion with his binoculars. Yes, more than 100 cannons fired together. If Li Mu watched this, he would be scared to death. A staff officer replied, "You must be scared to be scared, but you don't have to be scared to death. Li Mu will never attack us from the front." Fanuki said thoughtfully. The artillery continued to anger. It vibrates like thunder in the sky. The Qin army's infantry phalanx is lining up in 3 lines with battalions as a unit. They put their guns on their shoulders. The bayonet on the gun head is unusually dense. On either side of them are militia teams. Their team is a bit scattered, but the formation is still there. Their provisionally elected militia officers are shouting loudly to keep the militiamen busy standing in their ranks. If you don't shout loudly, the militiamen won't be able to hear it at all, because the sound of the gun is too loud. The militiamen were extremely excited, because it was the first time they participated in such a big battle. It is these 100 artillery pieces that are enough to excite them for a long time. Most of them are veterans with a long history of battle, or young people who have just reached their age. But none of them have seen artillery fire, because the weapons used by the veterans before are cold weapons such as halberd. When they were told to be incorporated into the militia, They were immediately issued with Lee-style muskets. This is the first time they have come into contact with such a weapon. After a short training, they are still not used to this kind of cumbersome weapon to reload, and the journey is limited. But the power is huge. But soon, they were excited again, because Qin Jun settled their military payment for the first time. Moreover, I was informed that as long as 1 month of service, this musket is a personal weapon. They are very happy. Take care of the musket like a wife. The militia is excited. The regular army is serious. They were expressionless, standing quietly in place waiting for orders. The cavalry was hidden. They are the reserve force. The timing of investment is critical. The reporters were busy observing and recording before and after the run. Qin Jun has ordered that reporters from major newspapers can visit, but pay attention to safety. Otherwise, leave it alone. The reporters were very dedicated when the artillery fired. They stood behind the artillery position. The rumble of the cannon shook their hearts. The Qin Army's exercises were first started in Fanyuki's Taiyuan military region. The venue was Langmeng County. This is the edge of Zhaojun and Qinjun. The exercise has become a stage to promote force. Fanyuki couldn't wait for this moment. When the north and west are in full swing, the army here is constantly being drawn away. More than 80,000 people were transferred from more than 120,000 people at once. At the beginning of January, their army only began to accept the first batch of muskets. He had long heard of the power of this weapon. He was very excited at the time, especially artillery, powerful. That night, he stayed up all night. Instead, he looked at the artillery all night excitedly. Subsequently, a large number of weapons and equipment began to flow into his barracks. Then came the adaptation at Shandong County and Hexi and other places. He suddenly became the supreme officer of the Taiyuan military region. The rank is Lieutenant General with 3 stars. He doesn't care about these. What you care about is weapons and equipment. And what you care about is whether there are battles to fight. When the exercise order is issued, his preparations are already very adequate. The militia enlisted as many as 120,000 at once. The muskets in the armory were distributed all at once. The total number of his troops suddenly expanded to 180,000. In contrast, Zhaojun on the opposite side seemed much quieter. Same as journalists, Zhaojun could only watch silently, facing Qin Jun's artillery fire. They can only sweat for their little lives. It exploded as soon as the shot passed. Those grass targets hit a large area, and there is a dense infantry formation on the opposite side, all equipped with muskets, and they belong to the second-rate army. The musket can't see the face. Only those Jing Sharp have. Half an hour after the bombardment, it gradually subsided. The infantry phalanx began to make a lot of calls. That is, the officer is giving orders. Then under the order of the officer, slowly press forward. Qin Jun began to know the benefits of the reserve team. Only 2 infantry regiments were sent out. About 6,000 people. The left and right wings also began to move. There are also 2 infantry regiments. The infantry formation of more than 12,000 men began to press over. In order to boost morale, there is an orchestra playing in the back. The artillery fire continued. Their slashes are relatively sparse, but they still slash. The infantry team began to slowly pass by. When the team enters half the journey, Fanyuki waved his hand, signals a cavalry regiment to launch a frontal attack. Among the tense and rhythmic trumpets, the cavalry team quickly assembled, then lined up into 3 lines to start the offense. The gaps between their 3 huge formations passed through to the front of the regular army, then listed as a black line, gradually began to accelerate. They are not holding muskets, but the spear that has been eliminated. They are spear cavalry, a weapon to break through the enemy's line of defense head. The cavalry swiftly approached the enemy's position like a black line. Before the artillery stopped hitting. This is required for close collaboration. The cavalry quickly tore through the enemy's front line of defense. The spear in the hand of the cavalry is a weapon. After the charge is over, throw it away. Then he drew out his saber, hack and kill everywhere. Then the following infantry began to strike sporadically. Then use a bayonet. The war basically ended here. and it seemed very boring, because their opponents cannot withstand such a blow. The reporters shouted like they were watching a performance. They believe that the face is closely coordinated, an army with sharp weapons. Kin's opponent only defeated, because there is no camera. Reporters can only think of all the words in their heads to describe the spectacular scene of the exercise, especially artillery. The shock to them was very big. The rumble of cannonballs, the cannonballs roaring by. Just like the punishment of heaven on our enemies, they beat them fiercely with the sky thunder. We are inviolable. Don't provoke, don't insult. Xianyang newspaper. 424 Strange formation. When news came that Chigo and Zago joined forces to hold an exercise, the Qin people dismissed it. They believe that the two countries combined cannot defeat the offensive of a regular division of Qin, and as long as Qin is willing, the large number of cavalry stationed in the north can go south on a large scale like a few nomadic tribes at any time. It is the unity of the six countries. Neither had the ability to defeat Qin Jun. Qin state was busy from top to bottom. All kinds of material orders have floated, especially Yango. The Yan state embassy sold an entire restaurant as its own embassy. Here, the diplomats working in the embassy finally experienced the uncle. They have orders in hand. Many arsenals in Qin state are robbing this order. Yango is crazy. After they discovered the gold mine, they frantically used the nation's power to mine. Gold has become the most effective bargaining chip in their hands. After Qin State Bank changed into banknotes or checks, they started purchasing frantically. From clothing, belts, to perfume, glass, then to muskets, artillery. As long as Qin State owned them, they would buy without restraint. Then hire a large number of carriages to send to Yan country. Qin's economy was stimulated by its stimulus. The industrial and commercial development is very rapid. The various factories in Qin State produce non-stop nightly, especially military factories. Due to the restrictions of Qin State's Export Weapons Act, the arsenal can only produce the relatively backward flintlocks. Production of bullets, especially the raw materials. The mining volume has increased rapidly. For this reason, some people joined the expedition. They are eager to find minerals to make a fortune. It is not only these entities that make money, but also a large number of financial institutions. A large number of corporate stocks on the exchange began to go public for financing. On the futures exchange, wheat and corn are actively traded. At the same time, the newly launched flax oil and animal fats are also very active. Flax oil is vegetable oil, an important raw material for food, especially important raw materials for some fat cakes supplied by the military. Animal fat is an important raw material for bullets. They need a lot of grease to seal the paper shell bullets. The banking industry has made a fortune. When Yan was in the country, the supply of gold was temporarily unavailable, and the bank issued loans to the other party. Wait for the other party's gold to come up. They often have a high income of 10%. War has become a good opportunity for them to make a fortune. Yango is not stupid either. They know that gold mining is limited. So they also hired some security companies to enter Liaodong in Yan state to catch slaves. Sometimes they send people to participate, because the slave trade is very profitable. This is Xin's idea. The subjects of the slaves were today's North Koreans. Shangwin didn't know what his name was at this time, but he knew that they were doing it. There are many settlements for the Koreans in the land of Liaodong. These settlements are densely populated. It is an ideal attack location. Security companies often attack suddenly in the dark. Then the North Koreans who were talking strange things were dragged out, assembled into a team and escorted to the concession of Qin State. Some people tried to resist. The security guards are also very unkind. Throw in the cheap ignition grenade directly. Then they all died. If it didn't blow up, kill it with a single blow. Then pulled out a few people to clean up the corpse. Security guards began to set up landmarks in these places, because land can also be sold for money. Qin Gozhengfu is willing to spend money to acquire these lands. Yango obviously didn't think of it at the beginning. They just grab slaves, catch slaves. The slave trade is destroying one of Qin's potential opponents. At the same time, A new civilization was established in the area. Qin's civilization. Qin's development trend is very good. The exercise was followed by the north. The pattern in the north is different from that in Taiyuan. Taiyuan is dominated by infantry, and the north is dominated by large-scale cavalry. The exercise was very boring, because the cavalry always ran back and forth on horseback. Meng Tan believes that instead of maneuvers, it is better to break into pieces and cross the desert to harass the Huns. In contrast, Zhao Jun looked very nervous. Their team moved back and forth. As soon as the teams arrived, they drove out immediately, then participate in the exercise. At the same time of the exercise, a large number of smuggled arms dealers also began to frequently be active in the Zhao Jun camp. Zhao Jun purchased muskets frantically. This also caused the price of muskets on the market to soar from the original 30 halftals to 50 halftals. Wang Zhao almost emptied the treasury, spent a lot of money to buy a musket. However, the number of muskets equipped by Zhao Jun is still limited. There are only 80,000. The most lacking is artillery. Qin state still restricted the export of artillery. Zhou's artillery casting technology is not as good as Qin's. Without any choice, a large number of low-quality artillery began to enter Zhao Jun. The casualties of artillery are several times that of infantry. Artillery has become the most dangerous unit. Musketeers could not be as large-scale biographies as the Qin state, so they reluctantly compiled one-kind teams with mixed gunpowder weapons and cold weapons. Infantry is still the main force, but they have 3 rows of musketeers in the front row. They must use the principle of 3 rows of strikes to defeat the opponent's formation, then use the bayonet and the butt to charge, followed up by a large number of soldiers with cold weapons such as spears, halberd and so on. After breaking through the front line, they are the force of charge. Before, they just had to sprint closely behind. But this must be done by cavalry, because the Qin army eliminated hidden dangers in the north. A large number of horses entered the country of Zhao. Zhao Go also began to learn to equip cavalry. They made a lot of stirrups, horseshoes and other things by themselves. The weapon is a spear. Lima's idea is very simple. When the artillery could not fight the Qin army, can only rely on the cavalry to approach the opponent with a fast assault. The infantry phalanx that followed quickly should quickly follow up and coordinate with the cavalry to open up the situation. This is a very tragic strategy, but it was also a helpless move, because before the charge, they have to face a lot of artillery bombardment. Moreover, the physical exertion is also great, because the artillery extended the attack distance very much. To this end, Zhao Jun also began to make major reforms. They no longer use heavy armor, because it really consumes energy, and it's not incapable of resisting the bullet's blow. Simultaneously, the formation of their charge began to become unusually loose. Just enter the combat distance. Usually, it is only in the last 50 steps before they start to slow down and gather in formation. Before this, the cavalry must charge at all costs. Charge, regardless of the situation. They must remain charged. Tear the opponent's line of defense as much as possible. Only the infantry who followed up had room to play. Li Mu once thought about attacking the opponent's artillery position, but it is impossible. Through Qin's newspaper, Li Mu has already calculated that Qin state has put artillery in a core position. The core of the military formation is the artillery position. This is a terrifying opponent with a strong tone of firepower. 425 Zhao Guo's mix and match is also forced by helplessness. Zhao Guo did not master the barrel manufacturing technology, and the artillery manufacturing technology could not keep up. To make matters worse, their gunpowder is imported from Qin, and Qin Go made a lot of tricks on gunpowder. Qin's own gunpowder is a normal proportion of black powder, and what Zhao Guo equipped was made of a lot of gunpowder, such as sulfur and charcoal, account for 60%. The quality of gunpowder cannot be compared with Qin's granular gunpowder. Qin Go himself uses all granular gunpowder, which burns fast. And Zalgo still uses powdered gunpowder. The burning speed and burning degree cannot be compared with Kin's granular gunpowder. This is also an important reason why Zalgo imported a large number of muskets, because of the large amount of residual powder. Plus there is no reasonable wiping. Many guns are scrapped. In comparison, Kin himself took great care of his muskets. Officers often supervise soldiers to wipe with muskets. Moreover, in soldier training, maintaining guns is a very important training subject. Zhao Jun did not have Qin Jun's series of cow as the norm at all. They can only explore by themselves. Moreover, education methods are also very backward. The maintenance of weapons by soldiers is far less than that of soldiers with cold weapons. Those soldiers also knew to polish their weapons often. The soldier with the musket didn't know how to maintain it at all. In contrast, there is the new army of Yango. They changed a lot of Qin muskets. Artillery. They followed Qin Jun's model and accepted the study. From diet to infantry training, they all learned from the Qin army. The non-commissioned officers of the Qin army also tried to save trouble, so he used Qin's first infantry combat manual as a teaching material. This is the first relatively standardized infantry combat manual of the Qin army. The Heavenly Army published one before, but that book is mainly to popularize aviation knowledge, and there is not much specific content. After the army saw the manual of the Heavenly Army, also began to compile it myself. The handbook can be popularized because of the army's education work to popularize writing and the circulation of newspapers in the army, so that the soldiers began to learn without knowing it. They often read with newspapers to deepen their learning ability. The compilation of the manual is based on the actual warfare of the Qin army, and the actual combat significance is very great. For example, some details. Maintenance of guns. Among them, it is stipulated that soldiers with flint guns must frequently replace flint within 3 days. Also, lubricate the barrel. Check your guns before the battle, etc. I'm afraid Zhao Jun has none of these. Yan Jun is assisted by Qin Jun. The 3 mixed divisions, with a total of 100,000 people, have surpassed Zhao Jun in combat effectiveness. As an example, Qin's platoon gun tactics. It takes soldiers to summon a lot of courage to walk within 50 steps of the enemy. Because of this distance, the enemy can be killed on a very large scale. Therefore, this requires soldiers to have a very strong psychological quality. For this reason, Tsui, who was the chief instructor of the Yan army, used black powder with a strong explosive effect as a blasting point. Let the Yan army soldiers march forward in a neat line. On their way forward, either before or after, or left or right, perform an explosion. The effect of the explosion made the Yan Jun soldiers suddenly exposed their shortcomings of poor psychological quality. To this end, such training is often carried out. In addition, cruel corporal punishment was imposed on the soldiers who were the first to escape. It is usually carried out by a company. Everyone must punish the soldier with a stick, or to reduce its military pay. But they did not reduce their meals. This is immoral. The strict military discipline has allowed these soldiers to strictly observe military discipline. Even if they encounter a bomb point and explode, they will not retreat. No longer run away. Instead, he still maintains his own formation seriously. The officers of the Yan army also set up short-term training courses for officers. All those who are unqualified will be beaten back to become soldiers. Only those who are brave to keep fighting can become officers. Under such training, the overall level of Yanjun has been greatly increased. The increase in combat effectiveness also comes from the continuous supply of supplies by the state of Qin, such as their artillery. An artillery can be madly fired regardless of the number of shells. The quality of artillery has also been greatly improved under the guidance of the Qin army non-commissioned officer. During the exercise in the north, the main force is not the cavalry of the Qin army, but Yan Jun. The Yan army of the 3 divisions showed tenacious combat effectiveness. The artillery strike rhythm is very fast. The speed of sending is very fast. The accuracy has been greatly improved. Their artillery is equipped with various shells, especially the grenade. because the distance must be measured, makes the artillery technical requirements higher. Kim Jun also has no reservations about this professor. The infantry phalanx advances in rows according to battalions. They won't call the commander's command to shoot until they are 50 steps ahead of the enemy. Ready, raise the gun. She hit. A series of actions were executed neatly. The effect of platoon gunshots is very good, like a row of lightning. Thunder. Smash those targets to the ground. Compared to the exercises of the Qin army and the Yan army, Zhao Jun's exercise was a bit shabby. Their artillery can only fire 5 rounds each, and the number is very small. Specific to the battlefield, there are only a few doors. After the fight, the cavalry is about to charge. The infantry in the back ran around like sheep. This is just to avoid the fierce bombardment of the opponent's artillery. Most importantly, the cavalry attacked after the artillery was fired. The cooperation is very poor. This is because the quality of the barrel is rapidly decreasing. As a result, some experienced artillerymen were killed. These artillerymen died before they had time to educate the next batch of artillerymen. Artillery is often a temporary supplement for infantry. The replenishment speed is very fast. The inferior level of artillery strikes has led to this approach only between cooperation. Musketeers in infantry are the same as artillery. When they are at war, they can only send a she once, because they only have 5 rounds in total. The price of muskets is expensive. These 5 bullets are also given as a gift. Not like before, the number of musketeers is very small. Enough bullet tubes. However, the rapid expansion of the musketeers resulted in a shortage of bullets. Zhao Guo's funds are very limited. They suffer a lot in foreign trade. They used real money to buy muskets, but they can't use other commodities to make these real money flow back to their country. The loss in trade made it impossible for their armaments to be changed on a large scale like Qin and Yan. After all, such a shabby military exercise. It was caused by Zhao Guo himself. The reason is that his comprehensive national strength is poor. Lima's ability to make the exercises like this is already considered to be his greatest ability. However, newspaper reports called Zhao Jun a begging army. 426 Interest. Courage. The Qin reporter's report obviously has a side that favors Qin, but the reason for this situation, mainly because of the huge gap in objective fact. The number of artillery displayed by Qin state in each exercise is often more than 100. In contrast, Zhao Jun, who had fewer artillery pieces, became a foil. It's no wonder that Qin Go reporter would write such a report. This article has not been officially published yet, but the huge gap in equipment has aroused people's discussion. There are still relatively few discussions in the 6 countries. After all, few of them could see the terrible aspect of Qin Jun's display of firepower. But it is different in Qin. People have been relieved of the Qin army's firepower when participating in the army's logistics and transportation tasks. Therefore, many people take this to show off. This is the capital of conversation. There are discussions among the people, but there is no relevant report in the newspaper. This is undoubtedly a pity. But soon this regret quickly disappeared. The reporter's visit noticed this problem. Publishing the people's favorite and most concerned issues is the way they live. There are more than a dozen large and small newspapers in Qin state, and the competition pressure is very tight. If there is no good news material, newspapers are easily eliminated. Especially in the big city of Xianyang, people's ability to accept new things far exceeds that of other countries. The reporter began to notice the people's conversations. They turned their attention to the military field and invited some military officers as experts to comment on the exercise, or some military weapons, or professional talks on tactics. Such reports quickly attracted people's attention. Ask professionals to talk about professional issues. This has high authority. Coupled with the continuous attention of the people. The Flash, the first newspaper to ask military officers to explain military issues, caught fire all at once. This is the first report to adopt such a report. This interview method quickly became a model of journalism teaching. Qin's education is so down to earth. Most of their student textbooks come from actual textbooks of social changes. They do not have a unified theory, but analysis and discussion, and their own research results are their own income. At the beginning, folk education did not pay attention to the key issue of interest in education. Because at that time, the people's interest in learning was very high. People are eager for knowledge, eager to learn all the knowledge they can access. But with the establishment of the professional education system of kin state, people are discovering more and more. Human being power is very limited. People can't cover everything. Moreover, in the mechanized mass production, people have become accustomed to the kind of assembly line operation and the kind of mutual cooperation. The division of labor has become the actual reason for the division of education disciplines. This is higher education. But in some basic education, for example, children between the ages of 5 and 7, Shang Wen still upholds the style of education. He needs to let teachers develop their interest. Instead of teaching them knowledge prematurely, Shang Wen thinks so long term. But the parents don't buy it. Such as a Yao-style education in public schools seems scattered among these parents, and the knowledge of the children is very limited. It is difficult to see the results in a short time. As a result, they gathered spontaneously. Ask Shang Wen to interfere with education issues. Shang Wen originally wanted to explain one by one, but saw the crowds, so I called a reporter to tell me some of my thoughts. I understand Zhu Wei's mood very well. I also understand Zhu Wei's concerns about the future of the child very much. However, I am very sorry. I can't change anything, Shang Wen said in a calm tone. The children's parents sighed. They cannot understand. The child has not learned knowledge. The Prime Minister even said that nothing can be changed. They cannot accept it. The situation is a bit chaotic. Shang Wen waved his hand to maintain. I need to explain. I hope everyone will give me a chance to explain. A chance to explain. Okay, Shang Wen said loudly. The people nodded their heads and said nothing. They want to hear how the Prime Minister explained this problem. What should I say about this question? I can't find a good topic to explain this problem for a while. But what I want to say is that our kin state is in an era of rapid development. We need knowledge and education. More innovation is needed. There are many new things appearing around us. Glass, mirrors, horsey-drawn carriages, roads, etc. But are these things enough to develop here? Shang Wen asked. Obviously not enough. We are changing a lot of things. Where do these things come from? It depends on our wisdom. It depends on our ability to innovate. Therefore, we develop education and develop our brains. The brain needs you, especially our children. Their brains are blank, so they are using their various senses to perceive the world. They touch with their hands, smell with their noses, and taste with their mouths. Why do they do this? It is because they are interested in the world. Interest drives them to do this. As long as they are interested, they will keep exploring. Shang Wen said, the power of interest is amazing. Many of our scientists are persevering under the power of interest to face failures again and again to achieve final success. Not just science. There are many other aspects. For example, our teachers, they take the trouble to inspire our children's interest. Interest is the innocence and curiosity of the children. If we teach them knowledge now, they don't understand the way. It is difficult for them to understand why. And we can only explain. Number. Reject. One is very stiff. Rejection. While rejecting, we are sealing off the innocence and interest of our children. Their courage and perseverance to explore the surroundings. They are told. Number. They can't do it. In this way, they lose their courage. They follow the rules. It's difficult. Going forward, then our future. Everyone can imagine how terrible it is. Our descendants cannot surpass our predecessors because we obliterated their innocence and interest when they were children. This is really terrifying. At this time, not accepting system knowledge is to inspire their interest. Let them do what they are interested in. This is their motivation and courage to move on the path they like in the future. We should support, not instruct. Shang Wen said, what I said today is to hope that everyone can understand. Give our future generations courage. Give them a certain amount of space. The future is theirs, not ours. They are our hope. hope. Shang Wen said from the bottom of his heart, "The words in my heart." Parents started to think. They are thinking about the meaning of Shang Wen's remarks. 427 Guide Capital. The parents remained silent for a long time. They began to reflect on whether their actions were correct. Shang Wen's remarks are very long-term, but it also points out this objectively and realistically. On the issue of education, Shang Wen insisted on his own views. That is to fully maintain the Zhuization of the teaching style. If a compulsive, high-pressure education is adopted, the effect and motivation are far beyond what interest can compare. The parents began to applaud. They used this method to express their inner identity. They thought that the young Prime Minister was right. What do children learn? Why must parents interfere? This is unreasonable. It is also an immoral act to obliterate the child. They agreed with Shang Wen's approach. Shang Wen is also very grateful to the parents for their understanding. Although I don't know what will happen in the future, but Shang Wen was convinced, as long as the children are hopeful, then the future is worth looking forward to. We can only use our own years to watch the children play to their fullest on the stage of their times. Shang Wen's speech was recorded throughout, published in major newspapers. This is very enlightening. The people of Qin State began to think about how to educate their children and how to educate their children. They got inspiration from Shang Wen's speech. That is, give the children a space to play, let them use their imagination, to summon the courage, to perceive, to explore. Interest. Maybe it means interest. In order to let the children play. Shang Wen didn't know how his speech was useful. However, some parents have begun to take the initiative to explore and cultivate their children's autonomy. This is a major milestone in Qin's education. The rapid development of science and technology in the post-Qin country largely relied on this. Compared to education, Shang Wen is not considering these issues. Even the question of exercises was not something he considered. The exercise will always be over. However, in the face of huge military expenditures, this is a headache. Shang Wen has to make great adjustments in the expenditure structure of Zhengfu. In other words, military expenditures will be reduced to within the acceptable range of the overall economic level, because military spending has severely compressed some public infrastructure spending. It was even forced to cancel, for example, education expenses. Educational expenses are now largely dependent on private capital. Even Zhengfu relied on fundraising to establish public schools. The huge military expenditure has severely affected Qin's next economic development. For example, on the road issue, Qin's current major highways and highways were all built under war conditions. On country roads, on the trunks of these roads, all rely on the spontaneous construction of private capital. Moreover, the specifications and sizes of the construction are not uniform. This requires Zhengfu to play a certain role. But the problem is, the first thing Zhengfu solved was the issue of military expenditure. Although military spending has been compressed, but the huge exercises have swelled military expenditures again. Qin's economy cannot be driven by military spending. Have to change the way. This is Shang Wen's feeling. To solve this problem, first of all, Shang Wen must readjust his economic rhythm. Facing military expenses, Shang Wen decided to compress again. For example, the divisions of the army will be rearranged. Brigades will be formed between divisions and regiments. In a state, Qin will be stationed in a brigade. In terms of armaments, will be served by the regular army and reserve. That is, those military forces that have undergone certain training. They are the armed forces of security companies and trading companies. Then came the militia. The composition of the militia is complicated, but this is an important measure to resolve army expenditures, because military expenditures only need to maintain the combat readiness of a brigade in peacetime. After the outbreak of the war, a large number of reserves and militia forces can be recruited at any time. Zhengfu, as long as a portion of the military expenditure is paid. In the middle, a large amount of expenses will be saved. For example, the soldier's salary, the maintenance cost of the base, and a large amount of logistical supplies. Compare these. Zheng Fu raise soldiers spontaneously among the people. The designation of the division is still retained, but only keep a few standing divisions, and also rotate with each other. While compressing, the army can be disarmed on a large scale. All of a sudden, the military expenditure has been compressed greatly. The reason that Qin state has not disarmament is because the states established later have not kept up. Newly established states, such as Menzi in the west, are still far from the forefront of the Qin army. Immigration measures must keep up. Only in this way can the troops be withdrawn. There is really no way for Shangwin to speed up immigration. The current method is already very fast. Only 200,000 people can build a state, and also gave a large area of land. But this is still not enough for the advancement of the Qin army. Shangwin believes that efforts should be made on road issues, especially with the improvement of Qin's production capacity. A large number of raw materials and products rely on several highways for this. This situation must be improved. These roads are all products of the Qin War, and now we must let the people develop roads to pave the way for future wars. Shangwin of the highway network believes that private capital should be introduced on a large scale. However, Zheng Fu can only participate in it in different ways, such as equity participation, buyout, or subsidy. Its role is to provide the greatest guidance and encourage private capital to participate. The key to the road problem is tolls. How to charge. The highway is a huge engineering project, especially the highway. The initial investment is very large. In order to recover the cost of capital, those private capital will often adopt more charging barriers after the completion of the repair, or means such as high tolls. This is a stubborn traffic problem, very unfavorable to economic development. The farther forward, the more obvious this stubborn illness becomes. It even drags down the economic development. This stubborn disease must be eliminated from the beginning. Face this new problem, Shangwin decided to adopt a new approach. That is, the land subsidy method. The expressway will be divided into sections and contracted out in accordance with certain strict standards. This is to reduce the cost of upfront investment. Then, at the section of the expressway, Zheng Fu sold the land to those contractors so that they could continue to develop it. This development site is actually a highway, a commercial site for highway development, a rest area, or a small town. In this way, the interests of the business people have to be put in the long term. Because, if you want to make more money, first of all, the road must be cleared. Only in this way can there be more people. There are too many people. The more people rest. Only by opening a store in this way can you make a profit in doing business. This is Shangwen's preliminary idea. Thinking of this, Shangwen immediately drafted a preliminary document. Then it will be implemented after verification. As Shangwen was drafting, the door was kicked open. 428 by land. Shangwen knew who came in without even looking. Yingyu, besides her, who else can knock at the door of Prime Minister Qin? What are you doing? Shangwen continued to draft the document, immersed in his head. Why can't I come? You are quite unwelcome, Yin said annoyedly. Then he sat on the sofa by himself. I'm very busy now, Shangwen said. We don't need any busy land for thousands of miles, Yingyu said loudly. What land? Shangwen asked, raising his head. I'm here to talk about business. It's also to increase land for Qin. Didn't you make an announcement? You want to buy the occupied land from the Security and Trading Company. Now, I have a large piece of land to sell to you. Look. What price did you pay? Yingyu said to Shangwen with a sideways face. Oh, I know. Shangwen nodded. Since you want to buy it, at the very least, you have to pour a cup of tea, Yin said dissatisfied. Shangwen shrugged helplessly. Get up and pour Yin a glass of water. Shangwen doesn't drink tea himself, and only cold water is provided here. Shangwen then took a glass of cold water and put it on the coffee table. Let's talk about the issue of land, Shangwen said. I really can't talk about you. Yin looked at the cold water on the coffee table with a sullen face. There is no tea. The water is still cold. This is how you treat guests? Yin asked Shangwen. Zheng Fu does not have this budget in the expenses. If you want to drink, You have to pay for it yourself, Shang Wen said. I have never seen you such a thrifty prime minister. You can't even drink a cup of water. A cup of hot water can't drink. Ying Yu blamed. This is indeed the case, Shang Wen said. I can't tell you anymore. What good is it for you to be the prime minister? If others are prime ministers, they are all high-ranking officials. But you are fine. You, the prime minister? Don't become a prime minister. Come to me, I'll give it to you. You bank director, in charge of all the banking business. Don't underestimate it. In my current bank, many people beg me to lend them a loan, Yin said proudly. Shang Wen was speechless. Don't be unwilling. Others. You can't be even if you want to, Yin said unconvinced, because Shang Wen always put on an indifferent look. Okay. Don't say it. I, the prime minister, will at least finish this term. One term is only 4 years, Shang Wen said. Okay, let's return to the topic of land, Shang Wen said. Hey, okay. Ying Yu was helpless to Shang Wen, because this idiot is sometimes very stubborn. The stubborn ones made Yin Yu wonder if Shang Wen had certain symptoms of autism, because when he told the story of Rain Man, she already had this idea. Now Shang Wen's stubbornness makes her sure that Shang Wen has a certain degree of autism. If Shang Wen knew that Yin Yu thought so, he would probably collapse completely. Suddenly, Yin Yu's head thinking went there again without knowing it. The land issue is nothing more than price. This price-fixing standard must have a standard unit of measurement, Shang Wen said first. You said. What Yin Yu is thinking now is the signs of Shang Wen's autism. There is no time to listen at all. Besides, from her point of view, the income from selling the land is not as fast as the bank releasing a loan to make money. We need to measure the size of the land, using the square mile unit, if necessary. It is estimated that some astronomical knowledge will be involved, such as relying on the sun's altitude angle. Calculate the latitude of the land. Then calculate it based on some other measurement methods. Then, we can make a map of the same scale and calculate the area. Finally, we pay for the purchase. Shang Wen briefly explained the process. In fact, when proposing to purchase land, we should prepare for this in advance. However, Shang Wen was busy with other things and was delayed for a while. It's a hoax now. I don't know if it will work. What do you think? Shang Wen asked. Yin Yu had no idea what Shang Wen said. Even if I understand it, I don't know. Oh, you figure it out, Yin Yu said casually. Then let's talk about the purchase price of the land. I want to ask which piece of land you want to sell, Shang Wen continued. That piece of land. Oh, Yin Yu was asked all of a sudden. Fortunately, I reacted faster. It's close to the south of Mengzu. It starts from the Kilian Mountains and has been, I can't tell, anyway. There is a big place. Yin Yu himself doesn't know how big that place is. Shang Wen has a headache. I don't know. Let's talk about buying land. It's just a joke. However, Shang Wen still has a hint of happiness, because Qin will acquire a large piece of land through purchase. It is unclear how big the land is. But what is certain is that the flanks of the Hexi corridor will be effectively guaranteed. Qin's geopolitics is very bad, because there are always many ethnic minorities around. For these ethnic groups, the state of Qin can only take measures to combat them. Because the country is strong, the state of Qin will never compromise on these ethnic minorities. Another important reason is to promote the state of Qin's continuous expansion of land. That is the slave trade. But how big is this motivation? Shang Wen didn't know, because, after crossing the Kilian Mountains, we will begin to enter the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, where the high altitude, lack of oxygen, and extremely harsh environment. Such an environment is bound to affect the continuous plundering of slaves, because the cost of war has increased. What's worse, if the West is developed, all attention will inevitably be shifted to the West. And in consideration of national security strategy, the long and narrow terrain of the Hexi corridor becomes a thin line, which maintains the rich western regions. Buying land is simple. How to control this land is difficult. When Shang Wen thought of this, he felt a little headache. Hey, by the way, idiot, what did you just say? Yin Yu asked. What did I say? Shang Wen asked without understanding. I mean, What did you say before? Yinu asked. Shang Wen had no choice but to not think about the issue of national strategic security for the time being, because that is a very headache. It would be great if there was a think tank. They will deal with these problems. Shang Wen thought. Before I think about it, Shang Wen said. Forget it. You don't want to say, just forget it. Or, let's go for a walk together, Yin said. Walk. Shang Wen was still thinking about what he said before. Unexpectedly, he suddenly turned to the question of walking. We haven't left for a long time. You just happened to take a look at the changes outside, and the changes in Qin State are really great now, said Yingyu. 429 The secret. Okay, let's go and take a look outside, Shang Wen said. Okay. Yin happily took Shang Wen's hand. Right. Don't forget to bring money. Don't be like last time. I feel ashamed, Yin complained. The rich never bring money, Shang Wen replied inexplicably. The rich never bring money, Humphrey. Are you richer than me? Yin said dissatisfied. The two went out like this. What Yin said was right, the changes are really big. Shang Wen didn't even notice, because the new city is in the construction stage, and a lot of new materials are used, such as cement, iron reinforcement, concrete pouring. Because steel has not yet appeared, iron materials become the best candidates for framework materials. Stirring uses manpower, because electricity has not yet appeared. Also for this reason, the new house is even the highest if it can be built up to 3 floors, with Shangwin office as the center. A large number of residential houses are under construction in the surrounding area. In the middle of the houses is a road about 20 feet wide. The road still uses the same construction method as the highway. Need to lay asphalt. Moreover, the road has been initially differentiated. For example, the place with a width of 10 feet in the middle is specially equipped for horsey-drawn carriages. Spaces are reserved for sidewalks and bicycle lanes on both sides, because bicycles began to spread on a large scale. For this kind of convenient and fast transportation, the people of Qin State accepted it very quickly. There are long-term considerations for setting aside bicycle roads. The two walked side by side on the spacious road. Construction is happening everywhere. The two also pointed out from time to time, look at that. That is the piece of land I bought. I just follow the supermarket you said. I just want to build that. And that, I want to build an exchange there. And that, I want to build a 10-story high-rise building. Yin said and gestured. My God, Shang Wen whispered. Yin really dare to think. What are you talking about? Yin asked dissatisfiedly. I didn't say anything. I said, what is that place? Why is it piled up so high? Shang Wen said. Oh, well, that's not what you said. That what? What kind of street park? People can usually go there for a walk. You planned it yourself. Don't you know it? Yin asked rhetorically. This, I forgot. I am not a builder of the city. Shang Wen looked at the busy people. I am very happy. According to my own expectations, this year, perhaps no effect can be seen. But the second year, you can definitely see the effect. This will be a brand new city. Xianyang will be an international metropolis. While Shang Wen was looking forward to the future happily, King Yan was happy from ear to ear. Qin's new army also participated in this exercise. This was deliberately arranged by the Qin army, because it was an untested army. Qin officials are always worried. When the Qin army sent someone to inform King Yan also wanted to see how this army that had been formed at a high price was going. So far, Yango has exported a large amount of wood, ginseng and leather, and countless gold. The total value has exceeded 300,000 gold, plus Princess Diana's own money earned in Qin. Approximately 100,000 gold was also invested in it. It can be said that this is an army built with a lot of money. Of course King Yan wants to take a good look. Boom. The skilled artillery of the Yan army fired artillery. Quick shots can best test the proficiency of the gunner. Under the extremely harsh training of the Qin army, these Yango gunners can already be used as artillery with a large number of artillery, and the speed level is no less than that of the Qin army's artillery. The cannonball accurately hits the range of the point of impact defined in the distance. King Yan couldn't understand what famous hall was. but I can see that my artillery fired so many shells in such a short period of time. He thinks this is a good level. Okay, King Yan shouted. Officer Qin Jun shook his head, because King Yan didn't look at anything. So he applauded. The professional artillery officers of the Qin army were very disdainful of this approach. Next came the cavalry of the Yan army. There are two types of cavalry equipment. One is equipped with a spear. They are assault forces tearing the opponent's line of defense from the front. The other is to hold a musket. This musket is already similar to a short-barreled shotgun. The Qin army cavalry himself concluded that in the battle, especially the cavalry in close combat, the lethality of loaded shots is significantly better than other types of bullets, such as hollow bullets. Moreover, as long as you aim at the approximate location, a shot can be fatal. Therefore, the common equipment of the cavalry is a shotgun. And this experiment was first used on the Yan state cavalry. Qin Jun knew that they would face a big battle soon. The opponent is the experienced Zhao Jun. Qin Jun himself wanted to test his conclusion. Cavalry armed with a shotgun bypassed the enemy's line of defense to harass the enemy in depth and penetrate the defense. The lancers charge ahead. After the lancers were dispatched, there was a large-scale infantry formation. Qin's musket. Yan Jun's uniform is green. The color of the hat is red. White pants, black boots. They took neat steps. Slowly advance with the performance of Grenadier March. This is also the song of the Korean New Army, because both countries learned from Qin Jun. Qin Jun also taught the song to the other party very easily. Rows of formations, plus dense bayonets. It looks very mighty and spectacular. King Yan looked very happy. The happy ones disregarded the image and applauded loudly. King Yan was very happy. After the cavalry broke through the formation, they detoured behind and disturbed them, because they were taught that the first target to strike was the opponent's cannon, because their opponent was Zhao Jun, Qi Jun. The opponent is equipped with a large number of artillery. Artillery poses the greatest threat. This is the target of priority attack. Then the infantry who followed slowly pushed up. They need to stay in line. The Qin army seemed a bit rigid in infantry tactics, because infantry did not play a big role in foreign wars, especially in terms of offense. Infantry is usually in a defensive state. There is not much experience gained from the attack. This is also how the Qin army's infantry tactics look very rigid, because they repeatedly emphasized formation. The neat formation was finally overwhelmed. They stopped moving forward 50 steps. The effective kill is 60%. Reloading with flintlock is slower. The tactics are the most effective if you fire intensively within the effective range. Bang bang. A thunderous slamming sound came. The fire of gunpowder was like lightning. The bullet smashed the target. The 3 rounds are over. Then began to fight the bayonet. Seeing that his army is as ferocious as the soldiers of the Qin army, Yan Wang Joy. 430 Military Merit Chapter Disturbance. Shang Wen doesn't care about the exercises. What he wants to do is to use astronomical knowledge to popularize the latitude and longitude. This has reached the point where it is urgently needed. Others sell you large tracts of land, and you cannot measure acceptance now. Then, your previous legal provisions will be regarded as a piece of waste paper. Such a serious test of the authority of the law. Shang Wen is xing for the authority of this law. They have to learn. And those Shang Wen himself are unwilling to learn astronomy knowledge, because it contains a lot of mathematics knowledge. If the explanation is not clear, it is likely to cause this knowledge to be terminated. To this end, Shang Wen first copied a lot of relevant knowledge. A lot of knowledge is not enough. A lot of instruments are also needed, especially the sextant. This is also an important measurement tool for naval navigation in the future. The octant was improved to a sextant and became the mainstream navigational instrument. It is still used today. Shang Wen feels it is necessary to make both of these instruments. Only in this way can we explain to them objectively. Otherwise, they cannot understand abstractly. The knowledge is still too esoteric. One of the more important original instruments in the instrument is the Antish telescope. Fortunately, glass has now been developed, mirror etc. Otherwise, because of reflective materials. Shangwin has a headache again. The Antish telescope also needs a series of productions. The observer can see the horizon through a mirror at the same time. The angle between them can be measured with a quadrant with a scale on the edge. The angle measurement range can reach 90 degrees, so that the simple quadrant angle measurement range 45 degrees can be measured. Its height has doubled, becoming an ideal instrument for measuring latitude. This is the octant. Subsequently, an improved octant was used as a model to expand the measurement range to 120 degrees. This is the sextant. It is composed of a triangular frame with a 120 degrees arc plate on one side, with scales and a movable pointer. The Antish telescope combines the two celestial bodies with an angle to be measured, so that people can easily measure the angle and calculate the latitude of the ship. This is the simpler measurement methods that follows. But the principle is still not clear. Shangwin felt that we should find a more intuitive way to explain. The method is to set up a pole on the ground and draw its shadow continuously. When the shadow is the shortest, record the direction of the shadow at this time. This is the true north direction. Measure the length of the shadow and the pole at this time. Use the trigonometric function to calculate the sun's elevation angle, then consider measuring the distance from the Chun-autumn equinox and the number of periods of the summer-winter solstice, and use the trigonometric interpolation to calculate the latitude of the point when the sun is straight. Then you can get the local latitude value. But this requires a known quantity. But not only these. Shangwin hoped that his explanation would make them understand. In fact, the emergence of these things is due to Qin's artillery science. Artillery often took aim. They used a lot of knowledge of mathematics and geometry, especially trigonometric mathematical functions. They have experience, but they are unable to switch. The surveying of engineers and soldiers has a very good transforming power, but their measurement cognition level has not yet risen to a high level. At this height, let Shangwin himself help it to complete. Just when Shangwin was preparing to compile specific measurement methods, two Qin officers came to the door. They are officers and soldiers of the 7th Regiment of the 1st Division. One is the captain of the colonel. One is a lieutenant and deputy company commander. The focus of their argument is a headache for Shangwin. The reason is the military medal. Qin State used a new reward method, but the standard of reward is quite different. The difference is that their head count is no longer calculated. Instead, it is calculated based on the effectiveness of the battle. This requires the Qin State Staff Department to establish a special department, the War History Department. They are responsible for collecting the front and back of the battle, and then determine the effectiveness of some people based on the list provided by the field commander. In doing so, it can provide a large number of teaching materials for military academies. At the same time, some shortcomings can be summarized. It can be said that it is more systematic. The military merits are often determined based on the history of war. Because of what happened on the battlefield, everyone is involved. It is impossible to know what happened to their neighbors. This is the uncertainty of war. This uncertainty is also an important reason for the inability to determine the attribution of some military merits. The man who wrote the war history record was himself an officer. He tends to write according to his own preferences. Sir, I think this 9th lieutenant of mine should get a gold medal, not a silver medal, because based on his dictation, I guess, no, speculates that he should have killed a big man. The colonel said excitedly. Oh, can you show some proofs? Shangwen asked. The battle has been over for a long time. There were other people on the other side at the time, and it was impossible to show proof. Even the bloodstains were probably gone. Lieutenant Nine said excitedly. The colonel was restrained. This question is difficult to solve, but I will instruct the General Staff to investigate this matter. But I need you to provide detailed location, time, and related people. It is best to have their unit number and position. I need to find these, Shangwen said patiently. No problem, sir. Lieutenant Nine said very cooperatively. Very well, you go back and submit a report. I will transfer it to the General Staff. The gold medal has not yet been awarded. The main reason is that some frontline troops have not yet withdrawn to their garrisons. But I think it will be done soon. I hope you can do it soon. 1 point. If it's more troublesome to reissue, but I don't care. If it's reissued, I will fight for you, Shang Wen said. Thank you, sir. Lieutenant 9 stood up and raised his hand. No thanks. By the way, what's the name of Lieutenant 9? What is your position? Shang Wen asked in detail. My name is Juban Sol. The lieutenant replied. He is the sharpshooter of our regiment. He is very courageous. A person who crosses the front can kill the opposing officer. Shang Wen nodded. Expressed recognition of the supplement of the head of the delegation. Do you like the barracks? Shang Wen then asked. Of course, 9 lieutenant replied. How about joining the Marine Corps? Shang Wen continued. I mean, this is a brand new service. I guess you have seen it. The probability of a large-scale war breaking out is already very low. The next war is mainly small-scale wars. Therefore, this brand new service is to deal with this kind of situation. They need a kind of reliable firepower support. For example, kill the other's commander. Are you interested in joining? Shang Wen asked. This. Lieutenant 9 glanced at his head. Sir, I need to think about it. Lieutenant 9 replied. All right, Shang Wen replied. 431 I can't go on. After Shang Wen sent off the two, then continue to work. However, the sharpshooter has the potential to become a sniper in the Marine Corps. In the future, Qin will greatly reduce the number of large-scale foreign wars. It turns out, the more times, the damage to Qin state was great. But those small-scale battles, cannibalization is still very much needed, because the opponent is already very weak. Moreover, the cost of using a large-scale army is suspected of wasting. But use the Marine Corps, a fast-moving force like this, as well as a large number of security guards, armed men from trading companies are more than enough to deal with them. In fact, just like Shang Wen's original idea. In this way, the responsibility for war was transferred to the people, which greatly mobilized the war potential of Qin. In the army, some soldiers, in particular, veterans have already started to apply for retirement on their own initiative. Some of them have served as long as 10 years. It can be said to have rich experience. The reason for retirement is simple. While he is still young, and now security guards, trading companies are recruiting a large number of people, especially those veterans and officers with combat experience. The salary they give is very generous. Moreover, many trophies are the same as the army. All belong to them, but the company can buy from them. You know, the postal system will not be deployed in their combat area. The army only has a dedicated letter system. Therefore, their large trophies are basically sold to the company, and he only left a small part of his belongings and a large sum of money in his hands. Then, a bank representative will show up, or the company will help them open an account and deposit in the bank. This is actually a kind of squeeze in disguise. But the veterans are used to these. They need someone to manage, especially provide them with logistical support and support like the army. If they don't have a technology, they can take the society all at once. They know nothing, especially those veterans with rich combat experience. They have been in the army for too long. It has been difficult to integrate into society, especially now that the Qin state has changed a lot. So after they took the initiative to apply for retirement, they wanted to find a job as a security guard and trade armed personnel. There, they earn enough capital, then go home. The younger one will marry a wife and have children. Older ones will use this money to buy some property. Many people discuss in their spare time in battle, give ideas to each other. They also pay attention to newspapers, especially newspapers with immigration information. They are eager to go to the new state. Over there, can buy a large piece of land. Then, put the sheep, put the horses, or plant some wheat or something. It is best to have some slaves. You can completely free yourself. Have a drink. Talk to his wife. Tell your children about fighting stories. Either riding a horse. Appoint a few people to go hunting. That's so interesting. Many think so. They stayed in a stressful environment for too long. They need to be calm. calm life. Join it now. It is to earn a big piece of industry for yourself. Many young people are different from these veterans. What they desire is wealth. They feel that they should get rich quickly, and then live a rich, carefree life. Many young people are unwilling to join the army and are more willing to join a security company. In contrast, the attractiveness of the army has dropped a lot. For example, in terms of salary, the daily salary of an ordinary soldier in the kin army is equivalent to only a third of the daily income of ordinary personnel in a security company. This is just salary. If a large number of slaves are acquired, then this number will suddenly become several times that of soldiers. If luck is good enough, it is 100 times as much as a soldier. This is profiteering. And life in the barracks is very boring. But here is different. As long as it is safe enough, wine will not be restricted, as long as you pay. Compared with Kin Jun, who can only drink after a big victory, or who drink for money, it is much more generous. In short, the attractiveness of the army is declining. This gives a good opportunity for disarmament. But attractiveness must also be improved. Otherwise, national defense issues will get out of control. Compared with the Kin Jun's active disarmament consciousness, Zhao Jun's difficulties are very great, because their exercises can no longer go on. Li Mu is raising rations everywhere. The morale of Zhao Jun's soldiers in the exercise was generally low. I wanted to use the exercise to test my army, but as a result, it was difficult to raise morale. The reason is that a large amount of military rations cannot be supplied in time. The soldiers only had 2 meals a day, and it's very bad. And there is only 1 day a day. Therefore, during most of the exercise, the soldiers lay dozed on the ground. It is also extremely reluctant to push forward after receiving orders. In order to complete the task, it is often done. Then sleep. Some people who can't bear the hunger dig wild vegetables everywhere. The reason for the lack of food can be found in a young official named Hang Jiai. This young official is mainly responsible for delivering military rations. But the military rations are not enough every time. The army has great grievances. He also knew that something would happen sooner or later. So, I went to check it myself. Check it out. The result was taken aback. A large amount of military rations was charged out of the warehouse. Then he was transported away in the direction of Kin. Then this attentive official sent someone to Kin State to continue to inquire. The news sent back a month later surprised him. Then quickly give Li Mu information on this matter. What? Li Mu was surprised when he heard the young official's words in detail. It turned out that a large amount of grain was transported into Kin's exchange warehouse, because futures trading was a huge profit. Because the principle of price leverage has great benefits. This immediately attracted the participation of some businessmen from the 6 countries with gambling qualities. Gradually, they discovered that this food, you can control it yourself. This is what they think so. As a result, they purchased a large amount of grain. Soon a large amount of food was sold out. So they aimed at the military rations. Gradually, some ministers mingled with these businessmen. They didn't know that Gokai had already entered the futures market. The big reason for the lack of military rations is to trade in kin. They want to sell a lot of short. Short selling requires a large amount of Kin's warehouse to be filled. Their wishful thinking is very suitable. Food prices are high now. If once fell, that's a doubled profit. Then, he took the opportunity to buy. After the purchase, it will be transported back to the grain depot. This is unknowingly. In this way, you can make a lot of money without paying a penny. How can Gokai not stop doing it? As a result, Zhao Jun's army grain began to be transported away in large quantities. The soldiers are now in an exercise, and the rations have been taken away. They can only starve. There is no food. What do hundreds of thousands of troops eat? Can I continue acting if I can't eat enough? 432 Fan Zheng looks at the state of Kin. I finally know what the series of numbers behind the Financial Express mean. Li Mu suddenly realized the newspaper he first came into contact with was the Financial Times. There is a special page at the back of the newspaper that records the numbers of stock and futures price changes. This series of numbers, after careful contemplation, Li Mu only understood the representative number. But what exactly does this number do? He did not understand. He only knew that there were a lot of numbers in front, followed by some strange mixed codes such as Corn 1901, Corn 1902 and so on. Now he finally knows. This is Kin's futures code. The first number is their year number, and the back is the month number. Oh my god, Li Mu hit the case with a punch like a sudden realization. We can't play anymore. Everything should be over. Li Mu said desperately. The general does not need to be like this. Yu Hangwei persuaded. What can be done? Qin State didn't know where to learn these things. Weapons are so sharp and there are so many in number. They used this method of public trading to concentrate food in their hands. Now the whole world is theirs. How are we fighting with them? The state of Qin has become more and more terrifying. But why he just doesn't move? I really don't understand. Li Mu vented a small part of the suppressed anger in his heart. Since Shang Wen came to Qin State, Qin Guobian began to change at a speed that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. First, weapons. Then there is the telescope. Then there was a whole lot of mess. Li Mu has never heard of it. Don't talk about what this thing does. Li Mu could only accept it passively, and can't take the initiative to find out. Thought of this. He really wanted to end all this and go to Qin to take a good look. What has become of Qin State? It's different from Li Mu who wanted to find out. The old man who thought he was close to 50 came to Qin from Chu. He is Fan Zheng. He tried to persuade Chu State to participate in the Zhaoqi alliance. Persevering Chu country was in chaos. No one cares. Fan Zheng was a little frustrated. I also counted it. The 6 nations will be exhausted. Fan Zheng went to travel around the world. He also reads the newspaper while traveling. The things mentioned in the newspapers are things that Fan Zhengping has never seen in his life. Therefore, Fan Zheng was also on a whim. So I decided to go to Qin State to take a look. By the way, take a look at this Prime Minister Qin who can bow his head to apologize to those civilians. The streets of Xianyang are prosperous. Many people are doing business. They have a lot of goods. For example, the mirror. Fan Zheng is very interested in this kind of stuff. He didn't know who made it by a skilled craftsman. Not only mirrors, but also glass. A shop with a large window appeared on the streets of Xianyang. Through the glass you can see the weird food inside. The clothes of Qin people have also changed a lot. Many people started to wear leather shoes. Cloth shoes. It looks a bit old-fashioned. Their clothes have also begun to become simple and flat. Horsey-drawn carriages can be seen everywhere, and the road has also been subdivided. For example, carts and horses can only go in the middle. Pedestrians have special paths to pass through. There are aisles with white lines. This is really incredible. What surprised him even more was that all of Qin's children went to school. The scale of their school turned out to be the official government of the Qin State. This is specially ordered by Shang Wen, because the construction of a batch of new schools requires huge expenses. Shang Wen, in order to save money, just ordered all Yamen offices were withdrawn, and office space was rented in the form of leasing. And this fee is extremely demanding, a total of 200 gold. As a result, all the government offices in Xianyang were evacuated overnight and then remodeled to become a school for students. And the cost savings are substantial. Used to pay for hiring teachers. This move won the respect of everyone. What people saw was a prime minister who was wholeheartedly thinking about the future of Qin. This is the first time Fan Zheng has seen each other. The government office became a school. So where did all the government officials go? The answer is that all were transferred to the new city. In the new city, they temporarily rented some farmyards for office work, and the transportation is convenient. So work efficiency has been accelerated. What surprised him even more was that when he first arrived in Xianyang, he actually met the Prime Minister of Qin that he really wanted to meet. And Shang Wen was walking on the street with Yinu at this time. Yinu ended the day of trading. Shang Wen feels that he should walk around the street from time to time. Listen to public opinion. Check it in time. There is no place. There is no good. My lord, come out again. An aunt greeted Shang Wen enthusiastically. Oh, it's Aunt May. How is the tofu business doing? Shang Wen called out the name of Auntie. Okay, very good. Adults should sit down. Try it. Freshly fried oily tofu, the aunt greeted. Okay, then. Shang Wen couldn't refuse, so he took Yin to sit down together. Oh, dare to ask this little brother, who is that adult? Fan Zheng asked politely. Oh, from Guangdong. It's no wonder that it was the Prime Minister of our great Qin state, Master Qin. With him, we great Qin state. That's nothing to say. The little brother went to his own affairs after he finished talking. Up. He is the Prime Minister of Da Qin, Fan Zheng said in surprise. Oh, it's really hot. My exchange is suffocated. There are so many people and it's not breathable at all. But those people are still squeezing in. Yin complained. Hot. I have a way, Shang Wen said while eating fried tofu. What's the solution? Yin said close. I'll make you a homemade air conditioner. Then, let me see. I'll make you some soda. Shang Wen thought for a while and said, air conditioning? Soda? Does it turn the heat in the pot into water? Isn't that too hot? Yin thought it was hot water after the pot was boiling. Shang Wen laughed but did not answer. Wait and see, Shang Wen said. Hey, I want to eat ice cream, Yin said. Shang Wen shook his head helplessly. Now there is no liquid ammonia. It can't be frozen either, Shang Wen explained. What? What can't be frozen? Yin asked. So Shang Wen began to talk about liquid ammonia. What absorbs heat and then becomes a freezer. Then make it into a refrigerator, so I can eat ice cream in summer. Yin yelled out of joy and let Shang Wen do it quickly. Shang Wen bowed his head and went to eat tofu. There must be time. Where is the development of chemistry? Shang Wen still doesn't know. It is estimated that it is still doing experiments to produce oxygen and hydrogen. Fan Zheng listened to the conversation between the two of them. Those things Shang Wen said, even Fan Zheng didn't know it. He didn't know how Shang Wen let the thing called the refrigerator freeze in the summer. This sounds too mysterious. However, Fan Zheng secretly gave Shang Wen a high evaluation. This is a strange person. Qin dizzy. Fortunately, 433 warning. Heavy rain is coming. The reason why Fan Zheng was able to give such an evaluation was that the Prime Minister had no official heirs at all. Moreover, the Prime Minister always said something that he didn't even know. Fan Zheng concluded from this, the various changes that occurred in Qin must have a close relationship with this person. At this time, at the Celestial Army training grounds north of Xianyang, a Celestial Army weather officer was checking the barometer changes as usual. Because the heavenly forces have very high requirements on weather. Therefore, the weather station was first installed in the Celestial Army. Their weather tools are also relatively rudimentary, but they are still useful. At the very least they have to be alert to the sudden drop of the barometer. This is what they say in the manual. Captain Ma Zhendong of the Celestial Army is a meteorological officer. He is mainly responsible for meteorology. At the beginning, he chose this subject because he realized that there was no support from meteorological data. The Heavenly Army will be greatly traumatized. Moreover, he is very interested in barometers. For example, Big noticed, when the barometer is not lowered, it is often accompanied by rain. As a result, he was under extremely tight funding. Set up 3 weather stations at his own expense. By comparing the data, he can only draw a line. Moreover, the data lines are sometimes the same, sometimes different. This is the early weather observation. But this time his weather station will forecast the weather for the first time. Oh God, Ma Zhendong was taken aback. The barometer dropped a lot. Moreover, it is still declining. This means that there must be rain. He just memorized the numbers, and hurried to the flight team captain's office. It's not good. It's not good. The barometer suddenly dropped. There is rain. It is likely to come more violently. Ma Zhendong ran in without even paying respect to the military service. And in the office, an observer reporter is interviewing the captain of the Air Force. He wants to bring the Heavenly Army. The mystery of this special service was lifted. Suddenly an officer with the rank of captain rushed in recklessly, shocked. What? Don't worry. Speak slowly. Flight Captain Xil said calmly. The barometer suddenly dropped a lot. According to my experience, It is very likely there may be heavy rain. Ma Zedong calmed down his emotions and said, "Are you sure?" Xil asked seriously. "Okay." Ma Zedong nodded solemnly and said, "Evacuate the airship immediately. Quick!" Everyone pulls the airship into the airship garage. Xil had to believe, because the performance of the barometer has been accurately judged several times in a row. Although there were several misjudgments in the middle, in general, the accuracy is still very high. So the two officers quickly left the office. And that reporter seemed to have caught something. Quickly leave the flight base and report to the agency. Announce this news as soon as possible. To save time, the observer unexpectedly used the entire large page to be written in oversized fonts. Jing report. Heavy rain is coming. There is only a half short line explaining the reason provided by the barometer. At this time, it was the morning, and the observer was a morning paper, and the newspaper had already been issued. In order to seize this important source of information, the newspaper office took emergency printing measures and made every effort to release the news. Because this is a small newspaper, there are very few people buying, and there are many newspapers, and the competition is fierce. Everyone is preempting all the new news that can be encountered, even if it is an error message. Jingsu. Jingsu. Heavy rain is coming. A young man who had just wandered over from South Korea shouted loudly. People always like surprises, because only in this way can they arouse their curiosity. So people paid for newspapers. When they saw that the newspaper had only one line and a half of fonts, they thought that the newspaper was making money crazy. However, they later kept the newspaper, because this newspaper can be redeemed for the next edition for free. And the next edition explains why it rains heavily. This sales method is also forced by helplessness. In order to catch the news, plus printing and typesetting issues, the newspaper had to adopt this information strategy. The news spread all at once. People talked a lot. "Hey, you said there was really heavy rain today. It's such a hot day. Can I train?" A butcher shopkeeper chatted with his customers in his free time. "Who knows? You didn't read the newspaper. What did you say? The barometer, the sudden drop or something? Anyway, well, just wait and see it today. If it doesn't, I will take the newspaper and ask for money, and I will report the newspaper." Seal his account, the customer said excitedly. The president of the newspaper is also worried. If God doesn't rain, then this newspaper is completely finished. This is a bet. King Kin was shocked when he saw the news. He was also curiously standing outside the hall waiting for the rainstorm. It stands to reason that this time is indeed the time when the rainstorm is prone, but no one has accurately estimated that it will rain. This is a bit strange. In the morning, it was still hot. The work of noon suddenly changed the sky. The cloud of black and black pressure fell down, as if a heavenly soldier descended to the earth. This day has been guaranteed. It must have been heavy rain. The newspaper president took a look, suddenly jumped up with the reporter. The newspaper is saved. The observer is on fire. People in Xianyang are also talking about it. Hey, just let it go. Looking at this posture, it is estimated that it is really heavy rain, and it is estimated that there will be hail. An old man said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Rumble. It was like the thunder of Kin's 100 cannons, talking about the heavy rain pouring down. At this time, the day turned into a dark sky, and the heavy rain fell as if it were falling down. Wow! The heavy rain fell for a short half an hour, and there were hailstones the size of an egg in the middle. This is the first time people have seen such a heavy rain. After the rain stopped, people began to talk a lot. This newspaper is really strange. It can predict when it will rain and how heavy it will rain. This is really strange, a pedestrian said with a thumbs up. Inside the Xianyang Palace, King Qin rejoiced in his past. This is the first time since Darkin that rainfall has been forecasted so accurately. King Qin immediately ordered to go to the newspaper in person. See what tricks this newspaper has to predict the weather. After inquiring, King Qin knew that the news originally came from the Heavenly Army. Therefore, King Qin immediately ordered Shang Wen to see him. But he went to the Qin Army Air Force flight base in the north as if he had found a baby. The reason why King Qin paid attention to it was not only to forecast the weather. More importantly, King Qin was guided by traditional agriculture-based thinking. In his opinion, being able to predict weather conditions would undoubtedly add a great boost to Qin's agricultural production. 434 Further cut military expenditures. King Qin's motorcade quickly came to the Qinjun Tanjun base in the north. The soldiers of the Celestial Army are doing their best to maintain their flight field. Because the heavy rain drove potholes on the runway they had leveled. The runway did not use asphalt on a large scale like later generations. The reason was that the funds of the Heavenly Army were insufficient. All their funds are used to design and build new airships, especially the latest hydrogen airship. The hydrogen comes from the reaction of dilute sulfuric acid with iron. Although the reaction was slow, a gas that could explode was accidentally collected. When exploring this gas, chemists discovered that this gas is very light. After consulting the chemistry manual, this is hydrogen. As a result, the Heavenly Army, which has invested the most in scientific research, has priority in obtaining the right to use hydrogen. Secondly, they transferred the technology to a glass manufacturing plant, because there is a contract between the two, and the glass manufacturing plant should give priority to Tanjun glass tubes for the manufacture of barometers, also called altimeter. So the glass factory separated a department specifically for the research of the Celestial Army. After King Qin got out of the car, he immediately went to check the barometer that could predict changes in the weather. Captain Ma Zhendong excitedly gave a series of introductions to King Qin. King Qin also had a keen interest in this barometer that can predict weather conditions. Such as, he heard that if this thing did not rise by 1 square, it would represent that the airship had risen about 10 steps. So he had to check it out himself. In desperation, the Heavenly Army could only drag out an airship to give King Qin a demonstration. This is not the first time King Qin has taken an airship, but the officers of the Celestial Army were still very nervous. After careful inspection, the flight captain, Xil, personally piloted the airship and prepared a set of safety measures for King Qin. Take off to check the usage of the altimeter. King Qin appeared to be very prioritized. However, Shangwin was very busy, because this rainstorm came at a very untimely time, and it was undoubtedly agriculture that was most affected by this rainstorm. Qin's agriculture has just entered the age of farmers. The farmer also borrowed a lot of loans from the bank. Agriculture is often the worst affected by severe weather. From the moment he saw the newspaper, Shangwin could only watch the weather raining heavily, because the forecast time is too short. Moreover, the torrential rain is coming, and no effective measures can be made. Coupled with poor communication at this time, there is no time to prepare. Since it is impossible to make preparations, then only remedial measures can be taken. Shangwin and Meng Yi began to discuss some countermeasures. At the same time, people were sent to the fields to actually investigate the disaster situation. Qin's agricultural planting structure has undergone major changes. Wheat has surpassed corn and has become the largest crop. This is mainly due to the impact of futures. Wheat has been in a high price band for a long time, which has stimulated the production of wheat. Moreover, the staple food made of wheat flour has begun to enter thousands of households. This is also the reason why wheat can quickly overwhelm corn and become the number one within a year. Qin's wheat is chun wheat instead of winter wheat, because, in winter, wheat is spreading, and when the chun is opened, the seeds will be sown quickly. There are also some minor situations when planting seeds. Water. Chun wheat needs a lot of water. Fortunately, because a large amount of land was concentrated in the hands of a few people, and with the role of Zhengguok in the Qin State Pass, nothing major happened, but it gave a sign. That is, there must be a sum of money to build some small-scale agricultural water conservancy facilities, and to lay a solid foundation for Qin's agricultural production. This is also an inevitable requirement for large-scale agricultural production. It is not known how much agriculture has suffered, but a sum of money must be set aside to make up for this loss. The core of Qin's legal system is to punish the tired people severely. This is almost in line with the subsequent mass encouragement of people to participate spontaneously. Zheng Fu cannot directly allocate funds for disaster relief, This will lead to a large number of tired people, and at the same time, it will also make many people think of nothing for nothing. This is not the original intention of relief. Shang Wen decided to solve the agricultural problem by means of coordination, Zhengfu guarantee, and a large number of corresponding measures to follow up. The specific measures include the loan of the farmer. Zhengfu came forward to provide a second guarantee, allowing the bank to extend some time limit appropriately. At the same time, Zhengfu provided interest-free loans to those farmers who were severely affected by the establishment of an agricultural fund. Zhengfu encourages some companies to participate in agricultural construction in the form of investment and joint stocks with farmers, or in the form of tax exemption, mainly in water conservancy. The other is the establishment of specialized agricultural research institutions. The main thing is to study chemical fertilizers and pesticides and greenhouse cultivation technology. For the more modern drip irrigation technology, Shang Wen grants funds in the form of Zhengfu funding. Preliminary statistics. This sum of money is around 200,000 yuan. Money is always not enough to spend, and military expenditures are just this amount for an ultra-large-scale exercise. Shang Wen decided to suspend the exercises for the staff and the mansion. Let the troops enter a state of rest. Then solve the exercise problem through diplomatic channels. Qin state couldn't consume it anymore. Zhengfu lack of money. While Shang Wen was discussing countermeasures, King Qin's order came. After receiving the order, Shang Wen believed that it was time to ask King Qin to further reduce military expenditures on a large scale. This is done from scratch, internal economic construction. When Shang Wen arrived at the base, King Qin just got off the airship happily. Shang Wen was stopped by King Qin before he could salute. Mr. Qin is here. The widow is very happy. This barometer, it really is a good thing. It can measure altitude and the weather. Good. Wow has decided we need to establish weather stations like the Heavenly Army across the country. Provide accurate weather information for the state of Qin. King Qin said happily, "My lord, this barometer is good, but it's a bit difficult to build, and it costs a lot of money. Now military expenditures account for a large proportion. I might not be able to maintain it." Shang Wen directly expressed his opinion. "What does this have to do with military spending?" King Qin asked strangely. "My lord, military expenditure now accounts for more than 60% to 70% of Zhengfu expenditure. In addition to this military exercise, the cost has soared all the way, and it has been close to 80%. The proportion of the cost is really too large. The minister has already cut it once, but the effect was not great. It was just cancelled some orders. Just after a part of it was suppressed, it immediately rebounded. Military expenditures were too large. As a result, many things were difficult to carry out. For example, this weather station. If it is not needed by the Heavenly Army, I am afraid this is the weather. The station will be abolished, Shang Wen said. "Oh, but isn't this weather station out of military expenditure?" King Qin asked. "Yes, but the military expenses are mainly used for wars, military exercises, and construction expenses are too small," Shang Wen said. King Qin frowned and let out a gratitude. 435 The necessity of military expenditure reduction. Military expenditure is really too large. So many things cannot be developed, such as education expenditure. Our money simply cannot build so many public schools. Even if they are built, our funds are not enough to pay those teachers. Yes, for this reason, I vacated all the Yamen. Leave it to the public school. In order to reduce the expenditure of Zhengfu, Shang Wen reluctantly gave an example. King Qin still knew about this matter, because the newspaper has covered it all. The people are very supportive of this move. They believe that the Prime Minister is doing the right thing. Well done. Military expenditure is still huge. It is very difficult for us to plan for the next step. I can't go on like this anymore. Shang Wen continued. "Tell me about your next plan," Qin Wang asked. "My next plan is to cut military expenditures on a large scale first. Military expenditures will be controlled below 40% of total expenditures. In the coming year, I will lower them. Shang Wen first set out his expected goals. Shang Wen did a lot of work this time. Military expenditures were first cut in half. Well, then, how do I guard the vast territory of Darkin? King Qin asked. This, I have already put forward an idea, which is to build a brigade-level combat unit to station a brigade in the newly established state. In addition, we have now established a large number of security guards and armed personnel from trading companies. They are the Qin state, the reserve force. As long as the king, you issue a general mobilization order, these people can immediately become an army capable of fighting well, Shang Wen said. King Qin listened, smiled slightly. Shang Wen was afraid that King Qin might misunderstand, so he explained it further. In addition, a large number of militias can also be recruited to join the army. They have their own guns. Moreover, our military production can now meet our needs. This is not a problem. Moreover, by raising soldiers to the civilian population, we can expand, reduce military expenditures on a large scale. One brigade in the garrison is enough. In addition, our security and trade armed personnel have been on the offensive for a long time, and the security problem has been resolved. If necessary, some militias can also participate. Most importantly, these armed forces, the officers of the personnel, non-commissioned officers, they come from the military academy. The military academy will teach them how to defend their country. I know all of this. After cutting military expenditures, King Qin continued. Fully develop our existing territorial potential, Shang Wen said. Talk about it. King Qin waved his hand. I plan to develop the south in accordance with the state model. Establish a naval base in the south. Then vigorously develop the shipbuilding industry and build a series of factories in Bashu. We will open the Yangtze River Channel through the navy. Then, through a series of military and diplomatic activities, the means of trade, set up the Qin concession in Chu State. Then dump our goods in large quantities. Then import their raw materials. Shang Wen said. This is very good. The widow can take down Chu Kingdom without a single soldier. King Qin said. Our navy can continue to advance. After entering the sea, whether it is south or north, there are a large number of locations that are not occupied. The Marine Corps we formed uses this to establish overseas states and follow these coastal states. Grab the inland step by step, then control the entire area, Shang Wen said. Yes, that should be the case. Those southern Vietnamese would never expect that the widows would come from the sea. This way the transportation problem will be solved all at once. Very good, very good. King Qin applauded. The most important thing is that our navy can attack Chi from the sea. Moreover, we have a large number of overseas states, which also produce salt and salted fish. We can dump Chi at one time. Qi's economy can't be used much. It will collapse for a long time, Shang Wen continued. Widow has already heard about it. You have established 2 Qin concessions in Yan country. This country of Yan imports a large amount of Qin products from our country. Widow is very happy to hear that. So what's the situation in South Korea? King Qin asked. South Korea. The minister has decided to support the South Korean princess to initiate a mutiny. This exercise can just cover their secret assembly. After the mutiny, they will start in accordance with the secret agreement between the 2 countries, Shang Wen said. Mr. Qin's business is more powerful than the hundreds of thousands of ancestors of several generations. Mr. Qin's destruction of the country can be said to be invisible. During this time, King Qin left everything to Shang Wen to do, and Shang Wen immediately changed the traditional practice in the past in a short time, boldly attacking the 6 countries with commercial warfare. King Qin is also reflecting on what the ancestors of Qin have done. At the same time, he also compared what Shang Wen had done. He believes that although Shang Wen's letting go is slow, the effect is indeed very effective. For example, a country of Yan could no longer escape from the control of Qin. They need to import a large amount of Qin's products to maintain it. Otherwise, this country will be destroyed by Zhao and Qi. With the deepening of the Qin concession, Yango will not be able to break away from Qin's control, even if he wants to. People's hearts have long been gathered by the Qin state. My lord, to accomplish everything at present, it is necessary to reduce military expenditures. Qin will experience a situation where there has been no war for a long time. The large-scale army of the past can no longer be maintained. Shang Wen said. The reason why Shang Wen reform was so effective at the beginning, it was because he unknowingly grasped the important line of Qin's huge combat power. Follow this line. He quickly expanded a large-scale land. When digesting and assimilating, it is bound to require the army to no longer retain large-scale military personnel as before. It can be said that Shang Wen followed the traditional policy of war of the Qin state to reverse the situation of Qin state. It is a critical moment of turning around, especially on the issue of military expenditures. Shang Wen has done it once. The military had already shown a fierce response that time. If Shang Wen does not touch this problem after a long time, it will definitely receive a fierce response from the military. In order to suppress the military, Shang Wen wanted the support of King Qin. With the support of King Qin, the military can only retreat on a large scale on the issue of military expenditures. The widow understands. You want the widow to help you. With the help of the widow, the military expenditure can be cut down. King Qin put the question directly open and said, in fact, King Qin boldly delegated power to Shang Wen. To a large extent, Shang Wen's policies are unfolding on the bright side, and through the propaganda of the newspaper, these policies are even known to the 6 countries. Zheng Fu is almost transparent. Moreover, it is not only King Qin, but also the general public. Qin Wang has nothing to worry about. The king, Shang Wen, didn't know what to say. He bowed his hands and saluted. The widow fully supports Mr. Qin. As he said, he tapped on the back of Shang Wen's hand. 436 call on both parties to accept mediation. With the support of King Qin, Shang Wen boldly let go. The disaster situation was a little bit lighter than Shang Wen had imagined. Because wheat is Chun wheat. At this time, the drought was terrible. Now the heavy rain is pouring down, alleviating the drought to a certain extent. Although part of the fields were affected by the disaster, because of the large tracts of wheat fields, it has become a large area, compared with the loss, much lighter. This is the benefit of concentrating land on a large scale. Although the disaster was relatively light, Shang Wen still introduced several measures to support agriculture in accordance with the original plan. For example, Zheng Fu guarantees to establish agricultural funds, provide a large number of interest-free loans to farmers. The farmers have their own ideas. They either expand production or build some water conservancy facilities. In short, it was their own plan. At this time, the exercises between the two sides stopped tacitly. It's as if the two parties had negotiated before. The reason why Qin Jun was unwilling to exercise was simple. Boring. They want to use their main force on the other nomads. After Yang Guo's side tested his army through exercises, he wanted to fight on the front line. The new South Korean army completed a secret force build-up through exercises and tested the actual combat capabilities of the army. As Shang Wen had speculated at the beginning, Han Wangen was very anxious and recruited all the people that could be recruited across the country. What's even more funny is that even so, he still did not give up on levying heavy taxes. With this, Han Wangen has been squeezed off the political stage. Shang Wen urgently convened a military meeting. Wang Jian's staff has already received personal orders from King Qin. It is required to draw up a plan to cut military spending by half. The war is very different from before. Before the Qin state, all wars relied on solicitation. The private sector paid more. But this time, war has become an act of state. The state fully mobilizes all people to participate through military expenditures. Wang Jian also realized this. Therefore, he accepted the order with a long-term strategic plan and instructed the chiefs of staff of the 3 armed forces to further cut funding. Although the 3 armies had complaints, the order was given by King Qin himself. They did not dare to complain, so they took the initiative to cut some unnecessary expenses. Shangwin convened a military conference to compensate for the injustice of the three services after cutting military expenditures. This is to give a slap and a sweet jujube to eat. Shangwen's sweet jujube is the reserve force under the jurisdiction of the three armies. Shangwen is the representative of Zhengfu, while Liao is equivalent to the Minister of National Defense, and Wang Jian is the executor who actually controls the three armed forces to formulate specific plans. The chiefs of staff of the various services were also at the meeting. Shangwen first put forward his own plan. The country's armed forces include regular army, reserve, and militia. The three armies are always under the command of King Qin. It is a prerequisite. After politely speaking, Shangwin finally stated the specific measures of the plan. National military expenditure is only provided to the regular army and part of the reserve. In other words, all the country's war potential will be delegated to the private sector. The civilian population will provide the army with potential forces on a large scale. The armed forces have the right to administer the reserve forces under their jurisdiction. This is a big cake. The people present didn't react at once. Shangwen continued to launch his own plan. The state will encourage the establishment of a large number of clubs. These clubs include aviation, navigation. The army already has security, trading company armed personnel. But to appease the army, still established a gun club. The personnel in the club are all under the jurisdiction of the armed forces. They have the right to recruit these personnel after receiving different levels of mobilization orders. This plan came out. The three armies started talking all at once, although they lost a lot of funds, but got a big cake, because many people will be selected from these clubs. They are very happy to accept this proposal. The plan passed without suspense. None of the three armies objected. This is the first time a problem has been solved without quarreling. As soon as the meeting broke up, the chiefs of staff of the three armies began to greet them and leave in a hurry. They want to build their own club. Crazy. Although their funding is limited, the money is still out. After solving this problem, Shangwen is going to end this exercise. Half a month has passed since the exercise. It's time to stop. Both sides can't afford it. Moreover, long-term stalemate is easy to wipe the gun and misfire. Shangwen decided to take the initiative to call on both sides to stop the exercise and call on all parties to sit down and negotiate. At the beginning of June, Shangwen clearly put forward his thoughts in his State of the Union address. As everyone knows, Qin, Yan, and Zhao Qi held large-scale military exercises on the border. Now the exercise is nearing its end. I call on all parties to stop the exercises and withdraw their troops. Qin state hopes for peace. War cannot resolve the contradictions between the nations. The reason for this exercise is because Zhao and Qi jointly sent troops to attack Yan. The war caused a lot of civilian casualties. Qin didn't want to see such casualties. Out of humanitarianism, I call on all parties to accept Qin's mediation, able to sit down and talk quietly, return the peace to both sides. Shangwen finished the rhetoric emotionally. The reporters obviously wanted to know more, so they enthusiastically spoke and asked questions. But Shangwen ended his final statement. He stepped down and ended the State of the Union address. After all, this matter has not been trusted yet. Previously, Shangwen wrote to each other in the name of Qin's prime minister to accept Qin's mediation. It depends on the attitude of all parties. That's what Shangwen can do. And at this time, obviously can't say too much. The reporter could not get an answer from Shangwen, so they wrote articles one after another and started to put forward their own guesses. Financial Express headlined an article, "The War Passed By." A more detailed explanation of the attitudes of all parties. The reporter believes that the state of Qin has been fighting continuously for a year since it started last year. War consumes a lot. At the same time, it was attacked by a large number of slave traders and farmers. Many veterans voluntarily applied for retirement. From this point of view, the Prime Minister may take the initiative to end the exercise. According to a military officer who asked not to be named, The Qin army is about to start a large-scale disarmament. Recently, it seemed that Qin Jun really didn't want to go to war anymore. And Zhao Jun, after this war, the number of casualties has surged. I'm afraid I can't continue. And the only ones who can go on are Yan and Qi. But now the situation is clearer. What attitudes the two sides adopt, we need to wait and see. As soon as this article was published, Qin's stock and futures markets plunged by 3%. At the same time, people began to fiercely discuss Qin's next plan. But people have reason to believe the state of Qin may not take the initiative to go to war, because the war really lasted long enough. 437 Civilization on the map. Shang Wen's speech at the last State of the Union address was quickly printed into newspapers and quickly spread to various places. The emergence of newspapers and other media actually made some affairs transparent and open. Of course, Shang Wen from the Future Society understands the role of the media. Before others even noticed this powerful weapon, Shang Wen must give full play to its role. Get the support of the people by establishing an image of justice. Occupy a favorable position on the issue of popular sentiment. Shang Wen's proposal requires a reply from the other party before further action can be taken. But before waiting, Shang Wen still has one important thing to do: popularize a lot of astronomy and geography knowledge, especially the map civilization that extends between the two. This is an astronomical telescope. He looks a little rough, but he can prove that what I saw is correct. Shang Wen faced the podium, crowded with all kinds of people. In this group, there are skilled craftsmen from 6 countries, as well as representatives of various families. In short, there are all kinds of people. Even those Confucians from Jixia Academy also participated. In order to popularize this knowledge, Shang Wen announced the news in the newspapers early and had to give lectures at Qingo University. As soon as this news came out, many people came here admiringly. Fan Zheng also quietly walked into a large lecture hall that could accommodate 300 people. There are too many people. Many people are sitting on the stairs listening to Shang Wen's explanation. This astronomical telescope can see our satellites, the moon. In fact, the moon is a sphere. The same applies to this land where we are. The earth is also a sphere. Just like this, Shang Wen said and pointed to the platform. Big iron ball. Shang Wen was originally used to demonstrate the cause of lunar eclipse, eclipse. But obviously it can't be done, because there are too many people. Shang Wen's theory is too advanced. Some people haven't realized it yet. This question, put it aside for now. If you are interested, you can go and see when the night comes. I am very welcome. Shang Wen made a welcome gesture. My theoretical basis is to build on this theoretical basis. Our Earth is a planet, and we live on the Earth. How do we observe and know that? Shang Wen said loudly. Well, use this. As he spoke, Shang Wen took out a sextant. This is a sextant. It is used to determine our latitude. I will explain the issue of latitude to you later. But first, I want to explain to you why we can use a sextant to determine our latitude. First of all, our Earth does not rotate around the Earth at a certain inclination. For example, look at it. Shang Wen said as he took a big stick and passed directly through the wooden star. That represents the Earth. He has a certain inclination. It is because of this inclination that the sun's straight point rotates back and forth between the Tropic of Cancer. Shang Wen said while demonstrating. Many people stared intently. They see. It is this oblique angle that causes the difference in the straight point facing. Some of those who responded quickly suddenly realized, can speak with open mouth. The orbital plane of the Earth's revolution is called the ecliptic plane, and the Earth's equatorial plane is called the equatorial plane. The angle between these two surfaces is the yellow angle. The preliminary settlement is obtained. This angle is 23 degrees and 26 minutes. It was this angle that appeared. Our Chun summer, autumn and winter. Shang Wen didn't know how to explain. He was a weapon expert, and made a temporary cameo as an astronomer and geographer. Some students of Kent State University even picked up a pencil to quickly record. And more people are paying full attention to this new knowledge. This knowledge is not available before. We call the latitudes where the sun goes straight to these two return lines as the Tropic of Cancer. If you are very interested, I hope you can check it out on the spot in Chu State. Shang Wen said, it is also the sun that she straight to different positions. Therefore, we have Chun summer, autumn and winter, and we have Chun equinox, summer solstice, autumnal equinox, and east solstice. Shang Wen does not know if there are these Chun autumnal equinoxes and winters at this time. Summer solstice. Regardless of whether it is available or not, this knowledge must be popularized. At the time of the autumn equinox, the sun was directly on the equator. At the solstice of winter and summer, he was on the Tropic of Cancer. Shang Wen said, since we know the rip period and angle of the sun's straight point, then we can use this to measure the height of the sun and the angle between the horizontal line. Converted by a certain formula, Shang Wen said, and wrote the formula on the blackboard. The blackboard is all black at the bottom of the pot. Shang Wen didn't know it himself, so that his hands were all black. Cos Z equals sin plus cos t. This is the formula. Shang Wen wrote several mathematical symbols on the blackboard. People underneath are talking. They don't understand why Shang Wen drew such a symbol. Do you want to drive away evil spirits? Shang Wen couldn't take care of that much. Half an hour has passed. The big bell behind has already rang. We can get the latitude of the place by calculation. In the formula, Z is the celestial zenith distance of 90 degrees minus the horizon height, is the celestial declination, and T is the hour angle, which can be determined from the local sidereal time and the celestial right ascension. By subtracting it, the sidereal time can also be obtained by simple calculation. If the geographical latitude is calculated from the position of the sun, a simpler algorithm is, Shang Wen said, picking up the spherical chalk and writing equals Z plus dot. Through this, we can calculate the latitude faster. Shang Wen finished writing and said, then let's explain what latitude is. Shang Wen said as he took out a ball made of iron wire. It's like these woven wires running horizontally. This is our latitude. He goes around the earth. It goes all the way to the apex. Shang Wen said, they follow the east-west direction and encircle the circle of the globe, called latitude. All latitude lines are parallel to each other and perpendicular to the longitude lines. The latitude lines indicate the east-west direction. The size of the latitude loops varies, and the equator is the largest loop of latitude. The latitude loop of the two poles gradually shrinks to the north and south poles. The longitude and latitude lines are drawn on the globe and maps in order to determine the position and direction on the earth. The longitude and latitude lines are not drawn on the ground. However, it is not difficult to see the meridian of your place. Stand a bamboo pole on the ground. When the sun rises at the highest noon, the shadow of the bamboo pole is the meridian of your place. Because the meridian indicates the north-south direction, the meridian is again it's called a meridian. The warp and latitude are perpendicular to each other. Time is running out. There is one last time, and class will be finished soon. I can't delay the get out of class. The meaning of the latitude and longitude line is that we can determine our own position without relying on geographical things. By calculating the latitude coordinates, we can even more determine your own location. If you use it on a map, then our civilization will take a big step forward. Shang Wen finished. The bell for the end of get out of class rang. Oh, okay, let's end get out of class, Shang Wen said with a shrug. 438 here. Shang Wen had only 1 hour of class this time, but suddenly turned Kin's knowledge upside down. The first is that people have started heated discussions. Is the earth under my feet called the earth round? Some people think it is. Some think it is not. Others suggested that the earth is square. The sky is round. Otherwise it will not be called Fenyuan. This is pure nonsense. The Prime Minister. Some people think it makes sense. Compared to heated discussions, many people started to run up the mountain. Why? Look at the moon at night. With the help of Shang Wen's telescope, they began to look at the moon carefully. It turns out that the moon is all bumpy. Some people can't squeeze the astronomical telescope. Just look at it with the help of a telescope. Since telescopes have become popular in the military, therefore, many civilian versions of poor quality have begun to flow into the market. The reason why a large number of telescopes can be produced is mainly due to the two new products newly listed on the futures market: Jing fine salt and coarse salt. Jing fine salt is used to provide people for consumption during the Warring States period, and all subsequent dynasties. Edible salt has always been a lucrative industry. Yin didn't notice this more traditional industry at first, and only discovered this problem when he accompanied Shang Wen to the streets. As a result, a new variety of salt was launched soon. But with the expansion of the Qin state, some inland lakes in the northwest were discovered. People began to find edible salt in these inland saltwater lakes. However, a large amount of coarse salt appeared during the extraction process. These coarse salts contain a lot of sodium carbonate and other salts. Although only two of them are used, they are of great value. For example, the price of sodium carbonate far exceeds that of edible salt. Thus, the salt was preliminarily divided. Jing fine salt is used specifically to call it edible salt. Coarse salt became synonymous with early industrial salt. However, the extraction of sodium carbonate from these crude salts is still very limited, so some people began to use their brains to research and develop other things. It is precisely with the help of futures that Qin has a large number of glass and mirrors. Glass is no longer a special product of the Wang family. Began to enter the homes of ordinary people. Some students who had a keen interest in astronomy began to imitate Shang Wen's astronomical telescope. At the same time, some surveying retired military officers, non-commissioned officers, and land officials also began to accept the sextant. According to the latitude and longitude, draw some preliminary maps. These Shang Wen did not care. What he needs is such an effect, because these things involve a wide range. Need to inspire specialized talents to explore. In the electromagnetic field, Qin state began to manufacture compasses on a large scale. With the help of glass, excellent sealing, a large number of compasses were manufactured. However, the army is not the priority. It is a large number of security trade armed personnel. They need a north arrow to indicate the direction. But large magnets cannot be manufactured, because there is still a lack of natural insulating materials such as resins. The price of the resin is extremely expensive. This thing is only available in the royal family or the minister's family. Even wealthy businessmen have only a small piece. Therefore, this leads to the magnets that can only be made very small. Can't do much. This seriously hinders the development of electromagnetics. However, there is still a major progress in electricity. BIAI discovered a brand new metal, zinc, through unintentional experiments. There are a large number of lead-zinc mines in China, especially in the Qin state, and the newly occupied East Mongolia and other places. The appearance of zinc has made the battery a step further. At the same time, hydrogen can be produced quickly. This is currently the main source of hydrogen in the development and improvement of glass and new airships. In terms of gunpowder, black powder is still the mainstream gunpowder. The slow progress of new-style gunpowder is mainly due to the immense power of new-style explosives. It explodes at every turn, mainly nitroglycerin. Therefore, many people are unwilling to study. The other is the lack of a fiber that can be nitrated. Cotton. If this problem is to be resolved, it must have a lot to do with Mesopotamia and India. Otherwise, the smokeless gunpowder will still not be able to break through. Shang Wen actually started planning long ago, and sailing is currently the most effective and fastest way to obtain cotton. You can quickly reach India and the Mesopotamia by sailing. If it passes land, Qin must try its best to clear the battle, and it will be no problem. But where is the driving force? Is it just for cotton? China has better silk fabrics than cotton. Obviously, the allure of cotton is not great. When Qin state was busy drawing new maps and exploring the mysteries of the universe, Shang Wen was very happy to be here alone. It is not so much a person as a group of people. After Shang Wen's invitation letter was received, Xiao He brought Liu Ji and others to the state of Qin to seek a good future. The invitation letter was issued by Shang Wen himself. Therefore, when the doorman notified Shang Wen of this invitation letter together, Shang Wen received several people very warmly. Because the place is too narrow and tight, Shang Wen had to invite Xiao He and others to the restaurant in the city. Xiao He went from Peidi to Xiuchun, and walked west from Xiuchun into the Qin state. During the period of King Zhao, Bai Qi, the general of Qin state, captured a large area of Chu state. Then, they passed Yuguan into Hanzhong, and from Hanzhong into Guanzhong. It took nearly a month in between. After entering Guanzhong, they slowed down, because, at this time, Guanzhong has changed a lot. First of all, they saw a large tract of land being cultivated by a group of northern nomads, and those farmers were leisurely riding horses and wandering around with shotguns. Guanzhong's order to hold guns was revised once. Allow the farm host to have a certain number of guns in order to control a large number of slaves. At this time, they also changed into Qin's four-wheeled carriage, because when they came, the four-wheeled carriage was impassable, so they had to change. Anyway, the money was still worthy of money. They don't feel distressed either. In their view, this is justified. The inn where they stayed is very different from Chu state, and there is a lot of meat, and the price is very cheap. This person Xiao He and others opened their eyes. And I ate beef. This made Fan Q, who had slaughtered dogs since childhood, felt a little unbalanced. Beef is not something you can eat casually. And here in Qin state, ordinary shopkeepers are in charge. This made them believe coming to Qin to find a future is the right way to go. Until they saw the Prime Minister of Qin with their own eyes, they forgot to give a gift. The reason was that Qin's Prime Minister's dress was very different from that of Chu's official elders. If it weren't for self-introduction, Liu Ji would almost think he was an ordinary guy on the street. Shang Wen was not surprised. Busy to greet the bit into the city to arrange food and accommodation. Once in Xianyang city, these people were all bluffed. 439. It's not that good. Xiao He and his party. The eyes didn't dare to blink. They used all the organs they could perceive. Look at a dazzling array of products. What you listen to is the melody played by the phonograph. And what you smell is the aroma of different street foods. Xiao He and his party gave up taking the car as soon as they entered the city gate. They had to walk all the way to see the changes in Qin state. Shang Wen also knew that this group of people were talented, so he guided and followed them all the way. After all, they still didn't know some traffic rules. Several people walked on the sidewalk. Brother, look, that shop is really interesting. It's disturbing the windows. Fan Kui shouted loudly. His call immediately caused a burst of laughter. If the people in Xianyang around look at the dress of a group of people, they will know that this is a person from the 6 countries just now. Speak down. Don't shout loudly. Liu Ji was embarrassed to be seen by people around him. The clothes of the people of Qin state were bright and bright. People's shoes are all leather. Look at their group again. Master Xiao is still reasonable. He is a scholar, and the Caoshin who joined in halfway is also considered. The rest of the people are the same as the beggars. This made Liu Ji suddenly feel inferior. Fortunately, Shang Wen didn't care, and shook hands cordially at the first meeting. Now I will introduce them from time to time. It's nothing. It's a shop window, dedicated to displaying goods. For example, the clothing store displays the clothes for everyone to see. Then enter the store for consumption. Shang Wen explained. No knowledge. Liu Ji scolded. Shang Wen smiled slightly. Brother, did you smell it? It smells really good. Luan stepped forward and said. Liu Ji sniffed vigorously. Well, yes, it's fragrant, still. It's still sweet, Liu Ji said after smelling it. Rogue. The 2 fashionable women walking in front of them turned around and cursed. The fragrance comes from them. All the face of this group of people was lost all at once. Liu Ji suddenly lost his face. Oh, just here. Everyone follows me. Shang Wen didn't care about which restaurant to see, so he just ordered one to enter. alleviating the embarrassing atmosphere just now. Shang Wen asked for a large private room. Shang Wen handed over the menu for Xiao He to order. There are more and more people in Qin State who know Chinese characters, and the Xianyang area has become more popular. Among a group of people, there are probably not many people who know words. Ordering has obviously become a problem, and it is the first time they have encountered such an ordering method. When Shang Wen saw this situation, he ordered some casually. Everyone first arrived in Qin. Do you have any plans? Shang Wen asked. Well, we listen to Xiao Da. Lao Xiao. Liu Jie felt that there should be some changes in his name, so he changed his words immediately. Wei Wei is older than me, so let's call Wei Wei the eldest brother. Shang Wen took the initiative to call it closer. My lord, it doesn't make sense. Xiao He, Liu Jie and others dare not call it that way. It's okay. In Qin, there is no difference between being an official and a general occupation. Besides, I have issued a law. In Qin, all occupations are equal. I haven't improved on the title, but it will take time. They are all treated as equals. It's nothing, Shang Wen said. Our public officials in these countries are sometimes inferior to the traffickers on the street. They make more money in a year than those of us who rely on the government for food. We just barely make ends meet. Shang Wen took the initiative to introduce Tao. Everyone present was shocked. They cannot accept this fact. Everyone knows the benefits of being an official, and everyone is rushing to be an official. In Qin, the officials are the poorest. This surprised them. So, when you come to Qin, I don't recommend that you be an official, because when you are an official in Qin, that is the service department. To put it bluntly, it is the receiving department. I have made repeated orders. Zhengfu officials have no right to criticize civilians. The attitude must be maintained. Service is Xing quality. Although Shang Wen used a lot of vocabulary that he didn't understand, but the core is clear. The Zhengfu department is the worst choice. In fact, it is true. Xiao's indulgence in business development has already pushed a large number of social Jing to society. The Zhengfu department is often the choice of some stable people, who do not want to fight in a fierce competitive environment. At this time, the food came. Shang Wen hinted that the position could be a little bit more casual. I don't know, my lord. What do you think we should do when we arrive in Qin? Xiao He asked. Big brother Xiao might as well call my sir. The name of an adult is used in office. Now it is private time, Shang Wen said further to get closer. I dare not be it. Xiao He retorted. Otherwise, everyone should call him Mr. Shang Wen just finished speaking. Everyone looked at each other. The term Mr. is for scholars and scholars. Xiao He can be used in one go. But they felt a little suspicious. Actually, a lot of people can use it. Gentlemen, please feel free to use it, Shang Wen said. Then thank you. A is not Mr. Fan. Thank you, I said happily. After hearing this, Liu Ji also said Mr. Liu. It was the first time they used the title Mr. Xiao. Let's get back to the topic. As you can see, the country of Qin is developing very fast now. There is a shortage of people everywhere, and people are everywhere. Qin has established many public schools, and those students only need to learn a little knowledge. He was immediately snatched away by the merchants. The employment has reached this point, especially those talents. Many merchants tried their best to attract them. I believe in the talents given to them. They must also be the target of attracting. Shang Wen said. I heard about Mr. Xiao's talent from the ambassador to Chu State. Therefore, I invited Mr. Xiao to come to Qin State for development. Shang Wen paused. Qin Mr. Qin, what can we do? Liu Ji asked anxiously. Everyone's majors are different. I just provide some suggestions for reference. Mr. Xiao can work in the bank. It is the core department of Qin State. I can write a letter of recommendation. Mr. Liu, Mr. Fan, Mr. Lu. I suggest that you join the security guards and the armed men of the trading company. Now many people are rushing in, because that is the fastest way to get rich. After you have the money, you can buy a large piece of land in the newly established state and hire some people. Buy a lot of slaves. Shang Wen hasn't finished. Liu Ji and others said loudly, this is a good way. let's do it. We are all farmers, this is fine. Everyone nodded. If you have some capital, you can do other things. Kin is full of opportunities. As long as you don't break the law, you can do anything. The boundary of the law is within the boundary of kin. Outside the boundary, the law can only bind people. Shang Wen said, this is a revelation. It depends on how Liu Ji understands. 440 The talent I introduced to you. In addition, you can get a lot of money from the personal loot, Shang Wen said. Trophy? Liu Ji asked. Yes, I don't know how other companies do it, but I know what Princess Wen Yang's trading company does. You only need to sign up for certain training, mainly guns, horses, and some special tactical guidance. This deal the cost is deducted from the property you get behind, Shang Wen said. But rest assured, your property will be recorded in great detail. These are all taxes collected. Unknown sources of money will be found out by the taxation committee. I also remind you to give it a bit. Don't evade taxes. Kin's tax rate is already very low. Only 1% of your income a year, Shang Wen said. Several nodded. They have never heard of such a low tax. But you earn more and pay more. But in comparison, you still earn a lot. Therefore, a few people have already made a fortune in their hearts. As for Mr. Xiao, or a few others, if you are interested, you can go to a bank or an exchange. If it is not suitable, you can also go to other places. Reporters, store managers, or copywriters. All are fine. Shang Wen introduced several. Forget it, reporter, we don't have that great ability. Liu Ji said. Okay. Everyone, hurry up and eat. He'll write a letter of recommendation to Princess Wen Yang, Shang Wen said. Recommendation letters are often used as a guarantee of one person to affirm the character and value of another person. Letters of recommendation are sometimes more important than those of academic qualifications, because this is a person's social value in society. Dear Shang Wen wrote, Yin has become accustomed to such a title. If you don't write that at the beginning, Yin will be very angry. These people are talented people from Chu. Some of them have already made a choice. If you don't have a choice, you can provide them with the opportunity to choose. I believe they will make their right judgment. Among these people, there is one named Xiao He. He has strong business acumen and excellent economic talents. I think that the future development of your bank and exchange will benefit from this person's role. As for other people, most of them will choose to join the armed personnel of your trading company. I hope you can arrange for them. They are very brave and very witty. If there are other requirements among them, as long as they are reasonable, please try to meet them. I think they are all talents. They don't have the slightest problem with character. They are cheerful and lively. They are helpful. They are typical farmers and typical good people. Yin looked at the recommendation letter carefully, and Xiao He and others sat on the sofa restlessly. Although the sofa is very soft, they dare not sit too much because there is a princess of Qin in front of them, and the decoration in the office is very close to modern times. Transparent glass, large desk, bookcase, shelf, boss chair. The wooden floor seems to be able to illuminate people, and it is obvious that the floor has been waxed. This is the first time for Xiao He and others to enter such a room. It is different from previous rooms. This room looks much brighter. Big brother, it would be nice if we lived in such a house in the future. Fan Kui said in a low voice. Liu Ji moved Fan Kui one after another. Your one is Mr. Xiao Xiao? Yinu asked after reading the letter. It's underneath. Xiao He got up and said, well, very good. I will arrange you to work in the bank. Do you have any other requirements? For example, salary? Yingyu asked. Oh, I just want to start simple. Although Xiao He saw the bank in the newspaper, he still didn't understand how to do it. He wanted to see it on the spot. Very good. You are very practical. I will arrange it. Then, Yingyu picked up a pen and wrote a few strokes. Do you have any more requirements? Yin turned around and asked Liu Ji and others. No, no more. Liu Ji quickly stood up and replied. I want to follow Master Xiao. Oh number. Mr. Xiao. Kaoshan whispered. Yes, I will arrange it. After Yin finished writing, She pressed the bell button on the table. This is specially designed for her by Shangwen, the secretary outside the door. The assistant will come in after hearing the doorbell. Chairman, what's your order? A stylishly dressed female secretary came in and asked, follow the above arrangement for them. Yin handed over the note and said, yes, Chairman. The female secretary took the note and motioned to Xiaohe and others to follow her. Liu Ji faintly followed and walked out. Because the female secretary's dress and temperament are quite different from Chu women, Yin sent these people away and was busy with her own affairs. She was busy shorting a large amount of corn. Wheat is not suitable for shorting at present, but it is coming to an end. This is Yin's own experience. Yin is busy shorting corn. But some people get angry anxiously. The greedy Gokai paid a heavy price for this. When the Qin state broke out in war and began to purchase a large amount of grain with futures, because of the war demand, especially the demand for military grain, let him make a small profit at the beginning. He also listened to his nephew Go Hui's explanation and entered with the attitude of giving it a try. Unexpectedly, he made money all at once. When he was happy, he discovered that this could not only hit the Qin state, but also make money for himself, so he could be a whimsical cow for the futures market. His ideas are bold, but the market cannot do it. After the corn rose to a certain price, it began to stop. This is mainly because the front line began to use a large amount of meat as military rations to replace the original corn. At the same time, the emergence of wheat made many investors believe that the prospect of wheat is better than that of corn, so they switched to investing in wheat. Although corn did not fall sharply, but the trend is clear enough. That is down. People who are good at summarizing will naturally find this. Yin also knew that there was enough corn in the warehouse. The corn was all the credit of Gokai. He transported a lot of corn to Qin, so that he focused on the military rations. His wishful thinking is very good. The grain was sold to Qin at a high price, and then after the grain was increased, it could be repurchased on a large scale. He tried in vain to act as a market, but the market immediately made him pay a heavy price. A large amount of corn entered the Qin market, which immediately caused a drop in corn. Although Qin was hit by heavy rain, it rose a little. But the result was still a decline. The decline attracted everyone's attention, and people began to short corn. The price of corn dropped by 10% all at once. However, Go Hui's agent, Go Huizu, had a large number of long orders that could not be thrown out. 441 I am sorry. Since Gokai holds multiple orders, he stands on the opposite side of the market. Therefore, the loss is extremely staggering. The amount of loss was as high as 200,000 gold. Even the businessman who initially instigated him to participate in speculation knew it, committed suicide. Go Huizu was desperate and went to another country. All the mess was thrown at Gokai. The news was told to him by others, otherwise, he would still be ignorant. Also dreaming of getting rich. At the same time, news of Shangwen's appeal to all parties to stop the exercise reached Zhao. Mediate. A joke. Zhao Wang sneered. Pa. Wang Zhao excitedly patted the table again. Okay. He can't play Qin on his own. The country wants to disarm itself. Ha ha ha. The widow finally dragged down the tiger and wolf Qin. Zhao Wang shouted very excitedly, because he saw the newspaper's speculation about why the exercise was stopped. Finally, the news of Qin's disarmament was mentioned, although only one paragraph. But the news in the newspaper has always been accurate. For example, someone reported it in the previous paragraph, and the Qin state newspaper accurately forecasted the weather. King Zhao didn't believe him, so he passed the news from Qin state as quickly as possible. Zhao Wang read the newspaper and approved the information. He immediately changed his attitude. Today, the newspapers say it all. Wang Zhao also believed naturally. Qin wants to disarm because it can't be consumed anymore. Since it can't be consumed anymore, then Zhao Go will insist on spending with you. Mediation. Humphrey. The widow is not Qin's prime minister. What kind of thing? Zhao Wang shouted loudly. It seemed to be called directly to Shangwen. Subsequently, King Zhao ordered to continue the exercise and put pressure on Qin again. Li Mu was very happy when he heard the news, so he wrote to King Zhao, asked to agree to Qin's conditions. The whole army recuperated for a period of time, and explained the reason in detail. But Zhao Wang didn't react at all. So part of the borders of Zhao state reopened the exercise, continue to increase troops. The Taiyuan military region sent the news back to Xianyang urgently. At the same time, Uxin's, Yan's special envoy and Yan's ambassador to Qin, repeatedly asked for meetings. He brought a letter written by King Yan. After the content of the letter was simply sorted out by the essayists, Shang Wen could barely understand it. The content of the letter is very simple. That is, Yan Go decided to take force to regain the lost land, and asked Qin to support it. Yan state is willing to develop another 15 concessions for Qin state. Shang Wen neither agreed nor rejected. Instead, Uxin patiently waited for the attitude of Zhao and Qi. Uxin is very anxious about this. But there is no way. Without Qin's support, Yan's army was unable to move. The main reason was that Qin had to provide a large amount of military supplies. Yan Go needs Qin's position. Just wait patiently for a day later. The news from Zhao Go arrived first. Shang Wen received a military report from Wei Liao urgently. Zhao Go still practiced again. Moreover, the scale has a tendency to expand. Shang Wen shook his head helplessly, and said something. It's a pity. Peace cannot come to Zhao. So he urgently summoned Yan Guo's special envoy, Uxin. The two sides held an emergency closed-door consultation meeting. Later, Shang Wen urgently met with South Korean ambassador Zhang Liang. The specific content is only known to Shang Wen and Zhang Liang. There are also no meeting records. The next day, Shang Wen held a press conference with Uxin. First of all, I want to announce one thing. I received an emergency military report from the Taiyuan military region. The Zhao team continued to carry out large-scale military exercises in the border area. This is a naked provocation against the state of Qin. In this regard, the state of Qin is very serious. Anger. The reporter below quickly waved the pen in his hand, and they undoubtedly wrote the word anger very heavily. At the same time, Qin's good friends and partners, Yan state also expressed anger. Zhao state, Qi state, not only occupied a large area of Yan state, they also used military exercises to show their strength. This is challenging Qin state, Shang Wen said slowly. Therefore, I decided to fully support Yan Go to regain lost ground. As soon as Shang Wen finished speaking, some reporters began to ask questions, but Shang Wen waved. Let reporters exercise restraint. Regarding Qin's mediation, Zhao Go has obviously answered us. I regret this. War will come again. Shang Wen added this sentence briefly. The reporter thinks this is reasonable. I don't understand what Shang Wen said. After that, it was Yan Guo Uxin giving a speech. This is the first time that he has spoken in front of the news media. Appears a little nervous. Uxin stood on the podium for a long time without speaking, which made the reporters anxious. So some reporters asked boldly, Mr. Ambassador, is Yan confident to defeat Zhou's outstanding soldiers? A female reporter asked politely, Mr. Ambassador, how will Yan Jun defeat Li Mu of Zhao country? A reporter wanted to ask some specific information, but Uxin couldn't stand it. The body kept moving back. Can the ambassador tell us? The female reporter asked. Oh, oh, yes. It's like this, Uxin said with a bit of slowness. We want to thank the Qin state for his help. Now our Yan army has been trained by the Qin army. It has reached a level sufficient to defeat the Zhao army. Moreover, our military equipment is much more advanced than that of the Zhao army. Even if Li Mu is more powerful, defeat us. Uxin said back and forth again and again. The reporter believes that the Qin army helps military training. There is still a lot of articles in it. Then, they immediately surrounded it. All of a sudden, the drama Xin was forced to the side of the stage. Excuse me. The ambassador, Can you tell me in detail about the military training of Yan State? The reporter asked. To what extent has Yan State been trained? What is their combat effectiveness? The reporter asked next. Uksin screamed. He was forced to the stage by reporters. Fortunately, the guards guarded Uksin's head by the stand in time. Uksin was only suddenly taken aback. The reporters obviously realized that their approach was a bit too much. Many reporters want to get the best news, will often take drastic actions. For example, this time, originally, the release station was not big, and the drama Uksin retreats again and again. This led some reporters to take the initiative to ask questions. The guards could not approach in time. This led to the reporter who forced the drama Uksin to step down. The reporters repeatedly apologized. The drama is hard and smiles bitterly. But Shang Wen could only shook his head. It seemed that a press conference venue had to be set up specifically. At least, the desk was unusable. The reporters have to sit down quietly instead of being surrounded by themselves. Such a small episode is a joke spread on the streets of Xianyang. After people laughed, caring more Qin State's attitude towards Yan State, and discuss the reason why Qin should help Yan. 442 Sorry, Shang Wen's diplomatic strategy is working step by step, and Shang Wen just needs to wait. While Shang Wen was waiting for the good news of Qin's diplomacy, an unpleasant thing happened. Things have to start one morning. Shang Wen handles some affairs of the newly established state. Suddenly a woman in her 30s broke in. I have received orders outside the door. Excessive violent measures cannot be taken against civilians. Just a little hindrance will do. If you insist on breaking in, there is no need to continue to intercept. The role of the doorman is only a superficial role. Ancient women generally get married very early. Married at the age of 16, only go to high school at this age. By the age of 30, she was already the mother of an older child. The young mother was obviously a little excited when she saw Shang Wen. My Prime Minister, please let my child go to school. The child's mother cried loudly. Shang Wen immediately got up and helped the young mother. Don't cry. The eldest sister. Tell me what you want. Don't worry. Sit down first. Speak slowly. I will solve it. Shang Wen helped the mother onto the sofa. Then pour a cup of water on the coffee table. My lord, there are still a lot of people outside the door. They are all coming to ask the adults, said the guard. Oh, please come in, Shang Wen ordered. Ever since, a large number of people entered Shang Wen's office. The office is not big. Many people. It seemed very crowded all at once. But Shang Wen still patiently asked what happened. The men complained indignantly. The women cried. The matter was asked intermittently. It turned out that the problem was in education. These people are Korean. They came to Qin to earn a living. Shang Wen also solved some problems before, especially the problem of children's education. Shang Wen is to be fair. These children were sent to public schools in a unified form. Shang Wen did not set up schools and special classes. The reason is to ensure the fairness of education. But the problem is precisely here, Zhengfu, because military expenditure is huge. And so, relying on private capital for education expenses, the establishment of some private schools has become a choice for the wealthy or those who make a fortune. They have extremely rich sources of funds. And so, the level of education is relatively high, and public schools, it was funded by Zhengfu. Education is at the middle level. The purpose is to improve the quality of the people of Qin. Zhengfu invested less funds. Therefore, educational resources are relatively tight. Everyone has 3 or 4 children. This is normal. Qin also encouraged childbirth. After all, fighting still depends on people. Few resources. Lots of people. The people of Qin thought for their own children. Naturally to new students, especially these children from Korea, can't bear it. Discrimination. Geographical discrimination. There is a great economic background behind the discrimination. Such as, the people of Qin have accumulated for several generations. Coupled with being the first to become a worker, many people even serve as soldiers and fight for the country. They have a certain economic foundation. The prosperous life makes them start to care more about the happiness of life. And Koreans come here to work. Generally, what the people of Qin are not willing to do, although the profession is legally fair. But in fact it is still because of this reason, that kind of reason, especially the discrimination caused by the national economic foundations of the two countries. Shangwen allowed Korean children to study in Kingo Academy. The scarcity of educational resources caused conflicts to suddenly intensify. Excessive behavior began to occur. Qin has long been in a dominant position. People naturally have a sense of pride when they become rich. When educational resources are sharp, they immediately raised this sense of pride to determine their position. The parents of the children began to attack the parents of Korean children. Some even put pressure on the school, asked to expel the children of these Koreans. Under pressure, teachers and parents in some schools even ask their children's parents to withdraw from school. What's more serious is that some teachers even ordered them to drop out of school within a time limit. Such a teacher is no longer qualified. They have no educational significance. Shangwen was very disappointed with these teachers. But I feel guilty for not thinking thoroughly beforehand. Shangwen rubbed his face in pain. These Korean parents began to quiet down. They think something is going to happen to the Prime Minister. Shangwen swallowed hard. He bit his lip with his teeth, then stood up. He raised his head and said, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Shangwen went on to salute. "These are the things I didn't do well. No, I didn't estimate what might happen in advance. I'm really sorry," Shangwen requested in pain. The meaning of education is to enlighten children's inner beauty. And Shangwen thinks, because I did not take into account the fairness of education in time, cause the children to accept the kind of struggle in the adult world prematurely, involve the child in it. What will the children think? How would their hearts perceive this society? They will be disappointed, lose confidence. Then there is despair. Dislike society. Serious ones can lead to crime, because they see society changed. Snobbish, inequality. They began to advocate violence, so much so that they began to retaliate against this society. Everything is a failure of education. It was also Shangwen's failure as the Prime Minister. It is not the child's school work that Shangwen is delaying. It is the mind of a generation. This is also true. Shangwen Kai felt more and more that he had made the biggest mistake. What education destroys is the future. The Korean parents were stunned. They didn't expect it. The Prime Minister actually made such a move. They are completely at a loss. Many of them didn't know that Shangwen had given the Qin people a lot of humility before. The reason is that they are not from Qin. But now it's different. They experienced it firsthand, and their identity is Korean, not from Qin. They just work for others. How noble is an official, even if they are used to the kindness of Qin officials. But in his bones he still feared the government. Now Shangwen actually apologized in person. It's also polite. If it is not personal experience, they wouldn't believe it if they were killed. All Korean parents stagnated at that moment. And Shangwen thinks that what he has done in education is really bad. This is my dereliction of duty. Because of me, the children were hurt. It was my negligence as the Prime Minister, Shangwen said. I will give you an answer immediately. Please wait a moment. Okay, Shangwen said almost in a begging and delaying manner. Only then did people react. They began to believe everything happening right now. But Shangwen has already left. He wants to resolve this matter quickly. 443 open and inclusive. After Shangwen left, he quickly delivered a speech on the public platform in the south of the city. He needs the people to wake up themselves, wake up equality, wake up the dedication to society. Education is Shangwen's most concern. The degree of concern is even higher than military and economic. The reason is that education will affect the future. Shangwen's generation can be very strong. But what about the future? What about our future? What to do in the future? Could it be that Qin is only a strong generation? Do not. This is absolutely not allowed by Shangwen. It is also the most unwilling result to see. The future is a long-term plan. Shangwin decided to sacrifice some of his current efforts in exchange for future prosperity and strength. The prosperity of Qin state is definitely not an accident. Several generations of King Qin have attached great importance to the issue of talents. But the problem of talent is only passive. Talent cultivation is all in the talents themselves, rather than the monarch taking the initiative to act, such as independent training. This is also a major drawback of the feudal society in the future. The monarch puts the responsibility of training talents entirely on the talents themselves, and at the same time, selects them according to their own standards. This is very different from European and American university systems. A passive, an initiative. The passive person not only consumes the training cost on talents, but also measures the value of talents by their own standards, and the active ones spend the talent cost on the country. Zhengfu. Although the degree varies, but it greatly reduces the burden on talents. At the same time, it does not select talents according to its own standards. Instead, select talents based on needs. This demand from the country, Zhengfu, folk, various needs stimulate the diversity of talents. This is also one of the important reasons why science and technology can develop rapidly. Demand determines its development model. This is why Shangwin attaches importance to education. The future development of the Qin state largely comes from the prosperity of educated talents. At the same time, Shangwin is also rapidly transforming the great prosperity of 100 schools of thought during the Warring States period into a real national education. But now there is such a problem. How can Shangwin not be anxious? This is related to the future of Qin. It is the seed of Qin's future. I am standing here today because we Qin people have done a shameful thing. The crowd onlookers looked at each other in surprise. They don't know what Qin people are doing wrong. But I, as the Prime Minister, also bear a great responsibility. Shangwen paused. Here, first of all, I want to apologize publicly to the children and parents who have been hurt. Shangwen said and bowed. Today, I received a visit from a group of Korean parents. They complained painfully that their children could not go to school normally because of discrimination from schools, parents, teachers, and even students. Hearing such news, I was shocked. But then I felt ashamed of myself. When the entire education system was established, my original intention was that education is equal. Everyone has the right to receive education. Think about it. When our children are educated in the school, those who have immigrated from the 6 countries in Kanto, or those who live here in the 6 countries, what do they think? They also have the right to receive education. Their children are also human, and the same blood is flowing in the veins. They are all Chinese. They are all descendants of Yan Huang. Why can our children receive education, but they can't? So, I do everything I can to provide them with education, because what they look in their eyes is desire. I did not order the establishment of another educational school, because education is equal. We have to provide an equal environment for these children, even if they are Korean, or Zago, Wigo, etc. for the time being. But they are just like us. They are all the same nation. The same blood is flowing, Shangwen said loudly. We cannot discriminate against them because of geographical differences, and there is no reason to discriminate against them. We should not treat them with a discriminatory attitude. But when we look at them with discriminatory eyes, our nation is bleeding. We are crying. Our Qin state is like carrying a manifest destiny. We will shoulder the responsibility of the unification of the entire nation. The burden of national unification rests on every Qin person. For this responsibility, we should accept different regions with an inclusive mind. Compatriots of the same nation with the blood of China. Zhao Ziming destiny. Many people in Qin felt that responsibility. People suddenly felt that Qin state's share of responsibility was on his shoulders. The concept of nation began to gain roots in the hearts of the people. This moment, the Qin people suddenly felt why they had launched a war to unify the 6 countries before. Suddenly I felt that why we should attack the Xiongnu, Dongwu and Shi with all their strength. Responsibility, national responsibility. It is not only the people of Qin who are impressed, but also the people of the 6 nations onlookers. They feel they have found a home, found a kind of belonging. They believe the state of Qin really has such a manifest destiny. The people of Qin really should unify this troubled and scattered nation. This is the voice of every Huaxia people. Since we have such a responsibility, then we must accept the children of the 6 Kanto countries. We let them enjoy the rights we enjoy. We cannot look at each other with discriminatory eyes. It is tolerance, tolerance for all. I am very sorry for the children who have been hurt. Deep down in my heart, I have also been condemned by national responsibility. We did something wrong. We have to change. We need to make corrections. Correct in time. There is still time, Shang Wen said slowly. The tone was extremely low, as if talking to himself. But the scene is very quiet. No one made a sound. But everyone can hear it. They know what they did wrong. Thank you. Thank you everyone. I will try my best to correct my mistakes. Thank you. Thank you. Shang Wen stepped down in a depressed mood. But when Shang Wen walked down the stage with tears in his eyes, the people are awakened. They began to applaud enthusiastically. Applaud. Applaud. Shang Wen's speech made the Qin people's discrimination disappear. Some parents, students, teachers, they took the initiative to apologize to the students and parents who were expelled. Some teachers also voluntarily quit their jobs. They think they are not doing well enough and do not have a tolerant heart to accept a child's heart. They feel they have done the biggest mistake of their own. They took the initiative to leave the education position. And the people began to discuss spontaneously. Newspapers reported the speech in its entirety, and various newspapers commented on it. The content of the review is as if it has been negotiated. Qin people should shoulder a kind of national responsibility. This responsibility, it made all Qin people feel heavy, but they were very optimistic because they want to smile with their own. In an attitude of development and tolerance, we will accept our national compatriots. 444 fiscal deficit. The newspaper seemed a little excited about this report, because Shang Wen has such a vocabulary as mandate of destiny in his topic. This vocabulary sparked heated discussion all at once. Our Chinese nation has a history of more than 2,000 years from ancient times to the present, and our nation is also beginning to form in a fuzzy state. Now there are only a few large and small countries in China. The trend of unification has become clearer. Our nation seems to have many disasters. We have experienced many disasters. The Emperor Zhou was in trouble, and our Qin ancestors sent troops to rescue us. The Emperor was grateful to us Qin, so he gave us this rich place in Guanzhong. We have assumed the responsibility of guarding the west gate of this nation. We Qin people for several generations the martyrs fought hard and drove away ethnic minority tribes in the west. They have kept this responsibility and obligation for us and for this nation. It seems that we have had this manifest destiny from that moment. The Prime Minister's speech was quite right. We, the state of Qin, came out of the world. For this is the manifest destiny. It is the call of this nation. It is the cry of this nation that made us take on such a manifest destiny. This is Qin's first magazine, a preface to the mandate of destiny. This magazine was ordered by King Qin himself, distributed through Yinius newspaper. The title of the 4 characters of Zhao Zhao Destiny was also written by King Qin. King Qin finished reading all the newspaper reports on Shang Wen's speeches. King Qin was so excited that he shed tears. That moment, King Qin was shocked by the national responsibility. Everything that Qin Go did before seemed to be something to accomplish in the dark. But now, the people of Qin understand it by themselves. This is a clear destiny. It is a national responsibility. Such a great responsibility makes the people of Qin feel proud, feel heavy. The words Zhao Ziming destiny repeatedly flashed in King Qin's mind within a day. He felt it. He must assume the responsibility of the Chinese nation. So he went to Yina himself and asked for a newspaper to be published. The newspaper named Zhao Zhao Destiny needs to be thick and big. The content project is to record everything Qin has done for this nation. He wants to inspire the people of the country to inspire the whole nation. Yin is also a descendant of the Ying family. The tradition of the nobility made her feel that she should shoulder this responsibility. So she talked about the idea of publishing a small book brochure recently. Such a total. The first magazine, The Mandate of Destiny, was published. Only 1,000 copies of Zhao Zhao Destiny were printed for the first time. But it was quickly sold out. A few in a magazine are not cheap. The price is 75 cents. But many people buy it. So the printing machine kept rushing to print at night, because the articles inside make Qin people excited. The article uses a large number of precious literature materials to tell what the Qin people have given. From that moment, Qin Talent began to understand himself. Not only that, many people from the 6 nations also bought this magazine spontaneously. They can offer 2 golds for this magazine. But no one wants to sell. I just want you to borrow it. Unwilling to sell. Fan Zheng didn't have this magazine. But he saw something. The general trend. The young Prime Minister of Qin is not simple. In less than a year, such a change occurred in Qin state. Think about his policy. Always avoid using force as a direct method of yielding. On the contrary, it took a kind of tolerance and openness measures that Qin people had never seen before. This will be the heart of the world. This kind of mind. Fan Zheng himself felt inferior to Shang Wen. There are a lot of such heated discussions. It is exactly this kind of hot discussion. People in the 6 nations in Qin began to develop a new sense of belonging. Qin is the final destination of this nation. Only Qin Talent has the ability to support this troubled nation. National consciousness began to take shape first in the heated discussion in Xianyang of the Qin state. As everyone knows, newspapers are also closely linking all national compatriots, such as text. Qin state uses Xiaosuan. The mass distribution of newspapers made Xiaosuan spread wildly. In their spare time, some civilians in the 6 nations always took Qin's newspapers to teach their children how to write. The written word is Xiaosuan. In order to understand Qin's newspapers, some scholars have unknowingly accepted Qin's small seals. Spontaneous acceptance is faster than coercion. The effect is better. This is the time when this manifestation of destiny discussion Zhao is set off one after another. Shang Wen was worried about his financial funds. Military expenditures are still very large. The reason is that the military agreed to cut military spending and also agreed to large-scale disarmament. However, there are also resettlement expenses paid to soldiers for demobilization. This is a big expenditure. The scale of its expenditures will exceed 1 million gold. In addition, the royal family's expenses, as well as a large number of engineering projects, and Zhengfu usual expenses. Funds have run out. Taxation work has entered the review stage. The collection work is ongoing. Taxes are like dripping water, come in little by little. However, Shang Wen's expenditures flowed out like a big river. In this way, Shang Wen's capital chain will soon be broken. At the same time, the loan from Yinu Bank is easy to repay. Shang Wen borrowed only 2 months. 1 month has passed now. The repayment period for this month is approaching. Shang Wen suddenly entered a state of fiscal deficit. The money for the placement of the soldiers was gone all at once. If payment can be made in installments, it is estimated that Shang Wen will still have a turnover, but now it is impossible. What's more frightening is that Shang Wen actually paid a sum of 400,000 gold, mainly used to build new public schools. This funding will popularize basic education on a large scale. All counties and prefectures in Qin will establish such public schools. Of course, this naturally attracts a large amount of private capital to enter. The development of the commodity economy has entered an era with capital as the core. The issuance of banknotes, as well as a large amount of Zhengfu expenditure, began to fully excavate all the corners of the Qin state. Paper money circulates very fast, because the development speed is also very fast. Construction is everywhere. Development is everywhere, and the shadow of capital is everywhere. And Shang Wen happened to be at this critical turning moment. Zhengfu often has to pay a lot of money to help society transform. The expenses are naturally huge. This problem, historically, a large number of bonds were issued with Zhengfu, and funds were obtained through the rapid expansion of bonds. In the end, the bond depreciated and the bank notes were issued and recovered. The intermediate link allows Zheng Fu to obtain a large amount of funds for operation. But Shang Wen did not do so. Soon, his Zheng Fu entered a state of fiscal deficit. The reason Shang Wen didn't do this was because he obtained funds through bond inflation and devaluation. Somewhat improper. Damage to the image of Qin Zheng Fu. Shang Wen rejected this idea. 445 reissue government bonds. Shang Wen faces a fiscal deficit. Rather than talking about a fiscal deficit, it is better to say that Zheng Fu now has no money available. In order to keep Zheng Fu functioning normally, Shang Wen had to ask Yinius Bank for help. Shang Wen plans to obtain funds through loans plus issuance of bonds. Oh, you are really busy. I haven't seen you for so long. Ying Yu was very dissatisfied with Shang Wen, because there are always many things that make this idiot unable to walk away. Recently it has been really beautiful. All of Xianyang is talking about you. Look at the newspapers. The headlines are talking about you. What you are concerned about is really not so high. Yin said in a complaining tone. Shang Wen had nothing to say, and could only shrug his shoulders to express helplessness. Let's talk about it. Did you ask me to borrow money? I can tell you first, I don't have a penny that I am poor now. Yin seems to know what Shang Wen is doing, so he said it directly. Shang Wen is about to speak. Did not expect. Ying Yu even directly refused. Make Shang Wen extremely passive now. Anything else? If there is nothing to do, you can go out. Yin directly and simply gave the order to evict the guests. Yes, issuing Zheng Fu bonds. Shang Wen said. Issuing Zheng Fu bonds? Did you cash out the last bond? Yin asked directly. Part of it has been cashed out. We cashed out part of the land. For example, the following states did this. Now that part of the bonds can be recovered, new Zheng Fu bonds can be issued. Shang Wen said, you are out of money. Then how do you plan to pay it back? Bonds for bonds, or issue more paper money? Yin asked directly. Both, Shang Wen said while standing. Yin was sitting in her boss chair. Then when will my money be returned? I remember only lent it to you for 2 months. 2 months later, after your tax is collected, it will be returned. Yinu asked. Yes, but now Zheng Fu spends a lot of money. The money has been spent. The tax will be filled little by little, Shang Wen said truthfully. Tell me about your plan. See how much I can help you. Although Yinu complained about Shang Wen, Yinu always felt that he was doing this for the country and kin. I can't help but help myself. Moreover, I saw that Shang Wen had already apologized for the people twice. Yinu was very angry. I can't stand it either. She always complains. Why should I apologize? In her opinion, Shang Wen has done all this better than ever. The people of the Qin country are now very wealthy in every household. The state levies very low taxes. In order to raise money, Shang Wen kept running back and forth. Alas, help this idiot yourself. My plan is like this. Shang Wen still stood and said, you better sit down first. Ying Ye looked at Shang Wen pitifully. I can't bear to deliberately make things difficult for him. Well, my idea is like this. Shang Wen sat down and said, first, redeem the original bonds further. Then, Zheng Fu will issue an additional 1 million gold in new currency. At the same time, an additional 200,000 gold in currency will be added to you as a reward. Shang Wen said, give it to me. Why give it to me? What did I do? Yinu asked strangely. We will be completed by your bank and stock exchange, and we total 2 million new bonds. Shang Wen said, I'll help you publish. Yinu asked loudly. Yes, that's it. Shang Wen nodded. Oh, now, tell me about your plan. Ying Yu asked. My plan is like this. You pay 2 million gold in currency. Buy the Zheng Fu bonds in our hands. Then, you trade according to the bank and the exchange. In other words, you wholesale a large amount of Zheng Fu from me. Bonds. Bonds are to be cashed on schedule. You can earn money without losing money. You can also use your resources to sell and convert them into cash. It depends on your ability to sell the 2 million gold Zheng Fu bonds. Shang Wen said, you are not a fool, you are better than a monkey. If the Zheng Fu bond can't be sold, I won't have 2 million gold in my hands. You know how short of funds, in my current bank. You still have to issuing bonds, simply, you can just issue a little more banknotes. The money comes faster and more simply. Yin felt that Shang Wen was calculating himself again. The anger came up all at once. Those who slapped their heads and covered their faces yelled at Shang Wen. Listen to me. It depends on how you sell the 2 million gold bonds. If you sell it at a high price, you will make a lot of profits. Shang Wen said. Make a profit. How to make a profit? Who buys these things? Yin asked loudly. There will always be. Some people like to invest. They don't like putting money in the bank. Shang Wen continued. You are robbing my business again. Okay. You idiot. It's been calculated on my head. See if I don't shoot you. Yin suddenly became annoyed. Listen to me. Yin immediately hid behind the sofa. I didn't listen to you. You are getting bolder. You dare to count me. Yin scolded angrily. Stop. I will sell the Zhengfu bond to you at a low price. Then you sell it at a high price. 1 in and 1 out is a sum. Then, someone buys treasury bonds as an investment. Take the treasury bonds to borrow and make another money. Hello. I am good. Everyone is good. Why can't you think about it? Shang Wen just finished speaking. Ying Yu had put the gun on Shang Wen's head. Ying Yu stared at Shang Wen panting. The anger made Yin too late to think about these questions carefully. The two stood in a stalemate for more than a minute. Yin Yu's anger gradually subsided. Let her pull the trigger. Yin couldn't make any move all the time. You didn't lie to me? Yin asked suddenly. Number. Absolutely not. Shang Wen raised his hand and said, okay, I believe you once. Yin didn't know what to think. Suddenly believed Shang Wen. Maybe it's the trust and goodwill in my heart. Right. How do you pay back the money? I will add new taxes, such as trade taxes, etc. Also, I suggest you add a new futures product. Number. Maybe several. Shang Wen suggested. Those few? Ying Yu asked. Gold, silver, copper, etc. All of these are fine, Shang Wen said. Didn't you stop the gold from circulating? Yin asked. But you can invest. Diversified investment can make the capital market prosper, Shang Wen said. Okay. Anyway, I have a lot of gold in my hand. I can make a fortune, Yin finally said with a smile. Next, after alleviating the tension, Shang Wen and Yin discussed the matter of the national debt in detail. Shang Wen once again let his Zhengfu tide over the difficulties by issuing treasury bonds. 446 The new army of the state of Yan. It is different from Qin Guo's efforts to solve his own financial problems. Yan Go looked a little impatient. King Yan was at the end of the exercise. It has already been ordered to let the new army of Yan Go of the 3 divisions all go to the front to recover the lost ground, and hit Zhao Jun and Qi Jun as hard as possible. The 3 divisions of the state of Yan, a total of 100,000 people, were fully loaded and marched to the front. The road Qin helped him build has not yet reached the front line, but the Yan army has been mobilized on a large scale. If it were not that the road conditions were not good, Yan Jun would have blatantly launched a counterattack regardless of Qin's mediation. The division level of Yan Jun is very large. They are based on the Qin Army's 3-3 organization. 3 brigades constitute a division, and 3 regiments constitute a brigade. In addition, there are cavalry brigades and artillery brigades directly under the division. A series of troops such as the Engineer Corps. There are more than 30,000 people in a division. This is incomprehensible in Qin Guo's eyes, because it is very difficult to command. But Yan people don't care about these. It is very simple for the Yan people to use these forces. Just 1 regiment into combat, or 2 regiments. 1 regiment participated in a large-scale offensive. Their generals seemed to have some military talents, and they deliberately controlled the scale of battle at the regiment level. July 2nd afternoon, a regiment of the Yan army, an artillery battalion and a cavalry company began to attack the camp of the Zhao Qi coalition army. All Zhao Jun's main forces retreated. A total of more than 15,000 people were left on the front lines. This camp, There are about 3,000 people from Zhao Jun. Shi Jun has the most personnel, about 5,000 people. Their scouts detected a force of more than 3,000 people from the Yan army approaching at noon. Zhao Qi and the two armies combined decided to send two troops together to destroy the Yan army. In the afternoon, Zhao Qi's allied forces lined up and waited for the Yan army. The Yan army's infantry regiment of more than 2,000 people also lined up. At this time the two armies were 3 miles apart. The artillery was barely reachable, but neither side fired. The Zhao Qi coalition forces do not have much ammunition, don't want to waste. Yan Jun, according to Qin Jun's tutorial, had to fire at a position a little more than 2 miles. Because of that, the killing effect of artillery is quite satisfactory. Neither armies moved. In this way, he opened his posture and waited for the fight to start. The infantry of the Yan army followed the Qin army's tutorial. Stand in a row and line up with the battalion as the left, center and right. The battalion commander used simple language to boost morale between the companies. The drummer was beating the tin drum over and over again. The fast rhythm of the snare drum made every Yan army soldier feel the tension of the war. 2 artillery companies hit quickly. 1 artillery company extended fire. One was wearing a mountain hat. An eagle emblem is pinned to the hat, means that he is the head of the regiment. Yes, sir. A lieutenant's artillery staff flew away. Yan Jun learned almost everything from Qin Jun intact. Put it. Boom, 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 boom. 2 companies of 8 artillery began to blast quickly. They first attacked with grenades. Swish. The shells whizzed past. The shells accurately shot down in the infantry crowd of the Zhao Qi coalition army. A large group of Zhao Jun soldiers were killed. One round caused a large number of coalition soldiers casualties. The formation began to loosen. Mother. Quick, let the infantry attack across the board. The chariots and cavalry quickly smashed their artillery positions. Quickly, General Zhao Jun ordered quickly. The rapid artillery strikes forced Zhao Jun to attack first. The infantry started rushing out of nowhere. The chariots and cavalry began to attack the artillery positions of the Yan army from the 2 wings. At the same time, Zhao Jun's artillery began to show off. This is a bold joined attack by arms. Zhao Jun knows the role of artillery very well, but he also knows that the artillery of Zhao and Qi cannot go head with the artillery of Yan. Therefore, the artillery only provided short-term fire support. The shells are solid bullets, rely on ricochet against Yan Jun. The splashing shells bounced past, directly knock off the head of a soldier of Yan Jun. Blood splashed on the faces of surrounding soldiers, but they didn't even look at it. Still standing erect. Strict training has made them accustomed to this kind of scene. Qin Jun once took a look at the cut sheep's head and threw it into their formation. Anyone who leaves the team, all were severely punished without exception. The soldier was still nervous at first, but the rigorous training soon calmed them down. They began to get used to this environment. The ricochet continued to fly. Most of them fell in front of the Yan army and did not hit the Yan army, and a few of them hit the Yan army's formation. After some soldiers died tragically, someone quickly made it up immediately. Yan Jun is well trained. In contrast, the artillery level of the Zhao Qi coalition army is really not very good. Colonel Yan Jun saw Zhao Jun move across the board, then immediately changed the formation. The 3 battalions lined up in an inverted U-shape, and open the distance between them. 100 steps apart, 250 steps apart. It's the distance the musket kills. There is also an artillery company with 4 artillery garrisoned in this gap. The 2 artillery companies began to adjust their angles of attack, focusing on the attacking chariots and cavalry. Chariot. The Qi army still retains such an ancient army, and Zhao Jun has gradually begun to phase out the cavalry. Rush on the road. The shells kept hitting the galloping chariots and horses, especially the ricochet. 1 cannonball can smash the entire tank. The horses were also broken up. The chariots and cavalry quickly rushed to the front of the Yan Jun infantry. The distance of 50 steps. Let it go. The battalion commander shouted loudly. The company commanders began to receive orders to wave their swords. Bang bang! There was a flash of lightning and thunder. The soldiers of the Yan army shooting in a squatting position shot. Then the soldiers fired. A row of standing soldiers shot and shot. The dense bullets knocked the cavalry and chariots to the ground. Some of the chariots and cavalry who tried to attack the formation, stabbed to death by dense bayonets in front of the formation, helpless. The living chariots and cavalry began to enter from the two neutral positions of the formation. The distance of 100 steps is enough to accommodate the rest of the people. But they were fooled. This gap is deliberately outflow. The gun's course has a killing effect of 50 to 60% within 50 steps. Flip on both sides. The effect is exceptionally good. 3 rows of hits. It took away most of the remaining chariots and cavalry attack like lightning and thunder. What's even more hateful is that the 4 artillery in the front fired grape bullets. That is shotgun. Dense small iron balls thoroughly polished the remaining chariots and cavalry. The chariots and cavalry of the Zhao coalition were destroyed, although some horses are still neighing. Their rider is dead. There are corpses with severed limbs everywhere. The battlefield became extremely cruel, cold-blooded. At this time, Yan Jun began to quickly change his formation, resuming the row after row of gun formations. Then came mass killings. 447 one side. The scattered formations of the Zhaojun infantry avoided mass destruction by artillery. The 2 artillery companies of the Yan army artillery began to stop their attacks. The barrel will become very dangerous after a rapid strike, and the probability of blasting the chamber is very high. So, after the opposing infantry began to approach the musket kill range, Colonel Yan Jun decisively stopped the artillery speed. The other 4 artillery began to target the approaching infantry formation. The Zhao coalition forces, in order to completely suppress the Yan army, a cavalry team of nearly 500 men and 50 chariots were dispatched. But it was wiped out in a blink of an eye. This made the commander of the Zhao coalition feel a little unhappy. The failed Yin Ying made them feel a little depressed. Zhao Jun's formation is very loose. The formation of a total of 1,500 people seemed to be protracted, and Qi Jun's formation is neat. But the loss is greater. Then, Qi Jun also began to learn Zhao Jun's all-sacking running around, but at a distance of 100. Zhao Jun's team can queue up relatively quickly, but Qi Jun was in chaos. They have never practiced such a formation. In front is Zhao Jun's team, behind is Qi Jun chaotically looking for the team. Zhao Jun's captain seemed unable to sit still, because at this time, Yan Jun is changing his formation. In order to seize this favorable opportunity, the captain ignored the soldiers with muskets and rushed to the battle position. So he ordered the shots to be shot 100 steps away. There is also no progress. The bullets flew around like a drunkard. Fortunately, more than 100 archers followed up and participated. Just when Zhao Jun was about to shoot and release his arrows, the infantry of the Yan army began to attack. Artillery provides fire support for it. Under the performance of Grenadier March, the soldiers of the Yan army marched in neat steps. They put their guns on their shoulders. The dazzling bayonet looked unusually dazzling. Aim! She hit. The captain shouted loudly. The soldier holding a musket quickly opened the fire door. Aiming and hitting. She hits sporadically sounded to a little bit of lightning and thunder, because the rhythm of the hit is very chaotic. The archers also began to throw arrows in the sky. Use the angle to create a curve to kill the opponent. 100 steps away. The bow and arrow seldom walk in a straight line to kill the opponent. The soldier in Yan's army was shot in the leg or an arrow in the chest. Keep falling down. But they still maintained a neat formation. The drummer's sense of rhythm is not disrupted, but still beating forcefully. The position of the fallen soldier was quickly topped by the soldiers in the back row. The distance is getting closer step by step. At this time, Zhao Jun started loading the second bullet. The archer is she arrows scattered. The terrible Qi Jun still didn't get the formation up. The commander of Zhao Jun put down the telescope in his hand. This is the civilian version of the Qin State telescope. He felt he was defeated. This vague premonition became reality. Because Qi Jun is too bad, the formation of Yan Jun was not scattered, but was overwhelmed neatly. The soldiers of the Yan army kept falling down with arrows, but they still approached this combat distance step by step, in order to seek a greater killing effect. The battalion commander Yan Jun decided to approach the 30-step attack. This is extremely crazy, but they think it is worth it. This distance, the musket can almost knock the opponent out once. Some soldiers of Zhao Jun have finished reloading, and most of them are still not completed. They are working hard to send the bullets in with cleaning rods. Yan Jun has entered the distance of 50 steps. Can't take care of so much. Saw Yan Jun approaching. The captain yelled. The musketeer was asked to shoot and shoot immediately. Boom, boom, boom. The sporadic blows knocked only a few Yan Jun to the ground. Subsequent musketeers are working hard to withdraw the cleaning rod and enter the state of attack. Battalion commander Yan Jun decisively abandoned his original idea. Immediately enter the state of hitting. Prepare, exclaimed. All the soldiers shouted. Prepare. The gun was taken from his shoulder. Enter the gun state. Aim. Shouted again. All the soldiers opened the fire door and entered the Mios-hun state. Let it go. The battalion commander vigorously waved the command knife in his hand. Bang bang. There was a flash of lightning and thunder. Zhao Jun falls down a blockbuster. The distance at this time is about 40. The killing effect is above 60%. The dense bullets knocked Zhao Jun to the ground. At this time, their musketeers just opened the fire door. Some people just need to pull the trigger to hit it, but the chance of hitting is gone. Yan Jun took the lead in shooting. Zhao Jun fell a lot. The first hit, Zhao Jun fell more than 600 people. Immediately after the second wave of blows, more Zhao Jun were killed. They were killed more than 800 people. Such a tragic blow. It's like a slaughter. Their Zhao Jun soldiers panicked suddenly. Most importantly, their captain was shot to the head. Zhao Jun immediately retreated, wanting to return to his camp. But behind them was the Qi army who had just lined up. They were blocked in front of Qi Jun. The third wave of blows began. Zhao Jun was mostly killed, including a small part of Qi Jun. The artillery also began to strike. They hit the formations on Yang that Qi Jun had just put together. A grenade exploded in the center, and a lot of people died there. Then came the solid bullet. A blood hole channel was pierced. Qi Junxin panicked. The Yan Jun, who had quickly reloaded, shot again. The dense bullets completely defeated the Qi army, which was about to collapse. After a round of thunder and lightning strikes, the Qi army was defeated. The soldiers ran every day. They were afraid of being killed by Yan Jun's bullets. Colonel Yan Jun saw here, waved immediately. The last cavalry company on the field quickly attacked. They wielded sabers to harvest Qi Jun's life. Zhao Jun is gone. The camp began to withdraw. Zhao Qi's coalition army was defeated and returned. The Yan Jun cavalry intercepted and killed those Zhao Jun and Qi Jun soldiers who were trying to escape. Their heads were chopped off, or there was a big blood hole in the back. The splattered blood was extremely bloody. When the battlefield is over, the ground was full of corpses, broken limbs, heads, internal organs, and flies flying around. Such a bloody venue did not stop Yan Jun from continuing to advance. After the whole team, the Yan army began to attack the Zhao Qi coalition camp non-stop. Rumble of artillery, intense gunfire shrouded the camp in death. The Zhao Qi coalition forces had to flee in embarrassment in the intensive artillery fire. Such scenes were everywhere on the passage to Western Lining, and the defensive line of the Zhao Qi coalition was torn apart. The Yan army of the three divisions went hand in hand. Soon they will regain all lost ground. The Zhao Qi coalition forces will face an unprecedented defeat. Tens of thousands of horses have to flee desperately. Compared with Yan Jun, Qin's neighbor, South Korea, is also undergoing a shocking mutiny. The new South Korean army will enter the stage of history with a new look. 448 into the city. The Yan army fought fiercely, and the new South Korean army was not far behind. As early as Qin State held large-scale military exercises. The new South Korean army has been secretly assembled near Uoyang. They conducted a military exercise with more than 10,000 people in accordance with the instructions of the Kin army. The results of the exercise are quite satisfactory. This also marked the official formation of combat effectiveness of this new army of more than 10,000 people. At the same time, South Korea is extremely nervous. Han Wang-un actually pieced together a 150,000 army and placed it on the border. But after Kim Jong made a little trouble, nothing happened. This makes South Korea feel very jing. The two armies confronted each other on the border. Kim Jong gradually became impatient. Some troops took the initiative to withdraw, because they think this is really meaningless. At the same time, the general staff of the Kin army also issued an order to transfer some troops back to their original positions. So the boundary began to loosen. Kim Jong loosened. Han Jun didn't dare to loosen it. Han Wang-un always thought that this was a plot by Kim Jong. It was not until the Kin state issued an official order through the newspaper to stop large-scale exercises, and issued orders for some troops to return to their bases, and then reported some news about the disarmament of the Kin army. Han Wang-un was greatly relieved, because the Kin army can destroy South Korea with any army. After confirming the large-scale withdrawal of the Kin army, Han Wang-un immediately dismissed all the troops. Some of these armies are private soldiers of the ministers, others are clerical armies, and others are made up temporarily by a large number of civilians. The ingredients are varied. Order it at once. This 150,000 army was scattered on the spot. The civilians handed over their weapons and went home. No food is given, either by paying for themselves or begging for it. The private soldiers of the ministers, the army did not have an order, and these people who were just soldiers and are now refugees. There are not many troops on the border at all. This is a very chaotic flow of 150,000 people walking on the way back to Xinzing. When he came out of Xinzing, there were only 20,000 people. Along the way, in order to get the number of people, they kept pulling people along the way. In this way, everyone is going home now, and there is no time to take care of others. This gave Han Sui an excellent opportunity to build a new army and enter Xinzing, the heart of South Korea. The new South Korean army began to infiltrate the Xinzing area on a large scale. Because the treatment of the soldiers of the new army was not much different from that of the Kin army, they were full of food, well dressed, and had different social status. This makes the fighting will of the new army very high. They disguised themselves and dressed in tattered clothes. More than 100 people mixed into the crowd for a team and marched towards Xinzing. Human problems are easy to solve. However, the problem of weapons is difficult to solve, especially the large number of artillery, horses and a series of luggage. Fortunately, there are a lot of businessmen going between Kin and Han. Merchants are not uncommon. Han Sui used to transport a large amount of goods as a cover, brought in a large number of guns, and even openly brought a large number of guns into South Korea. Smuggling of guns is not new. There are arms dealers everywhere on this road. As for the cannon, this weapon is very attractive. As a result, all the gun mounts were disassembled and disguised as cargo on the car. In order to avoid inspection, Han Sui personally escorted it. The horses of the cavalry entered directly as mounts to cover the armed personnel. With the sign of the princess as a cover, a large number of weapons were transported into South Korea and followed the huge flow of people into Xinzing. In order to provide enough support to this army, Han Sui proposed to recruit Kin state security personnel to participate in the battle. This plan was proposed by Zhang Liang because he found it. The armed personnel of these security companies are actually a large army, and the relationship between them is very simple. It's a simple employment relationship. Just spend a little money. It can be solved. As a result, Han Sui spent 100,000 gold to hire 5,000 armed personnel from Kingo Security Company. They will start marching toward South Korea on July 5 with the remaining 5,000 new Korean troops. This plan is the result of a secret discussion between Shang Wen and Zhang Liang. After 3 days of slow journey, the new South Korean army, which was disguised and mixed in, finally arrived. At this time, it is already July 5. This Rizzi was attacked by the army that echoed the frontier. The army immediately assembled in secret, and then sealed off the entire Xinzing. Hurry up. Han Shu's determination is very big. It must be successful this time. Therefore, she decided to lead the troops to enter by herself. In less than half an hour, a group of refugees instantly turned into a well-equipped, well-trained and sharp division. There are about 7,000 new Korean troops who have come in. They are temporarily organized into 2 brigades. Each brigade has 4 infantry battalions, 1 artillery battalion, and 2 direct cavalry battalions. This 7,000-man Red Soldier began to quickly block all the passages and gates of Xinzing, because at this time, those procrastinating troops have not yet entered the city. This gave Han Shu a good opportunity. Han Shu, who had always been audacious, immediately ordered the 2 brigades to attack quickly. The artillery did not fire. Instead, aim at Xinzing city with a muzzle. After all, there are a lot of innocent people in the city. Han Shu didn't want to leave any regrets for herself. So there was no order to fire. No cannon fired, but it achieved the effect of a surprise attack. A total of 6 infantry battalions, a cavalry battalion quickly rushed towards Xinzing city gate. The Han team that dragged into the city was beaten up. They are still holding cold weapons. Halberd, spear. There are even a large number of tanks. And it was the new South Korean army equipped with a large number of muskets that suddenly rushed over. They moved very quickly, coming up quickly as a bang, 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 chaos. Suddenly defeated these Korean teams, who had never seen the power of a musket. There was a dead body at the gate of the city, plus the new army scarlet uniform. Suddenly it made people shudder. The guarded army on the tower did not notice this at first, because the army entered the city. This is normal. They didn't even think about it. Someone actually came in. When the gunfire was loud, it's too late. Teams of new troops in red shirts rushed to the head of the city to control these people. Raise your hand. Hurry up. The new army soldier shouted with his gun in his hand. And those Korean military teams with cold weapons tried to resist. Bang bang. There was a burst of gunfire. The Korean soldier with a weapon in front fell. Put down the gun. Hurry up. An officer of Han Xinjun shouted loudly. Tingling and ploying. Everyone put down the cold weapons in their hands. They know that they can't beat these people. To survive, surrender. In this way, the door of South Korea's Xinzing was opened. The new army entering the city quickly blocked the city gate, and then regrouped the army to march towards the Han Palace. The cavalry has quickly blocked all the passages of the palace. The infantry is coming. The artillery is following up. There was panic in the palace. 449 is you. At the same time, on the border between Kin and South Korea, the new South Korean army began to attack the South Korean mainland. But they basically encountered no resistance. There are no large troops stationed in the border areas, even if there is. Seeing the new South Korean army in red uniforms approaching, they consciously took the initiative to surrender. They surrendered without looking up. They thought that Kin was going to destroy Korea. To survive, they chose to take the initiative to give up resistance. They only saw it when a new South Korean army officer beat them with a whip, a banner with the word Han. They don't understand even more what exactly is going on. But anyway, he was beaten up in a bewildered manner. It is precisely because of such an army, South Korea was unable to stop the offensives of various countries. South Korea, which is in the 4 world wars, is riddled with blemishes. Most of these Korean officials came from the low-level civilians. These army lords can't fight in peacetime. It is a must to harm civilians. The officers of the new army saw these men surrender without a fight. Naturally, he won't be angry. He lashed fiercely with a leather whip. This is just an episode. The new South Korean army has begun to enter on a large scale. They want to enter Xinzing as quickly as possible and control all the places in South Korea. At the same time, a large number of Kin security militants were hired to escort a large amount of military supplies into South Korea. But the road conditions are really bad. In some places, horsey-drawn carriages are even impassable. This is really bad. Helpless. The army confiscated a large number of civil servants on the spot to pick up supplies to Xinzing. The premise is that the new South Korean army pays a little salary. A few stones of food are enough to attract a large number of civilians. The new South Korean army in Xinzing had already surrounded the Han Palace in groups at this time. No civilians can be seen on the streets. All the people closed the door tightly. They don't know what happened. All I know is that a group of people in strange red clothes attacked the palace with muskets. Even the ministers urgently closed the door and sent additional guards. And inside the palace, it's messed up. There are maids and attendants running away everywhere, or a large number of guards running around. And Han Wangan didn't even know what happened outside. It can be seen how fast the offensive launched by the new South Korean army. Come here, siege the city immediately, quickly. Han Xiu knew that if he couldn't take the palace immediately, then this mutiny would be over. He will become a prisoner, even be executed. But just take the palace, then he may ascend to the throne, become the first South Korean queen. Boom! A cannon took the lead. The door blasted open with one shot. Then another artillery shot directly at the head of the city, because there are a large number of crossbowmen on it. South Korea's crossbow is a must. The threat to the new army is very great. The sound of the cannon shocked Han Wangan, and everyone was frightened by the sudden sound of cannons. Han Wangan lay on the ground. Wang, sir. Good. It seems that Qin Jun has come in. They are about to invade the city. An attendant who was ordered to inquire came and reported in a panic. Unfortunately, he still hasn't figured out the situation. For those troops, they only saw neat uniforms, artillery, and muskets. I thought it was the Qin army attacking the city. They just do the last bit of duty to defend the palace. Ah! Han Wangan yelled. What did you say? Say it again. Han Wangan shouted loudly. Your Majesty, Qin Jun is attacking the city. After speaking, he bowed down at Han Wangan's feet in pain. After confirming the news, Han Wangan suddenly fell to the ground like a soulless body. There is no blood on his face, staring blankly at the ground. At this time, everyone heard that the Qin army was attacking the city. Everyone knows that this is really going to be done in Korea. So instead of running around, kneel down on the spot, waiting for Qin Jun's disposal. Fine, stop. The widows have fallen. Let my Korean people shed less blood. At this time, Han Wangan couldn't remember anything. But I still think of anything. He regretted not accepting Qin's documents. Or maybe it's... Alas, what else to say? Han Wangan didn't know how to think. Just barely got up. The Beatles walked to the ancestral temple to apologize. Then opened the door and surrendered. At this time, the new South Korean army faced a very embarrassing situation. That is, the gate of the city opened. But there are bows and crossbows on the head of the city. The distance of the guns in their hands is limited. The artillery had to be fired while hiding. Although the crossbow is troublesome to strike, it is powerful. This is estimated to be in this mutiny, cold weapons' only chance to show up. Go. Get Lao Tzu the mortar. Bump him. A company commander shouted loudly. He will order the artillery to bombard with mortars. The artillery is a bit heavy, because its base is too heavy. He has to bear the tremendous pressure when the gunpowder is released. But he is small. It is for this reason he was just transported over. But those slender wild cannons take a lot of effort. Boom! A mortar fell along the parabola. Boom! A city wall was smashed open. The people above were also smashed to death. Continue. The company commander shouted. Qin Jun, listen. I am Wang Yuling. South Korea surrendered. Then, the Han team shouted again and again. It seems that the Han team still doesn't know that his opponent is actually his own. Wait. Han Xiu waved to the side. As a result, the two sides calmed down temporarily. The South Korean side also shouted. Subsequently, after a period of time, a king's car came out of the gate. Behind is the support of King Han. This is a real surrender. Send someone to control them all to me first. Han Xiu ordered. So a team of new Korean troops quickly stepped forward. The South Korean team did not resist either. It's just that Han Wangan watched these Qin army recklessly, cannot help but sigh repeatedly. Quickly, all the Korean teams are controlled. The new South Korean army completely controlled the center of power in South Korea. And Han Sui also came out generously. Han Wangan kept his head down. "Hold up your head," Han Sui ordered. Han Wangan shook his head and raised his head helplessly. "Is it you?" Han Wangan exclaimed. "Yes, it's me." Han Sui stared at Han Wangan and said, You actually took refuge in the kingdom of Qin. Han Wangan went from helpless to anxious. Suddenly speechless, he believes that Han Sui led the Qin army to destroy Korea. This is simply unreasonable. "I take refuge in the kingdom of Qin. Open your big eyes and look. These are Korean citizens. There is no Qin army here." This princess, oh, number. Now you are a widow who wants to abolish your incompetent king. Han Sui shouted loudly. "Bring me down." Han Sui ordered immediately. "Go." The two red soldiers quickly stepped forward and escorted Han Wangan away. Zhao at this time, he knew that it was not Qin Jun who had come in. It's one zone 450 Qin-Han alliance. Looking at Han Wangan being detained, Han Sui suddenly felt this moment is very relaxing. She gladly walked into the gate of the palace, step by step up the steps of Korean power. Go to Pingrai where the Korean ministers met the King of Han. The soldiers consciously stood in their original positions. Han Sui slowly walked to the place where Han Wang was sitting. At this moment, she was completely relaxed. A kind of joy rushed to her heart, and she herself suppressed it with all her strength, so much that her hands trembled. "Report, sir, King." A brigadier general of the new South Korean army came to report. He gave a standard military salute. "What's the matter?" Han Sui suppressed his excitement and said, "The city gate has been blocked everywhere. The palace has been controlled. However, the ministers closed the door tightly and could not get out." The brigadier general was ordered to gather the ministers together. "But everyone in the minister's family has private soldiers." The brigadier general was a little bit troubled. This is my father. Do you want to see it?" Han Sui couldn't change his mouth all at once. "Go. Who won't come out? Just use a cannon to blast out the widow." "The widow wants to see." "South Korea still has those hard bones," Han Sui ordered directly. "Yes, Prince." The brigadier general got the order and quickly walked off. And Han Sui enjoyed the feeling of being king for the first time. She looked around at everything. Suddenly, she smiled like a little girl with her chin in her hands. This is the joy of success. Han Sui boosted her morale in this way. Then, there was the sound of cannons in the city. The gate of the doctor's residence was blasted open. The red soldiers shot and killed everyone who stood in front of them. Then they escorted the doctor away. Then the doors of the Korean ministers were blasted open one after another. After that, the roar of the cannon no longer sounded, because all the ministers took the initiative to open the door and come out. Subsequently, the ministers paid homage to the new King of Han. She is also the first Queen of Korea, Han Sui. At the same time, they also sent envoys to visit various countries. 2 days later, a large number of cavalry troops stationed outside the city. At this time, Xinzing city has begun to restore its appearance, dilapidated but without losing the majestic style. 1 more day later, large numbers of people have just begun to arrive. The new South Korean queen greeted him personally. A large number of new Korean troops wearing red shirts entered the city. The cavalry walked over with a bright saber in his hand. The infantry entered the city playing Grenadier March. The densely packed bayonet allows Korean civilians to see the mighty and majestic musket. South Korean civilians, who have been bullied by various countries for a long time, applauded spontaneously at this time, happy that there is such an army. Artillery followed up. It has raised this atmosphere to a new level. It was the first time those ministers saw it. They themselves don't know when South Korea has such an army. The sharpness of equipped weapons. It is hard to believe. The civilians in the city began to cheer. They feel that there is such an army. South Korea will not be bullied. A neat uniform, a neat pace, good military appearance. This all represents a difference from the previous Korean team that would only defeat the war. South Korea is located in the Central Plains. Sinzing is today's Zhengzhou. It is located in the four major areas of the Central Plains. Geographical location is extremely important. This was the first important point that Qin state opened up trade, and this point is also a battleground. It is also true that South Korea's development is extremely limited. Today, the emergence of a new army in South Korea let South Korea have hope of reviving. The news of the success of the mutiny first spread to the state of Qin. After Shang Wen saw the news of the successful mutiny, then Zhang Liang was notified immediately. Then, the news reporters were quickly summoned. Deliver important speeches. At the press conference, Shang Wen first announced the latest news in South Korea. South Korea has changed to a queen. The news of this kind immediately made the reporters present couldn't help but talk about it. China Women's Daily seems to have seen a major news point. That is, the female Xing can already be the king. Women's Daily must interview the queen as soon as possible. So the female reporter quickly told her colleague the idea, then quickly pass it back to the agency. The newspaper immediately dispatched reporters for an exclusive interview. For the Queen of South Korea, I would like to express my heartfelt congratulations on her coming to power. At the same time, the Queen also sent a letter from Prime Minister Ben. Shang Wen took out a letter personally. The letter said that the Queen intends to make good relations with the state of Qin, and apologizes for the unpleasant measures taken by King Han some time ago. She has done her best to investigate this matter. Trade taxes between the two countries will return to a normal level. For this, I express my heartfelt thanks to the Queen, Shang Wen said with a letter. All reporters quickly recorded. For this, I decided to visit South Korea in person at the beginning of August. The two countries formally signed a friendly agreement. The same can be said. South Korea is now an ally of our Qin state, Shang Wen said. The reporters couldn't believe it. There are so many news highlights. The Prime Minister of Qin actually visited South Korea. At the same time, the covenant must be formally concluded. This is simply unbelievable. Many big selling points flashed in the minds of reporters. Next, I would like to invite the South Korean ambassador, Mr. Zhang Liang, to give a speech. Shang Wen finished speaking and shook hands with Zhang Liang. Then Zhang Liang stepped forward to talk about South Korea's attitude, future prospects and so on. Then comes the reporter's question and answer. Then the newspapers began to publish a lot of information. For example, Qin and South Korea entered into an alliance. The Prime Minister is visiting, and the first Queen. What the businessman sees is a business opportunity. Because Zhang Liang's answer to the reporter's words revealed a similar attitude to Qin. They think this is a huge business opportunity. In addition, the relationship between Qin and Han ally. It means that the relationship between the two countries is extraordinary. Coupled with South Korea's special geographical location, business opportunities. Big business opportunity. Women are a little gossip. They discussed how the Korean men raised their heads because they have a queen. The civilians in South Korea seemed happy because they knew that their current life was given by this queen. They are willing to support her. Yin was very upset because the person she didn't want to see turned out to be a queen. She was so angry that she tore the newspaper to pieces. King Qin read the newspaper leisurely. This Mr. Qin is getting more and more interesting, King Qin said slowly. At this time, Shang Wen's diplomatic methods began to emerge. Shang Wen did not achieve his goal by bribing officials, provoking and other yin tactics. It is a way of penetration in a variety of ways. Directly and thoroughly control. The significance of its influence lies. The country's diplomacy has returned to strength normally, rather than relying solely on yin to obtain it. Obviously, the former is of great significance, because this makes those in power start to think too much about how to increase their strength, rather than simply relying on power for personal gain. His positive significance is great. Moreover, under the public media such as newspapers, this method is more reasonable.